website. You have a message to say. So don't hold back on it. You have something to say. You're a good communicator. So, all right? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Now, when people get this information from you, how do they then use it, apply it to their life?
Well, when we do something like this, I'm going to give them a, let's say, general idea of where they should go. It's specific, but it's general. But if it's, when I look at a hand, then I can be much more on track with where they should go. In other words, if I say, hey, a person should be, let's say, a creative, then if I was actually to look at the hand, I'll say, oh, okay, you should be a painter, you should be an architect or something like that. But once you tell someone what their true talent is from the hand, people automatically feel inclined to make it happen. And they'll work with it.
If 4 people called and they're all born on a 9-day, does that mean all their lives are going to be similar?
No. No, definitely not. Definitely not. No. Because we're individuals and we have our own destiny and karma. The hands are all different. We come from different places in the spiritual world, in the material world, and we're born with different inclinations. So it's all going to be different.
All right, let's go to 23 is the birthday. Kim is with us in Culver City, California. Hey, Pam, welcome.
Hey, thank you, and Happy New Year to both of you gentlemen.
Thank you, Pam. You too.
And my goal is the career that I was able to embark upon in a serious move this year. It's really something that's been with me all my life. But are you working with people? You've got to work with people, Tim. That's the thing. Don't just work in an office building or with a computer. You've got to work with people. You're a very social person, and you need to communicate with lots of people. You'll be successful. Thank you. Sure.
Good luck, Tim. Now, what did you pick up on, Vernon? How did you pick that up?
I could see his left hand, and there were some really, really interesting aspects of Mercury and conjunct with Saturn, and I just got that immediately.
Would you say that you're psychically inclined as well?
Yeah, I think so. I don't like to really. To me, the hand is mostly astrology, but at the same time, if you use your intuition, you can see around the planet, so to speak, and make the reading even deeper. But even someone who looks at the hand in a, like, let's say, a scientific way, if you will, like astrologically, over time they're going to become psychic. The hand is a metaphysical rule. So yeah, it's very powerful. The hand radiates this intuitive energy. So if you know how to pick it up, it's really powerful.
Riverside, California. Kyla's with us. Hello, Kyla.
Hey, I'm here.
Good to have you with us. What would your question be?
Well, I just wondered if you gave like a different like image.
One more time. You broke up a
I
little.
think like it sounds like really my mom.
Did you understand that? One more time, Kyla.
I was to reconcile with my family.
Did you reconcile with their family?
Oh, they don't get you. They don't understand you. Give them love, write them hearts and letters, but they make you sometimes feel guilty. Isn't that true? They make you feel kind of like you're not okay a lot of times. Just give them love and do your own thing. They make you feel like guilt.
Why do they do that?
I don't know. This is what her hand said, George.
Blame the hand, right?
Mercury, the planet of communication and business, just went direct. Really powerful space right now. So I want to tell everyone, just keep
to the program. Hi, Donna.
Hi, George, and hi, Vernon. A very blessed New Year's to both of you.
You too.
And my question is also career-oriented. I'm just curious. I have tried my hand at writing and then
Work that deals with organizing people or direction, delegation, that type of thing.
I have not.
You're very good at it. You're very good. It's an untapped thing. Your hand shows that you're very good at organizing people, maybe project organization or event planning or something of that nature. Think about this, okay?
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What kind of business are you into, Donna?
Currently, right now, I'm trying to get a writing career going again.
Again? You say you've done it before?
I did, and then I stepped out to care for my mother, and she passed away a couple years ago, and I've been hopping from job to job since.
Well, I think you should write, but what you're really good at is organizing people and organizing events. So think about that.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
All right, good luck, Donna. Hope everything works out for you. And again, you sense the palm, don't you?
Yeah. Yes. Very strongly.
Interesting case. Let's go next to who's up? 14. Christine's with us in Long Beach, California. Hello, Christine.
Hi, George. Hi, guys. Good evening.
Good evening to you. Go ahead with your question.
Thank you. Yes, the last part of 2023, I heard work set apart financially and relationship. I'm in the music business. And I'm hoping that
You're a singer. Are you a singer?
you kind of see that's why.
You're everything, Christine.
You have such a melodious voice. It's unbelievable. You're a great singer. You know what you need to do? You need to find the right managers or agents. You're not with the right managers or agents. Find me one. You have such a melodious voice. That's incredible, the voice you have. Also, there's one more thing I need to tell you. You need to focus in life. You know what your biggest challenge in life is? Not focusing. So be focused in every direction. Every direction.
What's that going to be better?
No.
No.
No, there's no intent there. There's no.
Vernon.
I have to tell her what I see.
Well, at least you told her she's a good singer.
That was my story. Let's stick it to it.
What kind of songs do you sing, Christine?
Oh, Daddy.
Oh, she is so she's emotional the way she sings. She could get people to cry. She's a singer from the heart.
Well, good luck. I appreciate that. Sing something and send it into town for emerging artists. That would be cool. Next up, 4, like me. Geraldine in New York is with us. East of the Rockies. Hi, Geraldine.
Hello. Good evening and Happy New Year.
You too. Go ahead with your question.
Yes, I've had some changes in my life, and I just wanted to find out if there's any movement or am I going to relocate?
Oh, here's the thing. The most important thing for you is what you need right now is stability. And if you've been moving a lot over the last few years, it's really taking a toll. You need to stay in one place.
Well, no, I've been here for 30 years.
Yeah,
I am now.
place. Don't move. Just keep stir. Yeah. You need to stay in one place. It's very stabilizing for you. Yeah, don't move. Stay where you are. Is that your question?
That's what I needed to know.
Yeah, just stay where you are. You'll have problems.
Here I am.
Yeah.
Yep. No movement.
Yeah. If you move, you won't be happy. You'll feel agitated. And, yeah, it won't work.
Let's squeeze out one more quick one. 19 is the number. Simon in Baltimore. Simon, go ahead.
Happy fantastic New Year, folks. With George and Vernon.
You too,
The
sir.
double panel question. 23 is so hopefully 24 is much better. And then also, I how about this? How do you know when you've lived all your lives and take the next step? I think a lot of us in my generation, the boomers, are going to be doing that.
Whatever generation you're from, I'm going to say to you that you are a very independent person, and you must work with people. Your challenge is sometimes not to work with people. So I want you to be in charge. Do your own thing, be autonomous, but at the same time work with people. Don't not work with people. Be interdependent, but at the same time, you should do your own thing. Start your own business. Create your own niche. You can work for others, but you need to have your own department. You follow? January 2nd, which is the date in many time zones we're in right now, Vernon, is my son's birthday, and his son is born on the same day. Is that something? Wow, that's cool. Vernon, keep in touch with us. Let us know what we can do for you, my friend, and you have a blessed 2024. Stuart, I gotta say, you're a light to the world. Thank you for doing what you do. You are Vernon Mahalo, our founder, his website linked up at coasttocoastam.com, and his books, Talk to the Hand and the Palmistry Cards. Up next, astrologer Mark Lerner joins us to tell us things that he went through last year, and we'll look at his predictions for 2024. And of course, we'll take your calls. Tom will tell us what he needs from you.
The Coast website is now conveniently optimized for mobile devices. If you're a Coast Insider, you can listen to live and past shows right on your phone. Just visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
Hosted by true crime author and thriller storyteller Mary Katie Prayer, the new podcast, The Greatest True Crime Stories Ever Told, delivers riveting narratives about killers, scammers, journalists, and offenders. Drawing from years of research, this podcast redefines true crime, breaking free from stereotypes. He provided investigators in Mountain City, Tennessee, with exactly the evidence they needed to take 4 murderers to court. Listen to The Greatest True Crime Stories Ever Told on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Business owners, large and small, hey, it's Dean Sharp, and I want to talk to you about emergency backup power. You know it's no longer a question if your power is going to go down, and you know with your power, so goes your business. It now happens in the past 2 years, so without driving this coming winter season, there may be some serious challenges ahead. Fortunately, for emergency backup power, there is only one name you need to know: Debbie Power. Since 1965, Southern California business has relied on Debbie for power in the most critical situations: hospitals, high-rises, data centers, school districts, restaurants, and retail. Every form of business, big or small. Whether it's time for a new generator or Debbie's legendary 24/7 repair and maintenance services or emergency rental, Debbie Power has you covered anytime, all the time. To learn how to protect your business from the next outage and all the ones after that, go to DebbiePower.com. DebbiePower.com. That's DePhie Power.com. There are many things to love about winter: cozy sweaters, celebration, and family time. But winter can also bring many stresses: extra expenses, seasonal bugs, and so much family time. If you and your loved ones are feeling stressed or anxious this winter, Calvo can help. Check out our free mental health resource at calvo.org today.
Your vaccine for stupidity. Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Gas cost is up. Hungry tenants in a KFI 24-hour newsroom. Gas prices back on the rise in SoCal. AAA now reporting the price for a gallon of regular gas in LA County is $4.76. That's up 4 cents from last week. If you're in Orange County, you can look forward to paying $4.66 a gallon, $4.58 in San Bernardino County. Bird flu outbreaks are affecting two more poultry producers in Sonoma County. The U.S. Department of Agriculture shows a pair of commercial egg farms were added to the list of impacted sites last week. The farms were ordered to euthanize a combined 91,300 birds. The Israel-Hamas war raging on the Gaza Strip. In Tel Aviv, NBC News' Jay Gray says the airstrikes are continuing.
They've taken out command and control centers that they've exposed and destroyed a lot of the tunnels there and some of the rocket launch areas and other military facilities.
An Israeli forces spokesman has suggested a military offensive in Gaza could last throughout 2024. Cases of respiratory illness continue to rise in LA County. The CDC flu map shows SoCal is showing very high flu activity. The 3.9 magnitude earthquake struck Southern California a little before 8:30 yesterday morning. The USGS says the strike was centered off the coast of Rancho Palos Verdes. No reports of damage or injury. Dr. Lucy Jones says the quake was not near any known fault and it was way too small to mention tsunami. Researchers at UC San Diego say they have a breakthrough and a promising vaccine that may end acne. They said the vaccine zeroes in on the bacterial enzyme that causes acne and reduces inflammation. To be on the market in 5 to 10 years. Sunshine weather from KR5, partly cloudy skies, high to mid-60s. Rain chance comes tomorrow. Right now it's 47 in Garden Grove, 49 in Irvine. Glendale has 53 and it's 36 in Ashton. We're based local from the KR5 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
Seen and seen on the 111 just before White Oak Avenue, there's a silver car crash blocking the middle lane. In Harbor City on 110 southbound at PCH, there's a large car supposed to be in the middle lane there. Look out, a little bit of extra debris in that area as well. So as on the 15 southbound off, there's the brake check. There's a work zone. It's going to be shut down for the next week until January 9th. Can't find the say how fix it there faster. Almost forward. Stay handsome, sunny, and humble.
Yep, already met the 1,000 of my resolutions. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Zalando. Number 5.
Get cracking with the marketplace. Add on a pound and a quarter of crab legs Monday to Friday for less than $20.
Number 4.
Zalando was voted best casino resort 2 years in a row. I'm sensing a trend here.
3.
Fall down laughing with stand-up Monterey. Live January 20th. Get your tickets now.
And the number 2.
Morocco pays you more. Our 3-card poker progressive jackpot is over $250,000.
And the number 1 reason.
Lock up your plans for the big game. Get tickets for the big game right now. Big screen, great drinks, great food, big fun.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Less than 90 minutes from wherever you are. Morongo, good time for everybody.
This is Jacob at home. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24 discount.
In this week's market report, we hear about the importance of local radio with Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influences, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a
No, they're all from me. I'm the one who puts all the negative posts about myself. Really, nobody else does. In fact, I try to get them taken down, but I'm the one who puts up the negative posts. No doubt about that, baby.
One of the most trusted means of online reputation repair. Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-948-6033 to speak to an expert. That's 800-948-6033.
Remember $3.70 gasoline.
Wow. Remember when we were like, oh my God, we're going to get to $4? I remember when my dad would give me a $20 bill and he'd say, for a gas tank. I'm not years old.
Live 9 to 1 p.m.
Doesn't it sound better with a female voice?
Except the times when you say the F word about stuff. That is a little hard.
I haven't said that F word yet today.
Oh, yeah, I did. I said it a lot.
It's Area Shannon, live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. From somewhere out there, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Up next, astrologer Mark Lerner joins us as we talk about the year 2024. When we get to calls, what we need from you is your full birthday, month, day, and year. No question. We will just give you a quick read. Ukraine has an innovative new emergency radio called the CC Radio Solar for those inevitable powerless times. It's the great crisis radio with an oversized solar panel, a battery strength meter. Put it out there in a sunny window and you can listen to it for days. And it can store enough energy to bring a dead phone battery up to that important contact that you need. The CC Radio Solar is about the size of a brick, but a clean, modern digital design. It has 5 one-touch memories, ease with superior reception, and excellent audio that you can enjoy all the time. And it covers AM and FM weather alerts from NOAA. It also has a built-in LED flashlight, too. Radio is always a necessity when normal communication goes down. You can check out the innovative new CC Radio Solar at SuCrane.com. To order the CC Radio Solar, call SuCrane now at 1-800-522-8863. Once again, that's 1-800-522-8863. Visit them again online at SuCrane, C-R-A-N-E, SuCrane.com. Also available at REI and Amazon.com. There's no better time than the new year to resolve to protect your identity and finances. Identity thieves can take out loans in your name, take over and drain your banking and investment accounts, and more. LifeLock makes it easy to help protect your identity and financial future. LifeLock monitors your accounts and credit and detects potential threats to your identity that you may miss on your own. If you do become a victim of ID theft, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will need to fix it. Plus, all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning you'll be reimbursed up to your plan limits for funds lost due to identity theft. LifeLock is the New Year's resolution that's easy to keep. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George to save up to 25% off your first year. That's LifeLock.com, promo code George to save 25%. Is that phone number again for you? 1-800-LifeLock, 1-800-LifeLock, or go to the website, LifeLock.com. That's LifeLock.com. And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Mark Lerner graduated from Michigan State University with high honors with a BA in Social Science back in 1972. He completed an intensive one-year training course in professional astrology and began his incredible career. He deals primarily with what they call mundane astrology, focusing on the higher destinies of nations, humanity, and good old planet Earth as well. And here he is back on Coast to Coast AM, Mark Lehman. Mark, welcome back.
Well, thank you, George. Great to be with you.
You ready for a great 2024?
Well, Mercury has just gone direct, or what we call stationary. So the ancient messenger of the divine is extremely strong. And although I have my own three different podcasts about the truth about Mercury retrograde, I'm not such a firm believer in the modern approach of the negativity and the fear that some of the calendars come out with about Mercury in reverse. It's just because it happens 3 times a year for 3 weeks at a time, and there isn't sort of an equal emphasis on all the planets that go in reverse: Venus, Jupiter, Mars, and so on.
Let's talk a little bit about some predictions you made in January and March of last year that are pretty uncanny. One is you said Vladimir Putin was not going to back down in Ukraine, and you're right about that.
Oh, well, he's a tremendous nemesis. You know, he's been in power since 2000, so we've got 23, almost 24 years, and I guess he's supposedly...
From South Bend, Indiana, I'm Jacob
I've never heard of this.
Welcome
Girls,
to episode
this is
31
history.
of This Day in South Bend.
I've never heard of this.
This is a
1971.
podcast about the history of South Bend. Today is Friday, May 15th, 2020. I wondered how long we would get into this podcast before we had a story focused on the University of Notre Dame. And today's article is simply too curious to ignore. Apparently, about 50 years ago, there was a plan for the University of Notre Dame and St. Mary's College to become one institution. And so today we turn to Saturday, May 15th, 1971, for the South Bend Tribune's announcement about this plan. Co-ed system slated for fall by Dolores Liebeler, Tribune staff writer. Trustees of the University of Notre Dame and St. Mary's College Friday signed documents completing the formal unification of the two Roman Catholic institutions. The all-male university now becomes co-educational. Unification of all academic departments is expected to be completed during the 1971 and 72 academic year. The ultimate goal is one institution with one student body of men and women, one faculty, one president and administration, and one board of trustees. In separate sessions, the two board of trustees approved the plan recommended by the executive committees at a joint meeting in March. Signing the official agreement at a press conference Friday in Lamont Hall on St. Mary's campus were Mother M. Olivet Whalen, CSC, Chairman of St. Mary's Board, Sister M. Alma Peter, CSC, Acting President of St. Mary's, Edmund A. Steffen, Chicago attorney who heads the Notre Dame Board, and Reverend Theodore M. Hesburgh, CSC, President of Notre Dame. The agreement included the immediate appointment of Sister Alma to the post of Vice President for Special Projects. Father Hesburgh noted that this is the first time in the history of Notre Dame that the school has had a woman vice president. The signing of the agreement also brings an end to St. Mary's search for a college president. Sister Alma has served as the acting president since John J. McGrath's death in June 1969. The identity of St. Mary's will be preserved as a college of record. That is, the women undergraduates at Notre Dame will matriculate through St. Mary's College, and their Notre Dame degrees will bear the name of the 127-year-old Women's College. A single admissions office will be opened this fall, according to Father Hesburgh. Plans have also been made to open a dormitory on the women's campus for men, and one at Notre Dame for girls. As far as co-ed dorms are concerned, members of the board have been singularly unenthusiastic, said Father Hesburgh. Trustees agreed that faculty members with tenure at St. Mary's will be given tenure at Notre Dame. The statement said, non-tenured St. Mary's College faculty members will be evaluated for tenure at Notre Dame according to the same standards applied to Notre Dame's own non-tenured faculty members, with due regard for their proximity to tenure at St. Mary's, with provision for a reasonable evaluation period as a Notre Dame faculty member. One board of trustees will govern the institution. Notre Dame will enlarge the number of its fellows from 12 to 16, adding 2 Sisters of the Holy Cross, 1 St. Mary's College lay trustee, and 1 additional Notre Dame lay trustee. The Holy Cross Sisters will be invited to serve the university at all levels. Remuneration will be negotiated with the religious order in a manner similar to the agreement Notre Dame now has with the Holy Cross priests. Stephan, Notre Dame's board chairman, doubts that it will be less expensive to operate the 2 institutions as one. The major details still to be worked out is money. The trustees appointed Notre Dame's executive vice president and treasurer, Reverend Edmund P. Joyce, CSC, and the secretary of St. Mary's board, Sister M. Gerald Hartney, to draw up a plan for financial arrangements.
This is fascinating. This was a real deal.
And since I had never heard of this plan
Thank you.
and didn't really know what to make of it, we're also going to turn today to December 1st, 1971, about 6 months later, for the New York Times announcement that the merger was not going to happen. St. Mary's College and Notre Dame University dropped merger plan. The University of Notre Dame and St. Mary's College terminated today their 6-month-old plan to merge. Speaking on behalf of their respective board of trustees, the Reverend Theodore M. Hesburgh, president of Notre Dame, and Sister M. Alma Peter, acting president of St. Mary's, announced it is not possible to accomplish complete unification at this time. The 2 Roman Catholic schools, situated on adjoining campuses, said that they have been unable to solve financial and administrative problems involved with the merger. Notre Dame has 6,300 undergraduates. St. Mary's, a women's college, has 1,600. Although neither president would comment on details, sources said that the Sisters of Holy Cross, the religious order that owns St. Mary's, was unsatisfied with the financial settlement proposed by Notre Dame for the use of St. Mary's facilities. Angry St. Mary's students voted tonight to boycott classes tomorrow. Kathy Barlow, the student president, issued a statement calling for an explanation by the school's board of trustees and for a reversal of its decision. A student group is also looking into the possibility of a lawsuit against St. Mary's on the ground that the termination of unification plans constituted a breach of promise to the girls who were expecting to receive Notre Dame degrees. Father Hesburgh announced that Notre Dame would directly admit its first woman undergraduates next fall, either as upper-class transfer students or as freshmen. Over the next 4 years, the university hopes to increase the enrollment of women to 1,000 students. Until Monday, thank you for listening.
That was fascinating. What do you think happened? Well, I'm sure they said using facilities and things. Wow, that was fascinating. Little Italy neighborhoods come home.
From South Bend, Indiana, I'm Jacob Titus. Welcome to episode 26 of This Day in South Bend. Today is Friday, May 8th, 2020. One of my favorite things about our blog, West SB, is that it's helped me learn so much about the historically ethnic neighborhoods in South Bend.
I don't even know where it
When I
is.
publish stories
I
about
would have.
Indiana Avenue or St. Adalbert's and post them on Facebook, so many people reach out with memories of these neighborhoods when they got started, and a lot of them were tight-knit ethnic neighborhoods, like, for example, the neighborhood just south of Indiana Avenue off of the Studebaker plant was primarily Hungarian. But one of these neighborhoods that I don't know much about is the old Italian neighborhood known as Little Italy. And so today we turn to Tuesday, May 8th, 1990, for one man's memories of this neighborhood. One note, the scan of this article is pretty blurry, so if I stumble over any words or get any letters wrong, I beg for your forgiveness.
Fuck no. I'm gonna take that back. Shoot.
Little Italy neighborhood is long gone, but memories remain. By Larry J. Giantomas. Are there any ethnic neighborhoods left today? The area of South Bend, where I was born and raised, was called Little Italy and contained most of the Italian families in South Bend. It consisted of a stretch of North Niles Avenue and some Italian families on Hill Street and Crescent Avenue. To me, it was a large network of warm, kind, friendly, hard-working immigrant families. Some of them were related to me, and we called each other cugino, or cousin. The names of these families stand out like neon signs in my memory. The Dominellos, the Luprestos, the Papandreas, the Rodinos, the Nales, the Samaris, the Polas, the Ferreros, and others. I know that the first generation of those families is now departed, but there are second, third, and even fourth generations in South Bend today. The elders are gone, but never forgotten. They forged the way for all of us who followed. I consider my maternal grandmother, Marta Teresa Dominello, the anchor of that old neighborhood. She and my grandfather arrived in South Bend in 1906 with one daughter, my Aunt Rose, who was 6. Only the Madison family preceded them, and the Madisons lived on Niles Avenue, about where the ice plant stood when I was a boy. Mrs. Madison became the godmother to all my grandmother's children born in this country. My grandparents emigrated from Reggio Calabria, a province in southern Italy where farming was the mainstay of life. I am told that my grandfather, Salvatore, had the most beautiful garden in the city. He was killed in 1923 when a train struck the horse and buggy he was riding in near the Sample Street Viaduct. This left my grandmother a widow with 4 young children at home. Aunt Rose had married quite young in 1914. To make ends meet, grandmother took in boarders, mostly young men who had recently arrived from Italy and had no place to stay. Grandmother also was a midwife and delivered many babies in those early years. In 1927, my Aunt Rose and her husband, Anthony Vumbacca, opened the first Italian restaurant in South Bend and called it the Sunny Italy Cafe. It was on Niles Avenue. It stands today, presently owned and operated by cousins, the Bambers. It remains a favorite Notre Dame eating establishment and is still fondly referred to as Rosie's. I recall when they made the film on New Rockne in the late 1930s, I got to see some pretty famous movie stars who dined at the Sunny Italy. Pat O'Brien, Ronald Reagan, and Donald Crisp. I think everyone, at one time or another, worked at the Sunny Italy. I had to peel large sacks of potatoes by hand and also ground wedges of Romano cheese by hand. This was the wonderful cheese that enhanced the flavor of many dishes served at the Sunny Italy. My older sister Marianne worked there and mom waitressed there for many years. In 1947, my parents opened their own Italian restaurant. It was the Italian Village and was located on South Lafayette Street. I worked there all through high school. Sometimes a strolling minstrel would visit our neighborhood. My Uncle Tony would come out from the restaurant to join the crowd and listen to the old gent play his mandolin and sing favorite Italian songs. Uncle Tony was considered our rich relative, and he would always have a folded bill for the old troubadour after the concert. I learned my first Italian Christmas carol from my grandmother. It was Tu Scendi Belle Stelle, or You Descended from the Stars. I can still hear her singing that carol to me at Christmas time. These Italian immigrants were all excellent gardeners, and everyone had a large garden behind their home. As for me, my grandmother would load my wagon full of produce from her garden: radishes, carrots, tomatoes, peppers, and make me peddle them in other neighborhoods. How I hated that. On Palm Sunday, she would affix a cross made of blessed palms to a large stake or pole in the garden to invoke God's blessing on a bountiful harvest. Aunt Anna, the second eldest daughter, born in this country soon after the family arrived from Italy, died in 1934. She was 18 years old. Grandmother always believed until the day she died that it was the curse, malocchio, or evil eye, that killed her beloved daughter. Mom told me in later years it was probably polio that caused her death. My family moved from Little Italy in 1940. I remember that day so well. Dad had purchased a larger home on East Howard Street, about 5 blocks from Niles Avenue. But to a small boy, it was like moving to another city. The day we moved, a warm summer day in June, Grandmother was sitting in a chair under a large mulberry tree in her front yard and watching us closely. When Dad announced that we were ready to drive to the new house, I could not bring myself to leave. I ran down the street to where my grandmother was sitting, tears streaming down my face, and she hugged and comforted me. I stayed with her for several days before I could bring myself to move to the new house. To an Italian child, his or her Nana is the most loved and important person in the whole world. Yes, I do return to Little Italy when I am in South Bend on visits. Only the restaurant and 2 homes remain standing. The rest of the area, which once teemed with life, is now just open, desolate space. I walk to the site where my childhood home once stood, and I'm a boy again. How I loved that neighborhood. I doubt if there are many real, true blue ethnic neighborhoods left like my Little Italy. We no longer have the mass immigration from Europe that took place at the turn of the century up until World War I. This immigration forced these ethnic neighborhoods like the one I grew up in. Do I miss it? You bet your bottom lira I do. Until Monday, thank you for listening. From South Bend, Indiana, I'm Jacob Titus. Welcome to episode 27 of This Day in South Bend. Today is Monday, May 11th, 2020. We are officially over 1 month into the show. Thank you so much for tuning in and learning about our city's history with me. I have been amazed at how much I am learning and how many themes I'm seeing emerge as I look at the newspaper from every decade in our city's past. Last week was the biggest week of listeners on the podcast yet, which is very exciting, but also the biggest week for people reaching out to me. If you have a personal connection to a story or just some feedback for the show or something you think I should improve or get rid of, I would love to hear it. You can email me at jacob@westsb.com. I was really excited last week. I got a lot of response to the Friday article about the Little Italy neighborhood. I even got one listener who connected me to the author of that article. So there could be some additional storytelling coming out on that in the future. One other note, I am starting to send out a weekly roundup of all the episodes from this week in one email. So if you miss any during the week or you just want to see them all in one spot, you can do that. If you just go to thisdaysouthbend.com, click on one of the articles, and on that post, there's going to be a spot to put your email in, put it in there. I will only send you one email per week, and I'm thinking that's going to be on Saturday morning. But enough housekeeping. Today, we have a brief but fascinating article about a not-so-friendly argument between two men who worked at South Bend Brewing Association, which, if you live on the west side of town, you will know as the large castle-like building across Lincoln Way West from the Sunrise Cafe. And so today we turn to Saturday, May 11th, 1912. Fellow workmen fight. Vincent Sighthammer objects to cornfield near home. Objections to the planting of corn in a vacant lot near his house cost Vincent Sighthammer of North Adams Street a fine of $5 in the city court today. Sighthammer, who was an employee of the South Bend Brewing Association. From South Bend, Indiana, I'm Jacob Titus. Welcome to episode 2 of This Day in South Bend. On this podcast, we'll try to understand our city and its people by turning to the archives of the South Bend Tribune. In each episode, I will read an article or section published in the Tribune on that day in some year past, some days tying the subject to a current matter, and some days simply enjoying our history. Today is April 6, 2020. For today's show, we turn to this day in 1954 for a special building project announcement in downtown South Bend. Tribute to erect radio TV center. Begin work on structure in September. Modern building for downtown South Bend.
WSBT.
The erection of a building at the southwest corner of Lafayette and Jefferson Boulevards is announced by the Tribune, and plans are being prepared in the hope of starting the improvement in September. About a year will be required for construction and the installation of radio and television mechanical requirements. This building will be devoted entirely to WSBT and WSBT TV, the Tribune's radio and television stations, now in the Tribune building. WSBT, the 34th radio station in the United States to be owned and operated by a newspaper, has been in the Tribune building since it began operations in April 1922. Television operation began December 21st, 1921 at 11:50 p.m. Both stations have so grown in importance, public service, and operating personnel that they required increased working space. It is to provide thus that the building is to be constructed. The Tribune operation began December 21st, 1921 at 11:50 p.m. in the United States to be owned and operated by a newspaper, has been in the Tribune building since it began operations in April 1922. Television operation began December 21st, 1921 at 11:50 p.m. Both stations have so grown in importance, public Tribune building since it began operations in April 1922. Television operation began December 21st, 1921. BT, the third technical requirements. This building will be devoted entirely to WSBT and WSBT TV, the Tribune's radio and television stations, now in the Tribune building. WSBT, the 34th radio station in the United States to be owned and operated by a newspaper, has been in the Tribune building since it began operations in April 1922. Television operation began December 21st, 1921 at 11:50 p.m. Both stations have so grown in importance, public service, and operating personnel that they required increased working space. It is to provide thus that the building is to be constructed. The Tribune was the first UHF station in the United States to originate and air a live studio telecast. In addition to this necessary building, the working space in some departments of the Tribune building is not sufficient, so that the removal of WSBT and WSBT from their present quarters on the third floor of the Tribune building will afford space for departments now overcrowded. When these proposed changes are made, the Tribune building will be devoted entirely to the production of the Tribune. Under one roof, radio and television will will be under one roof, except that the present transmitters continue where they are presently located, just outside the city limits on Ironwood Road, southwest of the city, where a 38-acre farm property was purchased several years ago. On this property are located the transmitters, 4 towers 276 feet high for radio transmission, and 1 tower 479 feet high for television transmission. On this property are recreation and picnic grounds for Tribune employees. The property on which the new radio and television building will be constructed was the home for most of his long life of nearly 94 years of B.F. Dunn, well-known banker and real estate man and co-founder of River Park. It is now owned by Mr. Dunn's daughters, Mrs. F.A. Miller and Miss Blanche Dunn, and his only grandson, Franklin D. Schurz. The building will have a frontage on Lafayette Boulevard of 132 feet and on Jefferson Boulevard of 165 feet. It will be 2 stories of modern construction with an interior model to meet the most important requirements of most modern radio and television service. The exterior of the building will be largely of red brick and glass. The basement will accommodate a heating plant, part of the air conditioning service, power transformers, and other requirements for efficient operation throughout the building. The television studio is provided. One of the predominant features of the first floor will be the television studio. This will be a 50 by 80 feet in size and 2 stories high. Height is required to provide facilities for installation of the large number of overhead light grids necessary to give ample illumination to live programs. The large backgrounds for individual programs require greater height than is available in the ordinary room. This height is also required so that the long arm of the traveling microphone may have sufficient overhead clearance, enabling it to be moved freely and quickly over the heads of performers and still not be seen by viewers. In the north end of the studio will be removable audience seats for about 250 persons. A special room will be provided for the use of program sponsors who desire to see and study prospective programs. The main entrance will be on Jefferson Boulevard. It will lead to a waiting room, a lobby, and a conference room. The lobby will communicate with the studio. Adjacent to the studio will be a large room for camera storage and special effects. It will open into the studio. From this storage room, a corridor will lead to a large scenery, carpentry, and general work room on the south side of the building. Adjoining this room on the west will be a receiving and shipping room. The entrance to this room from the alley on the west will be wide enough to permit the passing in and out of automobiles and large trucks, scenery, and other essentials in efficient television operation. On this floor will also be offices, record, rehearsal, sports, music, news, announcements, wire control property, and restrooms. On the west of these rooms will be an uncovered private parking space. The second floor will have offices for the Chief Engineer Radio Operation, Television Director's Program Director, local and national sales departments, General Manager, Promotion, Business, and TV control facilities. Provision will be made on the different floors for storage and other requirements in a modern building used exclusively for radio and television. An elevator will serve the 2 floors and basement. Plan for color television. Provision will be made for taking advantage of rear screen projection to simulate scenes that might be required in programs. The designers have made provision for the future addition of equipment required for the origination of color telecasts. Recognizing the necessity of providing a building which would serve the public in both radio and television entertainment, every effort has been made to have this complete in every essential detail. The Tribune endeavored to find architects who had created structures for this purpose that profit could come from their experience and selected Pereira and Luckman of New York and Los Angeles, California, specialists in designing buildings for radio and television operation. This organization is well known in its particular field for its design of Television City in Hollywood, California, for the Columbia Broadcasting System, of which the Tribune has been an affiliate for more than a quarter of a century. Confidence in the future. In this improvement, the Tribune has placed its complete confidence in the future, not only of South Bend, but of this growing part of the Central West, a section that is destined to become one of the really great and truly prosperous parts of this nation. already serving 500,000 or more persons with its radio and television facilities, and around 300,000 persons reading its daily newspaper. The Tribune hopes to increase this service in keeping with the developments in newspaper publishing and radio and television advancement, and always to serve the public as satisfactorily and conscientiously as possible. Until tomorrow, thank you.
If you do become a victim of RV theft, the U.S.-based restoration will work to fix it. Plus, all plans are backed by the $1 million protection package.
From South Bend, Indiana, I'm Jacob Titus. Welcome to episode 42 of This Day in South Bend. Today is Tuesday, June 2nd, 2020. Across the country, we're in the middle of the census right now. This is the counting of everyone in the country, and it's really important for cities because it determines a lot of the funding and allocation of resources from the federal government down to local governments. And we're going to have more conversation about the census in a month or so on West SB, but I bring it up now because it's possible that we're going to see a population increase, a slight increase in South Bend's population in this upcoming census, which you don't have to be a history expert to know is not something that we're used to experiencing. This was brought to my attention by Joe Molnar. Joe is a resident of South Bend and employee of the city government who likes to think and write about cities. And he brought up this question of how the city and the Tribune specifically, because that's what we do on this podcast, talked about and dealt with the decades when South Bend lost so much of its population. This would be the 60s, 70s, and 80s for the most part. I think most of us have a simple version of this story in our mind, which is mostly true. A lot of people left the core city and moved out into the suburbs surrounding South Bend. And in the wake of that, the city tore down a lot of buildings and kind of went on some misadventures, like turning all of Michigan Street into a pedestrian plaza, or turning all of the streets into one-way streets. But my guess is that we could put a lot more flesh to this story of how the city grappled with this new reality. And so today we turn to Sunday, June 2nd, 1968, when annexation, the inclusion of communities surrounding a city, was the hot topic in South Bend. Annexation helps cities stay alive. Growth and control of sprawl among the benefits. By Marchment Kovas, Tribune City Government writer. And there's an editor's note that says this is the first of a series of articles on the reasons and problems of annexation procedures. Annexation is necessary for communities to stay alive, to keep growing, and to prevent disorderly urban sprawl on their fringes. But it is almost always anathema to the residents of the area to be annexed, and they oppose it with all the means at their command. The South Bend City Administration expressed the necessity last week at Common Council public hearings in a renewed program to annex tracts to the city, and property owners in those tracts forcefully demonstrated their opposition. For the property owners who fight annexation, it is simply a matter of dollars and cents. Annexation means a jump in their tax rate without, they claim, a commensurate increase in municipal benefits. The city administration is committed to a program of annexation. Said Mayor Lloyd M. Allen, we can't continue to ignore the problems of areas on the perimeter of the city and to let them develop into bigger problems. Waiting only makes it twice as expensive to solve later. The mayor said that the economic base of a city supports the satellite communities of the suburbs. People over the boundary line outside the city derive the benefits without paying the bill, said Allen. The problems developed in the suburb because initially the county had practically no controls over the manner in which outlying suburbs were permitted to grow and sprawl. Later controls were adopted, but the county was lax in enforcing them, he declared. Now, the county is adopting rigid codes in zoning, subdivisions, health matters, building, and drainage. But in many instances, the door is being closed after the horse is out of the barn. The current annexation policy of the city was adopted after numerous consultations with the Common Council. In November 1966, the Area Plan Commission, in close cooperation with city engineer Lloyd S. Taylor, prepared an annexation study. John K. Wilson, executive director of the commission, said the report was not meant as a definitive recommendation on what areas to annex, but as a guide to annexations that would be feasible and reasonable. Taylor takes the view that the inner city would deteriorate and choke if surrounding suburbs got the upper hand and prevented the city from further expansion. The commission study indicates that the west and southwest boundaries of the city could be expected to be pushed to the South Bend bypass, the south boundary to near Roosevelt Road, the east boundary to Hickory Road, and north to Brick Road. On the northeast fringe of the city, the properties of the University of Notre Dame and St. Mary's College could reasonably be expected to be inside the city limits to the mutual benefit of both the schools and the city, according to the study. Before a city makes a decision to annex adjacent territory, all facts on both sides of the issue would be compared, says the Commission Annexation Study. Historically, cities that have followed this procedure have enjoyed greater success in accomplishing overall growth programs. This implies that the annexing city should be vitally interested in all aspects of a possible annexation, and not only in the economic benefits to be derived, it added. Topographic features, population density, traffic and street patterns, availability of utilities, drainage, and social and cultural patterns should be considered, according to the report. The rapid growth of cities and suburbs has created problems in providing a desirable level of municipal services to a large number of persons living in urbanized areas, the study states. And the services become increasingly complex to provide when urbanization takes place in territory immediately surrounding cities and towns. This problem now confronts large, unincorporated sections of St. Joseph County, which are beginning to feel the initial development constraints of urbanization. The outward growth is due in part to a decrease in supply of undeveloped land inside South Bend and Mishawaka. This lack of available building tract within the present city limits in lieu of subsequent annexation will require further growth into the unincorporated parts of the county, said the study. Such sprawling growth without cohesive planning and control will only compound the problems of the city and the people living there, according to the study. Until tomorrow, thank you for listening. From South Bend, Indiana, I'm Jacob Titus. Welcome to episode 43 of This Day in South Bend. Today is Wednesday, June 3rd, 2020. If you're listening to this episode, then it is Wednesday, June 3rd or later, but I am recording this episode one day prior on Tuesday, June 2nd, which is primary voting day here in South Bend. And because that political schedule has stayed the same through a lot of our country's history, when I'm looking back in the paper on these dates, I'm finding a lot about elections. And so today we turn to Monday, June 3rd, 1895, for a story about the rising number of women who are interested in public affairs in South Bend. The Women's Movement. The women have decided not to keep a candidate for the school board in the field this year, but will wait until next when they will push their claims with renewed energy. This movement, new to South Bend, but old in many other places, has been looked on with considerable interest by women and by men. The advancement which women have made within the past few years has been so marked that it has had to be acknowledged, even by many who think, or try to think, that women should not have a hand in public affairs. On the other hand, many of those who have favored the women's movement have done so because they believe that women were so constructed that they would invest public matters with a spirit of purity, not now attained in some channels where politics is the governing feature. Woman does not like to think of or to see dishonesty, that is, the class of women who have taken up the movement. Not that in the end evil spirits might not control, as is frequently the case in affairs governed by men, but that the kind of women now in control of the idea may keep control and instill honesty and purity of thought and purpose into all who may join their forces. If they can do this, they cannot fail to exert a potent influence for good. The women's movement has appeared as a permanent one and will come to be accepted as a matter of course. While there are those who now scoff at it, there is no need denying that woman in her present state of advancement is destined to wield a powerful influence in public affairs. In doing so, the fear is experienced that she will lose her sweet grace of femininity. Some may, but the majority need and should not. It is this very quality that will reach out for good, and it is, therefore, the quality which women should cultivate and preserve. Until tomorrow, thank you for listening.
You hear that music? It's very much like Pawnee music. Horns and shit. This one person did this one website. I forget what it is, but it's on Pawnee. It's phenomenal. Shout out to that guy if you're seeing this.
With children and caring for your family. That's very, very strong with any person, woman or man, who has Cancerian energy. Home, family, nurturing, psychic sensitivity. Good luck, Mary. Hope that works out for you. Next up, we're going to May 25th, 1965. 52565, Doug's with us in Edwardsville, Illinois. Hello, Douglas. Go ahead.
Hello. I actually have a whole family of centennial birthdays, but I won't get into that now. But I did want to say this was my first time talking to you, George. I'm sorry for you and the whole crew about Ian. I'm really interested in this numerology thing because, like I said, a lot of my family members have very interesting, coincidental, and cross.
He was supposed to be the head of the thing at Kansas State.
Well, I just pointed out a little earlier, literally on May 25 of this year, your birthday, Jupiter enters Gemini, which is your sun sign. So what's going to happen is, right after your birthday, you're getting this phenomenal Jupiter energy that you haven't had in 12 years. Jupiter spends about a year at a time. So I made a sort of big deal about this now because it is. Jupiter and Uranus are coming together. They literally came together on the day of the real moon landing when Neil Armstrong
Said he's going to be president of
Jupiter-Uranus conjunction at 0 of Libra on that day. We have Jupiter-Uranus conjunction that is
Kansas State.
here. So again, every Gemini, sometime person between May 25 of this year and around June 9th of next year, Jupiter is going through the entire sign of Gemini, which also includes the former President of the United States, Donald Trump. But just watch for Jupiter, study it. We have a Jupiter report on the website.
Maybe he'll be brought back to life someday and become president of Kansas State.
Through email attachment if you decide to order that. You have a lot of Gemini. You also have Venus in Gemini in a very strong position. It looks like your moon is in Pisces, which a previous caller had, and that is an indication also of your psychic sensitivity.
Had you spoken with me about it? Yeah, I never retweeted the fucking thing.
And you're getting Jupiter coming back. So that's pretty phenomenal. Just study and learn more about Jupiter. You should be one of these persons who gets our new Jupiter report. Mark, you discovered something called the nuclear axis. What is that? Okay, well, when I was 34, Welcome to Planet Earth was a newsletter before it became a newspaper back in Amherst, Massachusetts. My girls were very young at that point. And
That goes against your dream. He was alive in your dream because he becomes the head of the Kansas State. Becomes huge. Kansas State becomes like Manhattan, Kansas becomes huge. Lawrence, Kansas becomes huge. Well, you're right about
May 29th, birthday 1917. His son was in the nuclear axis for the whole standoff of Khrushchev and Castro in October of 62. There's also these two red giant stars, okay, Aldebaran, traditionally constellation Taurus, and Aries in constellation Scorpio. They are energizing this area. So believe it or not, our nuclear stuff is connected to these super red giant stars and the sign Gemini and Sagittarius. And again, Jupiter is going into the nuclear axis after May of 25. It's going to be like in June and July, and spend some time there. That could be good to sort of get this beat away from all these terrible times where Putin and different people, and most recently Kim in North Korea, they keep threatening all this stuff. So we need to change in the big way. Mark, thank you so much. Keep in touch with us. Let's see what unfolds in 2024. Up next, psychic Vince Jenna joins us. Next.
tonight. You said we could tell us about tomatoes. When did he care for him?
She said, hey, you work at KFI? I said, yeah. And she said, my boyfriend listens to you all the time. I said, oh, that's cool. What's his name? She was, it's my ex-boyfriend. Whenever we got in the car at night, he wanted to listen to you, and I wanted to talk, and I got pissed. Whoa! I wrote them up. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. Well, now that you say so, 20 more minutes. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI, and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Hosted by true crime author and Jewish storyteller Neil Katie Slater, the new podcast, The Greatest True Crime Stories Ever Told, delivers riveting narratives about killers, scammers, journalists, and defenders. Drawn from years of research, this podcast redefines true crime, breaking free from stereotypes. We provided investigators and mountain police on the scene with exactly the evidence they needed to take 4 murderers to court. Listen to The Greatest True Crime Stories Ever Told on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
In this week's marketing report, Dana Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing.
Shout out to Kansas State's audio team. It's radio team. They won the national championship under Ethan Highlights today.
That's the beauty of iHeart Network.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Did you know that you can lose your nursing, teaching, or real estate license with a DUI? What about your job? I'm attorney Gary Capito, founder of 1-800-NO-COPS. What you don't know can and will hurt you. Call 1-800-NO-COPS. That's 1-800-NO-COPS. I wanted to be an undercover cop because of Johnny Depp.
Oh, okay. And what happened with that? You didn't see it through, did you?
I can mix in with the high schoolers. Hey, fellow kids.
Jerry and Shannon. I think you could.
Not with this airline. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. An independent voice in a world full of retweets.
2024.
It's time for your morning wake-up call. Here's Amy K.
And it is a happy new year. It's 5 o'clock. Good morning. January 2nd, 2024. I'm Amy King. Glad you're with us to get back to regular. We were here yesterday, but I think a lot of people were sleeping it off after a fun New Year's. And we were here, but we're glad you're here today and ready to get going. I think it's going to be a good year. I think it's going to be a crazy year, but I think it's going to be a good year. Fingers crossed. Here's what's ahead on Wake Up Call. A large passenger plane has erupted in flames after crashing into a Coast Guard plane.
Oh, dude, this isn't that hard.
Tokyo. The Coast Guard crew was killed, but more than 350 passengers and crew on the other plane were able to
You want to just do it there?
A large group of demonstrators
Like
had
that?
gathered outside former House
Perfect.
Speaker Nancy Pelosi's home in San Francisco, calling for a ceasefire in the Gaza
And just
Strip. The group
refresh.
says it wants Pelosi to push for money being sent to Israel to fight its war against Hamas to be used to help Bay Area residents in need instead. It wasn't a jackpot, but nothing to stick at. One ticket with 5 of the 6 winning Powerball numbers was sold in Baker. That ticket is worth $1.2 million. Someone in Michigan matched all 6 winning numbers. For 2024 is the winner of an $842 million Powerball jackpot. Let's get started with some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Some shenanigans at the Rose Parade. A woman has been arrested after police say she tried to ram her car through a barricade along the parade route. Pasadena City spokesperson Mr. Zavarian says the barricades did their job, and several parade watchers could have been injured if the woman in her 20s had been able to get through the barricade yesterday morning. Her car had serious damage. Police say it happened just a few blocks away from a pro-Palestinian protest that briefly interrupted the parade, but that the two are not related. More than 10 people blocked the Rose Parade route right as the parade was about to start yesterday morning. The group walked in front of the first float, held up the parade for about 15 minutes. Later in the day, about 65 people held a similar demonstration outside where the parade floats are on display for the public. Police are looking for a shooter after 2 people were killed at a New Year's Eve party in downtown LA. The Uber driver says he just arrived to pick up 4 women from the party early Monday morning.
I could see inside the warehouse and the lights and the music and all that stuff. It was clearly an underground warehouse party, and there's hundreds of people.
That sounds tight. I wish I was there.
Argument and the shooting started.
I see a man with a gun start opening fire, just rapid, probably within 20 yards. And there's shell cases flying. People are starting to scatter.
Several people were injured and 3 were taken to the hospital. 5 crew members have been killed in a fiery plane crash on the runway of Tokyo's busiest airport during one of the busiest travel days of the year.
An Airbus A350, which is a large plane, collided with that Japanese Coast Guard plane and burst into that fireball.
ABC's Matt Putnam says officials are investigating the entire airport. 379 passengers on board and the pilot managed to escape. Officials in Japan are assessing the damage and looking for survivors following a massive 7.6 earthquake and its aftershocks. Officials say at least 48 people have been killed. This tourist says he was visiting Toyama in Tokyo.
It started very slowly, and everybody kind of left it up. They thought, oh, this is kind of humorous, on New Year's Day, and then it was just a violent shake.
Japan's prime minister says damage is widespread and casualties are likely to rise. If you're already feeling a little behind in the new year, maybe an extra day can help you. 2024 is a leap year, so instead of 365 days in the calendar, we get 366. Today gets added to February every 4 years to keep our dates in sync with the seasons. This year's bonus day we're called February 29th. Let's say good morning to Nick Hollywood and take an early look at our morning news.
Good morning. It's actually looking pretty quiet because things have been posted and regularly through this afternoon this morning. Nothing too major. I know contact kind of been scouring a lot to try to figure out what exactly is messing things up for you. Got issues for you in the North and Long Beach general area. East
710. Let's say you got a track that has upper lane taken away. It's going to be a little bit different at least outside of the 91. And you approach the 710 and head away from it. So as you can tell, pretty quiet. I'm not thinking major going down before you're getting out of the Inland Empire in Orange County. In fact, about 22 to 25 minutes for your drive on the downtown Riverside. As you make way to Anaheim and 405, got enough data only slowing you down. Time to position yourself on keyword. You stay on traffic. Setting the traffic on behind Desert with us on 715. Definitely see some passage ways for you. From past your escape ramp through the tunnel passes and make way beyond the 138. Kind of letting passenger drivers make way to between that place point and ordinance further south on the 15. Continuing into the C-15 into Boris, make way into the Inland Empire. Looking good for your drive. Okay, if I'm the guy who gets there faster, I'm Nick Collins.
Thank you, Nick. Let's say good morning now to ABC's Tom Rivers. Tom, I'm kind of putting you on the spot because you're covering the earthquake in Japan. Do you have any updates on that plane crash or collision at the Tokyo airport one?
Yeah, let's start at the top. Pretty horrific pictures you've seen now, and it's my airport. I've only gone through it once, and I remember like modern, but a nice place. I've been out airport there, a Airbus A350 coming down to land, JL flight, domestic flight, and it took another plane on the runway, on the tarmac. That happened to be a Japanese Coast Guard plane that was preparing to deliver relief aid to the western part of Japan because of the earthquake on Monday. Bottom line is the Airbus plane went up very, very quickly. Without before everybody. Amazing 379 people got off of that plane, crew and passengers. As for the Dash 8, the smaller plane, sadly, it looks like 5 of the 6 crew members there perished in the collision at Fire. So, yeah, tragic days on the airstrip in Tokyo.
Yeah, amazing that everybody got off, because if you've seen any of the video from this morning, that big passenger plane
Everybody got off. It's a good thing, Ross.
I'm
so fucked.
The very, very back of the plane, you could see a couple of windows where the fire was internal at that stage. And then, literally, people, got off of it, clambered onto the thing, and amazingly, if you saw the pictures, you didn't know the story, you assumed a lot of people died, but not the case.
Good to hear, and I'll just take a minute to say thank you to the crew, because they are so well trained to get people off the plane in those situations.
Oh, very much. We're all guilty, not paying attention. If something happened, where is that exit door on your seat? It makes sense because it happens once in a million, but nobody thought on that plane what happened today, but it happened today.
So then you mentioned that Coast Guard plane was there to bring aid to some of the areas hit by the earthquake. It's been about 24 hours since the swarm of earthquakes hit western Japan. There were tsunami warnings, but were there any big waves?
No, but I mean, they've been through this. They know the drill. Initially, they were fearing there could be up to 16-foot waves, but that was ratcheted down over the subsequent hours. So that was not the case. But the death toll sadly has been rising. The current number is 48. And again, if you've seen some of the pictures, we've got crews there now. Some buildings have been destroyed, others are damaged, and they're probably going to, sadly, the death toll is going to rise. In some parts of western Japan, there's no water, no power, no cell phones, etc., etc. So the officials say, look, if your home got some major faults with it, get out of there. There's places for you, schools, auditoriums, etc. So yeah, and of course the aftershock, about 160 now, some of them pretty severe indeed.
Japan is known for its big quakes. So they're better prepared for shaking like this than we are in the U.S. or in other parts, because like when we recently had Afghanistan or Pakistan, they had a big quake, and it was a similar size, but thousands of people died.
Well, very much so. It has to do with the history and also building codes. Building codes mean life or death. And, some countries, it is what it is. And we'll often see, for instance, think back to last year in Turkey. Some real tragic stories coming out of there. But if you have the correct building codes, you got a fighting chance with some
people and their reactions. And what I saw was it looked like it was inside a department store, and you could see the shaking and some pretty severe jolts, and people were just very calm and it kind of hunkered down a little bit, but they didn't run out into the streets or anything. I think that their reaction, probably because they're used to the quake, is so different than in other areas of the world.
I guess so, you know. I had an experience just once in Japan with an earthquake, and it happened to be realistic in 1998 in Nagano. And, just see, in my bed, and the light on the ceiling starts moving to influence. So I just slowly got up and got outside of the village. But talking to people that came from your neck of the woods, they go, that's small potato stuff, no big deal. Well, if you've never been there, you just know it's clear that way.
Absolutely. So you said that there's a possibility the casualty numbers could rise. What is it? What do they do now to start recovering?
Yeah, well, here we go from day one recovery, and it could take months and months. In layman's terms, looking at some of these buildings, they're going to have to be ripped down. And of course, quick zones, you have to go through the rubble, and of course, we're in the critical hours now, and trying to find, may not be many, but you can find some miraculous stories of people trapped for fill in the blank, hours or days being pulled out, and then go from there.
Do we have any idea of the number of people who are missing or unaccounted for?
No, we don't have that figure yet, but as I say, officials are ramping up the death numbers, and they say be prepared for more.
John Rivers, thank you so much for the information. Appreciate it, and I appreciate the update on that plane collision at the Tokyo airport as well.
Thank you.
All right, take care. Let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KSI 24-hour newsroom. Snow is becoming a part of LA County. The National Weather Service has issued a winter weather advisory with 3 to 8 inches of snow expected in the mountains. The advisory is up from 3 tomorrow morning until 10 a.m. Thursday for the San Gabriel Mountains and Highway 14 corridor. It will affect Pyramid Lake, Acton, Warm Springs, Mill Creek, Mount Wilson, Mount Baldy, Wrightwood, and Angeles Crest Highway. Detectives say they're trying to figure out who shot 5 people in Hawthorne and why.
When Hawthorne police officers arrived on scene at a strip mall in the 14100 block of Crenshaw Boulevard, they said they initially found a man and woman who'd been shot. But after LA County Sheriff's investigators pitched in to help with the case, they said they found out 3 others had also been shot. The 5 were taken to various hospitals. The woman later died. The man was in stable condition, and the status of the other 3 is unknown. The shooting happened just after midnight Saturday. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
Taylor Swift has kicked off 2024 by breaking another chart record. ABC's Jason Nathanson says Taylor's version of 1989 topped the Billboard 200 for a 5th non-consecutive week, bringing her total number of weeks at number 1 across all of her albums to 68.
One more. The previous solo music act leader was Country. The King's last number 1 came in 2002.
Only one band has beaten Elvis and Swift, and that would be the Beatles. The Fast Forward is 132 weeks at number 1. When we come back, we're going to get your 2024 started off on the right financial foot. Find out also why you need to ignore your 401k, at least for now. But right now, let's check in with Dick Polioski. We've got a crash that has cleared in Long Beach on the 91.
So the details were a little sketch last go round, and not much better this go round, other than everything has been cleared to the right shoulder, at least for the most part. Eastbound side passing at 710 as you make way into the North Long Beach area. Maybe affecting your transition 710 north and 91 east, so definitely heads up for you here. We'll keep you updated as best as possible. Still seeing people there from eastbound side, up in 91, just letting past you at the corner of Road Santa Fe, Alameda. As you make way down the 710, getting into the North Long Beach area. If you have an update on this or anything else slowing you down, time to put in your cell phone keyword, so that's traffic. KFI in the sky helps get there faster. I'm Nick Polioski. For this week's Marketers Report, we learn about the value of local aid sponsors for uncertain times. From Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
The economy is tough for everyone, and taking a step back and understanding the pain that your customers are currently going through because of the tough environment is really important. We have 19,000 agents across the country, and they understand what's going on in those very unique communities. I'm such a customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
This recording is sponsored by Compassion International. We've all felt the impact of rising food prices. The families in poverty are facing malnutrition and even death. You can feed a family for a month with your $50 donation to Compassion International. Just text the word radio to 97646.
Hey, this is Rick Kennedy, Police on Popo. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz. The Clippers pulled away in the second half to beat the Heat. Kawhi Leonard led the way with 24 points in his return from injury. The Lakers will get a crack at the Heat tomorrow. The Rams walked Lakers ahead of Sunday's regular season finale. They cut Lucas Havlicek and brought back Brett Maher. And it'll be #1 Michigan against #2 Washington for the college football playoff national championship on Monday. I'm Mr. Jordan.
The Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration is here with incredible offers on exceptional vehicles you're about to love, like the EQE C-Class or the EQE SUV. Find an exclusive offer on a vehicle you'll adore now through January 2nd. Learn more at mbusa.com/special offers. Hey, Conway here. Are you like me?
The world changed a lot after World War II, especially Frank Sinatra. The world didn't change. The primary was the widespread growth of a new media, television. Bluetooth supplanted radio as Americans faded into time. This free entertainment was only the first growth of movie stars. A Supreme Court decision forced them to divest themselves, owned and operated theaters. This one-two punch threw the studios for a loop. Movies were more expensive, the audience was shrinking, and the studios now had no guarantee their movies would get into theaters. Sound recording changed, too. A new process called tape recorder is an improvement over the old way of mastering records. Little 45 singles replaced the big 78 RPM platters, which have been around since the turn of the century. The sounds on the records began to change, too. Bebop mutated into a new form called rock and roll. In the early 50s, the music industry considered it Sinatra was in the middle, a band singer from a musical era that was passing, an era of grand ballroom and gigantic theater. Radio performer in the dawning age of video prodigy.
Why have I always been a failure? What can the reason be?
The star of movie musicals in a time when studios tightened their belts and cutting loose their rosters of stars. Both his professional life and his personal life were turbulent. From his glory days as the idol of teenage girls, Sinatra's stock and followed gossip. Gossip columnists linked him to Hollywood beauties like singer Marilyn Manson.
Coming back for you. What's the good to say? What does it take? What does it take to get you?
His affair with Lana Turner was a not so well kept secret. All the while, he kept up the facade of a happy home life with his wife and 3 kids. His recording label, Columbia, was not pleased with record sales. Sinatra's new songs didn't make the charts like they had before. With a bubble-headed, bleached blonde TV personality named Dagmar, Sinatra cut his worst record, Mama Will Bark, a novelty duet with a guy barking in the background. Sinatra hated him, chafed under the leadership of Mitch Miller, a former oboe player, now Columbia's head artist of Sinatra's relationship with Ava Gardner blossomed for sessions.
Touch me and you'll live twice.
The earthy sex appeal she showed in her breakthrough film Killers focused on Frank. Divorce was the only way for Frank's wife, Nancy. She couldn't bear the public humiliation and pain of her husband, so in love with another woman. Sinatra's image took a beating. Movie-wise, Sinatra was just as unlucky. A one-shot picture for Universal told the tale of the singer selling himself to mobsters in exchange for stardom. Audiences had read the rumors of Sinatra's own mobster pal. True or not, the stories clung to Sinatra like a bad stink. One more later. During a nightclub gig, Frank's vocal cords started bleeding. Too much smoking, too much singing, too much stress. He was told to rest. Even hinted he was washed up, singing without a voice.
There was a very dark period in my career, about 1961, and thanks to a wonderful fellow named Bob Hope. Very frankly, I'm stupid about it. I could hardly get myself a job in one day. Mr. Hope gave me a spot to do on one of the television, one of the early one-hour so-called extravaganzas. And he set me up so beautifully, and I had he arranged for me to have all the laughs, and it was just one of the most wonderful things that happened to me.
You don't seem to understand. You do not get the prize yet. This is only an audition. Now, if you make good on the audition and then on the show, the possibility you might get a reprise.
He was a nice lady, you boy.
No, you don't seem to understand, young man. You came up here to do something. What was it? To sing?
No, what? I make it a peak.
You came up here to play a what?
I don't play, I make it a peak.
Well, I don't know what that is, but I'll go on. I don't know what it is.
You sure you want me to use piano?
Use the piano. It's perfectly all right.
Play until I get the beat ready.
I should have to pay for it. I don't have to pay for it. Now we go. Ready now? Need to know just talk about when I'm a the kind of shit needs to no longer from now on. But I will pay for it. If you know anything I would
Even at his lowest point, he had good breath.
It's a great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Frank. It's a great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to be here tonight. Jack, you know, you were only supposed to introduce me and then tell a few jokes and then introduce you. Well, you see, Frank, I got to talking about myself and I'm sort of carried away. You know, how you get like that, you see. But what are we supposed to do right now? Well, we usually do a song all around here. We do. Well, unfortunately, I don't sing. I know, Jack, but I'm supposed to sing a song. Oh, you're going to sing it on my stage. Well, all right. And mind you, though, we had a half hour. I got about 3 seconds. So, and obviously, the industry is watching whether or not I could come around and get on the campus.
Professionally, Frank Sinatra couldn't get arrested. Personally, that was another. Sometimes drinking took an edge off the stress. Sometimes it just made it worse. At a nightclub, Frank got in there deep with a bitchy New York columnist, Lee Mortimer. Sinatra said that Mortimer had called him a date. Supposedly, Sinatra responded by calling Lee Mortimer a degenerate, although in truth he used a slightly more urgent term. The argument ended up in a punch. Both men ended up in court. In another club, another night, some drunk referred to Sinatra's friend Judy Garland as the Dame, Sinatra's deputy. To prove she was no dame, Judy was the guy too. The press had been gunning for Sinatra since the Bobby Sox days. Taking pot shots at his skinny frame, his bow tie, his hysterical face. They gloated his professional and personal slide on the tube. Soon he'd be just another forgotten dance in Kenny Baker, a former phenomenon like the Valley. Sinatra grew weird and delirious in the press. For every guy he quote accurately, 5 guys would pick up lies. Paparazzi flashbulbs popped in his face everywhere. Reporters followed. Newspapers dug into his private life. To make matters worse, David told the Sun. Cecilia Appleton, co-star with Grace Kelly in Park Theater, Dumb, a color remake of 2014.
You know, this is no Sir Galahad who loves for a flower. This is a two-legged boa constrictor.
Frank would wither there, for one thing, and stand being separated from him on Sunday. For another, he had nothing better to do. The juicy role of Maggio in From Here to Eternity jump-started his career back to life. He pleaded with Columbia Pictures for the role and settled for a measly $4,000, a tenth of what he was making before. On location in Hawaii, Sinatra worked close with director Fred Zinnemann. The steamy novel became an equally sexy film, critical success, a major box office hit, and Frank Sinatra won an Oscar for Best Supporting Actor.
I walked over that best, started running my lines in my head, walking back and forth. Somebody tapped me on the shoulder. He said, "Hey, you're the guy who killed Frank Sinatra." He said, "I know it." I said, "What do you want to do that for?" I said, "Well, you see, it was only a movie." And I said, "You know, he's a good friend of mine." Somebody in the town spoke up and said, "You never beat him up." And I said, "Momento, anch'io parlo in italiano." You know, I too am of Italian descent. And I said, "And I'd be very happy to take you on one at a time." But I said, "You know, it was only a book, all this in the time." He said, "You say Italiano, you're Italian." Of course. Well, why didn't you say so?
Not even Frank Sinatra knew the dark cloud anti-communist hysteria permeated Nashville. By 1963, both sides possessed thermonuclear weapons, bombs that could wipe out the cities in seconds. Fear of total war and communism spread across America like a black cloud. Sinatra was a lifelong liberal. That much was true. He had grown up in a working-class neighborhood. He had always sympathized with the little people. He and his parents were Democrats. Mother Dolly still remained politically active back in Hoboken. And one of Frank Sinatra's most prized possessions was a picture of President Franklin Roosevelt, whom he had met several
Well,
times.
I couldn't many pictures of Roosevelt, but I have something that's rather interesting to say about this particular copy of it. I was looking at a picture of the late president after he died. Rather unusual, and I was told by the fanaticals later that he thought it was one of the last times that he'd ever signed a signature. Why I'm responsible.
But FDR was dead. By the 1950s, anyone with a liberal thought was suspect. In Washington, the House Un-American Activities Committee subpoenaed dozens of Hollywood types to get a little press coverage and, secondarily, carried out the supposed menaces of the film. The UAC committee put witnesses in a vice. They had the rotten choice of admitting membership in the Communist Party and naming other people who also were members, or not naming names, themselves on unofficial blackmail never working again.
Choose to answer that question. Is that correct? I have told you that I will fight for my beliefs, my affiliations, and everything else to the American public, and they will know where I stand as they do from what I have witnessed.
The irony was that membership in the Communist Party in America wasn't against the law in 1930. A group of writers and directors stood on their constitutional fight for huge desert dubbed as the Hollywood 10. Most served short prison terms in central time. Their courage began to career. Most were unemployed for years. One of them was Sinatra's friend Albert Mull, who lived in the house I lived in back in 1945, a plea for tolerance with brother. Sinatra's friendship with Mull somehow indicated that Sinatra himself was a communist sympathizer.
Well, Frankie is a man of many, many colors, and some of them
very few people know. My wife, whose family is from Spain, and she was in sympathy with the labor in the north of Spain, which was being killed off by the Spanish army, the German army. And Mrs. Roosevelt put together a movement, maybe 15,000 people, to raise money for these people in Spain who were fleeing into France. France accepted them, but did not support them. They had their own problem. The word got to the senator who was against all this, and he named these people as communists, which at that time meant that they could never work for them. And that's what happened to my wife. Well, right on top of that, just at the end of the war, she and I were getting married at St. Patrick's. There was an awful lot of people there that didn't want us to be married to the church. Not the church people, but the Muslims. You just got to get in on things like that. But Frankie, in his own day, managed to help things out. I don't think that he like to go into much detail about that. But he is, like I say, a man of many colors. And he made our marriage a lot better.
The problem of speaking out against injustice is the crux of a new film at Columbia. Director Elia Kazan had testified to the new actor that he had named names. A lot of people hated Kazan. The story was set in the mob-controlled docks of New York and New Jersey, with an ex-boxer standing up against a crime boss based on real life in Albert on the stage. Marlon Brando waffled about the role, so producer Sam Spiegel cast Sinatra as the ex-boxer. It was a great script. Sinatra knew it was perfect to follow up for Here to Eternity.
I really don't.
Then Brando flopped back and decided to do Sinatra by suit as the producer. He held a grudge against Brando for years. To make it worse, Marlon Brando won an Academy Award for the role. Movies in the 1950s changed the style and shape. Gritty realism, pictures like Here to Eternity and On the Waterfront dealt with real problems the way fluffy 1940s films never did. They contrasted with outlandish 3D films like House of Wax and the widescreen spectacles of Rose. Frank Sinatra's first brush with stereo sound was the film Three Coins in the Fountain, for which he sung the title song.
What happened? Grown by three hopeful lovers. Which one will the fountain bless?
The film was a hit. The song became a romantic perennial and part of his repertoire. On a small screen, Sinatra's renewed popularity was paired with a brassy Ethel Merman for a TV version of the Cole Porter's musical Anything Goes. Colgate's Comedy Hour presented the show on February 28, 1954.
Well, maybe I gave you the wrong impression about this thing.
What do you mean?
Well, I can't put it in as many words, but I guess I'm not the free and easy type guy like I thought I was with you. I just want to be on the loose,
What about everything you said? You and
I want to stick my dick in his mouth and grind his own circle.
It was just one of those things. Just one of those.
Also in the cast was comedian Bert Law, famous as the Cowardly Lion, and
I'm just running up me so much.
Not now, baby, later.
The live performance showed that Sinatra could sustain characterization, but he wasn't just capable of the short bursts of acting necessary for it. Offers came in from legitimate stage producers to prank headline Broadway shows. The lengthy run was necessary for a stage hit that felt no appeal. His career moving full steam. Frank tried to get his marriage to Kate back on track. He tagged along to Europe and he felt the barefoot contestant on the boat. Frank became a pal of Rabbi and a big member of the Holy Hills Rat Pack, outcasts who loved drinking, carousing, and laughing. After Bogey's death, the leadership of the Rat Pack involved in himself. Still, the relationship fizzled. As lovers, they got along great. As friends, they had a lot of laughs. As husband and wife.
This is
In later years, people would say of her husband,
this is something I've never seen, never understood. It's
for men sense
really
loved her, desired her. Somehow,
in comparison to some of the hell it's good.
Frank set his sights on Las Vegas with that. He headlined there and made some good shows. Maybe owning one of the joints would be a big deal too. Las Vegas had been born and was run by Iro and Marster, but still, the Nevada Gaming Commission scrutinized potential casino owners like they were out at home. The commission spent a year and a half considering Sinatra's application before granting him permission to own 2% in San Jose. That soon grew to 9%. Suddenly, things were popping again.
But you see, Sheriff, that's the way it is. When you've got a gun, you are a sort of guy. If you had the gun, I'd be the chump and you'd be the guy.
And suddenly, his name was next picture. Sinatra took a major chance playing an unlikable villain, a psychopathic warhead.
You must have had it during the war. You could miss a man if you had a mind to, or you could kill dead in his tracks. And that made you kind of go. And I liked it. Without the gun, I'm nothing. And I never had anything before I got one. First time I got one on my hands and killed a man, I got some self-respect. I was somebody. Like this kid over here. If that cat pistol was a real gun and I didn't have a gun, he'd be a kind of a god too. And if I wanted my life, I'd worship the ground he walks on. And I'd pay him the $500,000 for my life. Because life is all I have. But the squirt doesn't have the gun. I have. And I can loose the light.
There had been assassination attempts on President Roosevelt and Truman.
Don't you realize what that means? It's assassination. He's your president too. Take a deal with you, boy. We kill you instead of the president. That's even, Stephen. Okay with you? Good now. Anybody else want to take the heat off the president? Don't you, Sheriff? It's a bad joke, huh? Anybody else want to volunteer? Commies. They're enemy agents. All right, who is behind it now? I haven't the slightest idea.
Suddenly, through Frank's raw emotion, it appeared to be Trinity was no clue. Now, Brody commented, Frank had kept his mind off fraud and on acting. He could see the star in Hollywood. Real tragedy struck close in November 1954. Sammy Davis Jr. could barely survive the car crash. Lost an eye. Built his career. Frank stayed by his side during the ordeal, helped him come back. Frank Sinatra knew he'd been very lucky. He also knew there were a lot of people who needed help. He used his fame to draw attention to important times. Played many benefits throughout the 1950s and for the next 30 years, raising millions for charities and medical research.
Probably the most generous man in the world. Just he makes this away. Really well.
Doesn't look very good, does it? I think I came just in time. That's reinforcements.
Hey!
This is a battlefield, make-believe and real. The real battle is the one Gordy Nolde is fighting with tuberculosis.
The serious message was public service marked only by the fact that the brave little Clipper kid was obviously Jerry Madden, later the star of TV.
I could go on for hours giving you examples of my flawless judgment. But sometimes, through the years, I pick the winner.
Like this song, Phil Silvers and Jimmy Van Heusen wrote a long time ago for a very little 2-year-old girl. It's got a sort of a special meaning to me. Not because she's one of my daughters, but at the time she was about the prettiest little thing you ever saw. She was Audrey Hepburn and Taylor. Nancy's the preacher, they're just the trail. No angel could replace Nancy's little afternoon. It's a very pretty song, isn't it? A very pretty girl, too. I've known her all her life because she happens to be my daughter, Nancy. Actually, I always happen to have a picture of her with me. And if you're wondering about these are Christmas seals. Always carry them with me this time of the year.
Public service announcements like these combine complete donations, synoptic, personal, and professional invitations. Warner Brothers revamped their film Four Daughters, musical singing star Doris Day. Frank took the role of Richard, played by John Larry. The theme song, like most, is not sung.
Can come true. It can happen to you if you're young at heart.
Based on Patty Hearst's most beloved romantic adventure, Young at Heart tells the story of a northern land just like you in the sunset. There's the nofilter, and there's a stranger on the treasure, Barney Sloan, character. Right enough to come over his romantic track, he might learn the value of elections are in place. Ever since they started their newspapers, there's been a constant increase to it. As to whether visitors, including reporters, should be allowed on the statue. The Nazi orders are set closed, whereupon Doris, who is as friendly as she is well-liked, orders it reopened. As a result, this day is getting most of the favorable publicity, while the Nazi is being blamed for everything that goes wrong. On the few occasions when the reporters have managed to corner Frankie, he's been so thoroughly that the interviews were never printed, or else there would be such a snide vein that Sinatra would have been better off without the car. Sinatra, on the other hand, had found his career at a standstill little more than a year ago, with movie producers and radio and television sponsors all avoiding him like the plague. Luckily for Frank, one good ticket put him on top of him. But he should remember, the disaster that nearly ruined him once can happen again. If ever I knew a man who was begging for it, he is that man.
Here we go again.
Hey, get the picture live, maybe get a new suit, a lot of hullabaloo, and one day I'm walking down the street, around the corner comes a bolt of lightning. Pow! D-E-D, dead. I love you, man. I love you. Understand? Nobody gets you. If you are
The award for Best Supporting Actress will be made by the Best Supporting Actor winner of last year, Mr. Frank Sinatra, right here.
Bob, if you I'm making a joke. I'd like to take it seriously, and last year was about to be a kind of a turning point in my life. So with a lot of gratitude, not only I have in New York, the winner is Eva
Marie Saint played her co-star with the man who gave her her Oscar, the TV production of Our Town. During the 1950s, the Sinatra sound changed. The era of the big band was fading. The arrangements of Billy May and especially Nelson Riddle were perfectly matched by Sinatra's growing mastery of phrasing and tone. The album, The Wee Small Hours, became a bestseller. Sinatra music is music to make love.
One of the most important albums of my life. 15 years old, sitting in the window, looking at the moon, listening to that album. Just got to be top.
I'd like you to meet a friend of mine, folks. He's right over here. He was on an album cover with me once, a long time ago. Matter of fact, he's been a good friend. It's funny, when I first met him, I didn't like him. I was skinnier than he was, but I'm gaining on him. Matter of fact, a lot of you young lovers I was singing with back then are probably gaining on him too. Married now, have a home of your own, house full of kids. Kids who are sitting in front of the television set taking bets on who I am. For you kids, here's a brand new song, Little Age Out.
As one of the most famous men in the world, Sinatra was a private man, fond of some bias. He got along fine with journalists, as long as they showed proper respect.
I've always got along with Frank because I treat him like any other guy.
And Sinatra allowed TV cameras into his new home for a live broadcast.
I've been noticing some of the paintings. The original Sinatra about? No, there aren't. I gave the training some time ago, but every time I painted something, I gave it away to one of my friends. I found I got to be nice. But I have some paintings by my friend. This one picture come by Noel Coward. Good night, guys. Yes, that was the picture on his copy too. And he gave kind of his picture. I think it's very lovely. And here, we have my favorite spot in the house. But the bad is what? The spigot and all that.
Even when Sinatra had the best of intentions, the press would turn it around. Confidential got wind of an adventure involving America's most famous baseball hero, the brief marriage of Yankee flipper Joe DiMaggio and Marilyn Monroe had been stormy as pranks from David. DiMaggio was still stuck on Marilyn. He stalked her in New York, got tabs on her on location, and had private detective Fred Otash follow her to Hollywood. The detective found a secret love nest in a Hollywood apartment. Sensing trouble, Otash called Sinatra and warned him to break the news gently to Marilyn's ex. Sinatra tried to keep DiMaggio calm and went with him to the apartment to keep the peace. The two most recognizable Italian Americans in the world burst into the apartment and found a very, very surprised, anonymous middle-aged lady. The detective, expecting trouble, had intentionally given the wrong apartment. Films often use Sinatra's reputation as a bad boy, not as a stranger who cast him as a smart aleck would-be doctor who, naturally, comes around in the end. On the small screen, Frank played the role of the stage manager in the musical version of Our Town, with Paul Newman and Eva Marie Saint. Sinatra sang several songs, including Love and Marriage, which became a big hit. It later became the theme song of the TV series Married with Children.
They will say it's all elementary.
Frank returned to the big screen with the tender track. In 1950, Frank had insulted the girlfriend of the studio honcho who he made. That got the band at the end of the night. When Dorothy Sherry was designated as studio chief, Frank returned to MGM with this film. He made films for MGM all the way up to 1974, when he appeared in That's Pink.
You're not talking, you're nibbling.
Frank would try to specialize in sort of lighthearted material for the next 10 years. Balancing the tough guy's matters, soft-spoken family man comment. He did have that sensitive side to him, even if the gossip columnists refused to believe it.
Where do all these tomatoes come from?
How many other girls are there in your life?
Congratulations, Mr. Rita. Understand you're engaged to a lovely girl. Two lovely girls.
Yes, the tender trap is dating with 1,000 laughs to add new spice to your life and leave you screaming with delight.
Why don't you lay off me? All you married guys for life. Just because you're hooked, you want everybody else to be hooked.
You fell in love, and love is the
Guys and Dolls could have been written with Sinatra in mind. The role of gambler Sky Masterson was perfect for him. Unfortunately, he was cast in the secondary role of Henpeck Hastings of West.
Adelaide, Adelaide, ever loving Adelaide, taking a chance on.
You're at it again, you're running the game. I'm not gonna play second fiddle to that. Sick and I'm tired, stalling around. I'm telling you now that the truth when I think of the time.
Adelaide, Adelaide, Adelaide.
As a song to Sinatra, the script was rewritten to allow his character to sing the title song.
When you see a guy reach for stars in the sky, you can bet that he's doing it for some doll.
Marlon Brando, who was neither a dancer nor much of a singer, got the lead. Brando's method acting style frustrated Sinatra. Repeated takes of the same scene drove Sinatra crazy, and he still smarted over losing On the Waterfront to Brando. He referred to Brando as Mumbles.
And he smells from Vitalis and Barbasol.
Falling dumb, falling clever, but you give on forever. That's the guy's only doing it for some dollars.
Years later, he recorded the score with an all-star cast, singing the Sky Masterson part himself. From the feel-good guys and dolls, Sinatra plunged into blackness as a man with a golden arm. The autocron of Japan pushed back the censorship code by depicting the horrors of heroin football, previously delivered to the screen. From the stark geometric patterns of Saul Bass and Maine Clyde to the insistent jazz score by Elmer Bernstein, audiences knew they were in for an experience.
Actually, you know, those started a very long relationship I had with
Lucky the little bear. Here's the color of the little bear. Why? He's like a bear. He's like a cow. Why can't you bite him?
that point. I was much closer to, I'm working with direct without a Trump. However, I was present at the first week when they all sat around the table for the take that project all the way through. So I did get to know Frank at that point. And he loved the story. And from that time on, sort of, I was his guy. And I did, after that, I did 2 more pictures with Frank.
The character of Frankie Machine was a loser with a heart, the sort of role in which Sinatra excelled.
Give me back. Oh, walk around. What the big eye? Frankie. Frankie. How are you? You all right?
No. The monkey's gone. Find something to take a bit.
Monkeys never did, but monkey never does. You took him on. Just like in the corner.
Danielle Lee, Kim Novak, Hollywood rising stars. Sinatra knew of her secret affair with Sammy Davis Jr. and wished the world well. In the 1950s, interracial romance was considered taboo, and in some states, illegal. Too many people had money invested in Kim Novak's career to see it spoiled. Davis would never see her again.
Keep safe, pal. Thanks.
You got it to go. You're on it again, Frank. What? What?
First of all, I want to start by saying that I know a real certificate was in my work and I find myself looking whatever I do with the cost. Yes, I do believe I help. And I found that everything went and goes in. I was contented with that before. Because I didn't have anything I've ever done in my life. It gave me a great satisfaction. So from Golden Arm, you got a great deal of satisfaction, but not the big award. Is that right? That's quite true. No, we didn't get the award for that.
Sinatra had gone to a hospital in Washington to go from Turkey. The sight took him to his soul. He brought that agony to the street. Frank Sinatra received an Academy Award nomination for the film. Ironically, he lost to his former co-star, Rabbi.
It's amazing the cult Frank Sinatra has around this world. Who follow him and religiously and still think that I shouldn't have killed the
During the shooting of the film, Sinatra heard about actor Bela Lugosi's personal battle with drug addiction. Unsolicited, Sinatra wrote Lugosi's family, enclosed a check for $5,000 to keep him on his feet. Sinatra tried to keep acts of generosity like this confidential. Lugosi visited Frank on the set to thank him. Frank got a big kick out of meeting Frank in person. Though divorced for several years, Sinatra and his first wife remained friends. When Frank had problems, he talked them out. She never stopped loving him, and always told him the truth. And their kids, the most important part of both of their lives.
Here are three pictures that I really tried. These are my three children. The little one is Tina. She's 8 years old, and she plays piano and saves money. The other kids stole a money bag. And Frankie is 12 years old, and he also plays piano and makes lots of models of cars and airplanes. And this, of course, this pretty little girl is Nancy. She is 16 years old, and she also plays piano.
For their big-budget, widescreen version of the Rodgers and Hammerstein musical Carousel, 20th Century Fox cast Frank opposite Shirley Jones.
He had done all the pre-production himself. He had the first, he had done pre-recording, which he had, and costume fittings, and I mean everything. And Frank kept saying the whole time he was doing all this, how lucky he was and how excited he was to have seen himself. And it was just amazing to everybody that this would be the reason that he had.
As I said, we were radio news. That's what it said. He claimed that when he got to the set in Bay Harbor, he saw two cameras, the CineScope and CineScope 55. And some of the time, not all of the time, but some of the time, we would have to shoot twice, the same scene twice. And, Frank is known for doing one take. That's his philosophy. That's the way he feels, and he feels that's his best. Okay. So when he saw the two cameras, he said, I signed for one more, not two. And back in Sorry God.
Despite dropping out of Carousel, Frank kept busy with club gigs, TV appearances, and other films. He made a cameo appearance in the Dan Daly comedy Meet Me in Las Vegas, and another in the all-star extravaganza Around the World in 80 Days, a silent comedy bit, honky-tonk piano play. The producer, Mike Todd, and his wife Elizabeth Taylor were found. Frank was one of the 46 top stars who did bits for Todd and Baker. It helped make the film a huge success.
If you were casting for somebody to play a honky-tonk piano, you'd use one of two guys, Sinatra or Hoagie Carmichael. Well, naturally, as a guy who fancies himself as a producer, I'd rather use Frank Sinatra.
Not so successful was Frank's first foray into producing, a western called Johnny Pancho. It was an attempt to do an adult western like High Noon. Sinatra's character was unlikable through most of the story. It wasn't a success, critically or financially. He was better served over at MGM, the studio where he made Anchors Away and On the Town. The studio dusted off the script for the Philadelphia Story, a Broadway hit filmed in 1940. Old friend and professional rival Bing Crosby played the Cary Grant role. Grace Kelly played the part created by Catherine Everett. Sinatra got the role of a cynical writer, played originally by Jimmy Stewart.
How about a drink? Oh, I feel about my grandmother, but I'd sell her for a drink.
Let's drink to it. You're my mon ami. Hey, that's French. A liberty front turn. Have you heard it's in the stars? Next July we collide with Mars. Well, did you ever want a swell party? Swell party. Swelling and elegant party. This
The 1950s hadn't been easy for Sinatra. Life in general and Hollywood in particular had been fickle. A lover one minute, a fighter the next. By 1957, things looked promising.
Work out a date after I get settled down. Let's see, you're in Vegas now, and then where do you go? Then I go to, I'm actually going to do a picture for Paramount called The Joker, Joey Lewis story. And then I go back to the San Francisco New Year. I go to Australia in January, and the Coast Savannah in New York, and come back again and make another picture called Pal Joey. Do you remember?
There was a lot of work to do, a lot of songs to sing. Frank Sinatra was on the move.
Well, I hope like my story, because it's true. All the years of love and glory that I knew. Chicago, New York, and Las Vegas, Hollywood, Hoboken too. The world out there is my oyster, and I owe it all to you. Now here's to the ladies who's always speaking, and here's to my buddy Dean and Sammy too. Let's all have a party Great big swinging party. Ring-a-ding-ding-a-ding-ding.
Sinatra's life and career had more ups and downs than a Coney Island roller coaster. By his mid-20s, the skinny kid from Hoboken, New Jersey, had become the lead singer in the most famous dance band in America, the Tommy Dorsey Orchestra. He'd gone off on his own to become a solo sensation, a pop phenomenon that filled theaters with screaming teenage girls. He wowed them in class joints, too, posh nightclubs in Manhattan and Hollywood. By his 30s, he was a movie star, accepted as a peer by the likes of Clark Gable, Errol Flynn, and Spencer Tracy. He was married to his high school sweetheart and had 3 adorable kids. Then it all went away. A string of disappointing films labeled him as box office poison. The TV show flopped. The boy wonder of radio and records became a 30-ish crooner with an aging following. A post-war crop of teenagers moved on to other flavors of the month, like Tony Curtis. A public love affair with Ava Gardner led to divorce from his wife Nancy, and another drop in public esteem. His voice failed during a public performance. There were rumors of ties to organized crime. True or not, the rumors damaged his reputation even further. Critics pronounced him DOA, kaput, washed up. Then, redemption. Working for next to nothing, Sinatra rolled the dice, playing a character part in From Here to Eternity, zoomed back to the top. Supported by a new style of musical arrangements, the voice came back to the boyish sound of the 40s now reflected the experiences of a man. Heartbreaking, getting knocked around, but never giving up, never losing hope. Life was like a merry-go-round. Sometimes you grabbed the brass ring, sometimes you missed it. Just going around was a gas.
I'm always chasing rainbows.
By the 1950s, Frank Sinatra represented the swinger, bachelor, the world on a string. Legally, he was still married to Ava Gardner, but they and the rest of the world were split. He took time for his 3 kids, had a drink or 2 now and then, chased broads and usually cocktail, donated time and money to worthwhile charities, and he worked a lot. He cared about his music and his acting. It reflected his pride and his passion.
You have lived with me. Cannot even read, write my own name. When I cannot say the words I want to say, you have said them. And I have felt equal to any man.
Flynn's American movie debut, She Fell in Love with Cary Grant. Sinatra's love life wasn't so rosy. The day after Independence Day, 1957, he was divorced from Ava Gardner. For Ava, it not only marked the end of her third and last marriage, it was a farewell to her wedded life. She never returned. Too many times Frank had put his money down on a losing horse. With the Edsel show, the losing horse was back in Frank. The Ford Motor Company had high hopes for their new vehicle, a Cadillac-sized behemoth with a grill that looked like the business end of a cheap vacuum. Ford televised a star-filled spectacular to try and squeeze lemonade into some steel lemon. Officially, the star was Bing Crosby, and Frank shared the spotlight.
I'm going to really make a big man of you on this show because I'm going to give you an outstanding part to do. Do I get to sing? You want to sing? I thought it might be a fine idea. Well, I thought maybe you'd just drag that cannon out here and allow the...
At least he didn't have to do the commercials himself, like on his 1952 TV show. One of the highlights of the show was an elaborate send-up of the road mix which Crosby had made.
They saw their girls in half. Seems to me there should be easier ways to get a laugh. We're off on the road to Morocco.
The two crooners were having too much fun with the real love to stay outside.
Hey, Pick and Pat, what's going on?
What's wrong? What's the matter?
Well, what about this Nick?
Well, what do you mean? What's the trouble?
Well, you were singing our song with him. I'm terribly sorry. After all, Dean wouldn't do this to Jerry.
We certainly do get around. Like Webster's Dictionary, we're Morocco.
In October 1957, the Soviet Union beat the United States into space. Sputnik, the first artificial satellite, sailed into the stratosphere, orbiting around the Earth. Hula hoops orbited the hips of kids and teens in the United States. Rock and roll produced a new crop of teen idols like Elvis Presley, Baby, Pat Boone. With a tongue permanently loosened by liberal application of scotch, wisecracking nightclub comic Joe Eagles shot his mouth off to the wrong guys once too often and got his throat slashed. His voice was never the same. Instead of singing and cracking jokes, he became a comedian who occasionally sang. The story appealed to Sinatra, and Joker is Wild became Frank's next film.
When somebody loves you, it's no good unless he loves you. All the way.
One of Sinatra's co-stars in the film was Beverly Garland.
It was a wonderful set because Sinatra was just so easy and he was in his prime and Joey Lewis was there all the time. And we'd all go out and it was crazy. I loved his part. I wore great clothes. I had a wonderful dressing room on the set. I brought my dog. I mean, I was a star already. And he finally asked me out. I was so scared. So I thought to myself, well now, when he comes to the door, should I be playing Frank Sinatra music? Came to the door, was absolutely tongue-tied. Frank Sinatra, Frank Sinatra! He got and took me to dinner with Jilly and all these people, and Italian, and then and I think my conversation was something like, why did you decide to be a singer? The man looked at me like, what is it with this broad? I mean, she doesn't know. She is just out of it. So anyway, then he took me to a recording session and recorded. And of course, every love song that he sang was for me. We got home, and I thought, this is me. I mean, my God, Frank Sinatra. I can't believe it.
No, finger you too.
Kissed me on the forehead and said, it was wonderful. Thank you. Bye. My Frank Sinatra date.
Back in 1940, Gene Kelly had made his Broadway debut with Hal Joker, a musical with a pretty storyline. Frank Sinatra was brought in to play the role in which Joe Kelly agreed. Jason.
Shitting from the Pal Joey.
My name's Frank Sinatra. But in my latest picture, I play Pal Joey. Find your friend.
The publicity department felt it might be nice to give the audiences a little primer on Joey's giant.
Take the word mouse. This is a mouse. A beautiful mouse called Pluto. Well. A gas. That's something that's, the very best. That is a gas. The form of Rita Hayworth. Some form, that gas. Any questions? You see, Joey has a good reason. You treat a dame like a lady. A lady like a dame. She gets too hungry for dinner at 8. She likes the theater. Never comes late. She's never bothered with people she hates. That's why the lady is a tramp. After all, the only time between drinks. Didn't know what time it was till I met you. There's a small hotel with a reaching well. If they ask me, I could write a book about the way you walk in with love and look. That's why the lady. That's why the lady. That's why the lady is a crime.
In films like Joker's Wild and Recording Sessions, Sinatra often represented a man isolated from life. In the 1950s, he was surrounded by, as chairman of the board in unofficial Congress, the talented rowdy known as the Rat Pack. Dean Martin, Sammy Davis Jr., comedian Joey Bishop, and actor Pete Lawton were the other semi-official members of the clan, often joined by part-timers like Shirley MacLaine, Angie Dickinson, actors Henry Silva and Brad Dexter. Sinatra, like Dean Martin, and David May. Critics didn't see much hope for Martin after his highly visible split with partner Jerry Lewis.
When I'm ready to die, you can be my partner.
Oh, we can be partners. I swell.
My lips should be with Frank Sinatra.
Just another Italian imitation of Harry Como concert. Martin surprised them all with films like Rio Bravo, where he held his own as John Wayne. Joey Bishop was one of a new breed of stand-up comics, not brash and loud, but low-key.
Exhausted one. Even you.
Sammy Davis, Frank, and when you see Joey, give me the name. Never worked with us. She got me. Went to Vegas. Showed him how much I wanted to help him. I wouldn't even put my name on top. I was just to go on the top.
Lawton's friendship with Sinatra dated back to the MGM movie. Lawton's English accent made him a good boy, allowed him to
My alarm starts.
Lawton swung much further than Sinatra. And Lawton's marriage to Patricia Kennedy brought the clan in close connection to the soon-to-be first family. Sammy Davis Jr. had been a friend since the 1940s. He admired Frank so much, many felt he wanted to be Frank Sinatra.
He's the kind of guy that every kid in the neighborhood back east where I come from, like in New York, you had one buddy like that. Sometimes you lost touch with him and never saw him again. But you always had one guy who said to yourself in your heart, this is my friend. He is my friend. And he is, to me, one of the nicest human beings I've ever known in my life.
Davis could act, sing, do impressions, tap dance like nobody's business. When they worked, it looked like play. when they played hard. They didn't just live in the fast lane, they paid for it. Laps, booze, rods, and songs. They played Las Vegas, Hollywood, Miami, New York, and all stops in between. Never had such a collection of named stars worked played together so well. Forget the life members of the fourth estate called them the Clan.
Now I think I'm beginning to understand this thing. It must be one of those rat pack gangs I've read about in the paper.
Frank Sinatra accepted that title as a badge of distinction. Humphrey Bogart coined the term in the 1940s. A group of bogus friends, including his wife Lauren Bacall, gathered irregularly at a restaurant run by Hollywood character Michael Roman, or at Bogey's place in the Holmby Hills in Bel Air. In order to be a member of this fraternal organization, you had to be addicted to nonconformity, staying up late, laughing, drinking, and not giving a flying flip about anything people said or thought about. Bogey called his group the Holmby Hills Rap Band. When Bogey died of cancer in 1957, Frank Sinatra was devastated. Mutual grief brought Frank close to Lauren Paul. Frank's marriage was on the rocks, but his divorce hadn't been finalized. Sinatra and Paul remained just good friends for the time being. When Frank Sinatra left series television in 1953, he was at the lowest point in his career and his life. When he returned to the living room tube in October of 1957, he was in command more than ever before.
Frank Sinatra!
The ABC TV network, which always ran a distant third after CBS and NBC, offered Sinatra $3 million to act as host and occasional star of a TV series that would alternate between producing a variety and dramatic shows.
Can't take a punch, huh?
The Frank Sinatra Show premiered on October 18th, 1957. Naturally, Frank's Rat Pack pal Dean Martin was a regular guest.
That's what we ought to have around here, like ladies of the ensemble. Oh, you mean dancing partner? Yeah, you can dance with them too.
I do believe that dreams come true. Somebody loves me. So good unless all the way. 3 coins in the fountain. Seeking happiness. Thrown by 3 hopeful lovers. Which one will the fountain bless?
The show lasted 1 season. In March 1958, Frank Sinatra secretly proposed marriage to Lauren Bacall. Their secret engagement was all over the papers.
By the way, when's the wedding?
What wedding? Frank was besieged by reporters. The engagement was forgotten by everyone, including Frank Sinatra and Lauren Bacall. A series of romances followed with lots of women.
Some people just don't wait. They like kissing for kiss. Kiss all the time. Wow.
I guess he had a bad side, but I never saw it. He was wonderful. He was warm and sweet and cuddly and nice. But I was worse to him than he was to me. I mean, he was never mean to me. I was naughty. One time we were having dinner with 12 people, and Peter Lawford was sitting next to me, and I got bored. I said to Peter, "Isn't this the boringest bloody party?" We took Frank's limo, went to the Peter's beach house, and guess how long it took me to get back to Frank that time when he came out and found out I had been left. I could work with him.
In Kings Go Forward, Natalie Wood played a French girl of mixed racial heritage. Tony Curtis was Frank's rival for her affection.
You touch her and I'll kill you. Tell her. You really want me to lieutenant. But you thought it over real hard. Tell her!
Chérie. What is wrong?
I'm not going to marry Monique.
While Frank was making Kings Go Forth, Horace Karloff served as his unofficial acting coach. A lifelong fan of horror pictures, Sinatra got a large charge out of being coached by the Frankenstein monster. Some Came Running was based on a novel by James Jones, who had written From Here to Eternity. Producers hoped to recapture their Maggio legend. Instead, Sinatra and Dean Martin took a critical drubbing. So-called experts claimed the pair were walking through the film.
He always wears hat in the presence, lady.
All the time.
He even sleeps in his hat. I'll bet.
I learned a little while back that certain conditions bring the gambler luck, you know? Oh, thank you. This here hat's one of them. Every time I take this hat off, something bad happens to me. Open the door. Get up around his head.
Shirley MacLaine got her first Oscar nomination for her role as the Truman.
You'll miss the best pal you ever had.
Hey, buddy, get back in the I don't want any trouble. Are you going to remove her or are we? Ain't a we gonna... Let's go behind the I'm with him. Yeah, I'm with him.
The film was a hit with audiences, which is what counted. On the film A Hole in the Head, director Frank Capra's pilot got along well with Sinatra at first. Capra had made great pictures like Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. It Happened One Night. Capra liked shooting a scene until it was right. Sinatra felt that repetition made the performance flat.
I'm wired. You would know tomorrow. I know where the kicks are. When the kicks stop coming, I take off.
Suppose I clip your wings.
Secretly, Capra told actor Keenan Wynn to improvise dialogue during a take. The ad-libs threw Sinatra off, but only for a moment. Afterward, he responded to each new take as if it were the first one. Off the set, Sinatra cracked up actor Edward G. Robinson by continuously doing impressions of him.
You got a disease. What disease? Your happiness rate. You're a bum. Bum, bum, bum. That's what you want, bum. Oh, you better have...
The innocent optimism of the song High Hopes made it a favorite, especially among kids. It won an Academy Award for Best Original Song for a Motion Picture and even became the campaign song for John F. Kennedy's bid for the White House.
Everyone is voting for Jack, cause he's got what all the rest lack.
Never so few put Frank back in uniform. The scene was the Pacific Theater during World War II. King of Lola Brigida was his personal conquest in the film.
I kissed you, lady, and you kissed me back. I got the message.
Come in and sit down.
You better stay in the jungle. That's simple there.
His allies included Steve McQueen, Dean Jones, and Peter Lawson. 20th Century Fox tried recapturing the spirit of Gigi by reuniting two stars, Maurice Chevalier and Louis Jourdain. The film gave Sinatra a chance to co-star again with Shirley MacLaine.
All the Japs do it. Up in Lapland, little Lap do it. Let's fall in love. And love comes in and takes you for a spin. Ooh la la la, say magnifica.
One of the dancers in the film, Juliette Krause, caught Frank's eye.
The actors have been married to Ava, and they both have good careers, and he, I think, was the reason that it didn't work, because they both had careers.
And he wanted me to not do it. And I just didn't, I was so young. I was what, about 4 at the time. And I wanted to dance to it. Do my best.
It's the wrong time and the wrong place. So your face is charming. It's the wrong place.
Bigger news was a visitor to the set, Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev.
They visited the studio this Saturday and created musical stuff. Sang songs, and then eventually we did the kind of flipping with biscuits and all that kind of stuff. And they're up on the balcony as Khrushchev and his wife and the heads of everyone had big smiles on their faces. Afterwards, we met him and he shook our hands and wished us luck. And then we heard the next day that he was highly offended by the display.
The entire clan gathered at the Sands Hotel in Las Vegas for a public summit meeting, on stage and off.
You're like my top man, top guy. Here he's gonna come shut up, Willie. Please, you must remember this. All right. Here is Edward G. Robinson. You've been playing pot games with my sister. You've been fooling around with my sister and you ain't been paying, is that right? Need the money on the section, Jocko.
Actually, a little food. FQD. We're doing 6 shows a night here. We're hungry. How many? Well, 2 here, 4 in the room. That's 6, Daddy. I don't care where you count. All right. I like the one where the teacher said, Tony, you got a fairy godmother. He said, no, but we got an uncle we keep a close eye on. Then I should have come in, folks.
You ain't like a day. I like the fact that NAACP for this wonderful program.
Doesn't come up with that. I don't know, I'll make one more thing, but if there ain't no rights on it, we under arrest, Daddy. Does that say LM on there? Yeah, Lord Mother.
Ladies and gentlemen, many of us are 11%.
By night, they performed on the stage. By day, they made a heist movie in the spirit of Rapi, a group of ex-commandos who knock over the world's richest town.
Sam, how are you? Same as always. I knew I was dreaming. I seemed to see you full of life along the key. You sound like a fairy boat. I'm not a fairy boat. I'm a guy named Sugar. Wherever I go, people stare at me in dumb admiration. And what happens when they speak? What's so funny? I knew this color would come in handy one day. Hey, Josh. Yeah? How do you get this stuff off? Well, what I usually do. Like a charm. Same here, fantastic.
Even with the demands of his career, Frank found time to be Sinatra the father.
If you don't think that I have a horoscope that I've been reading.
On September 11, 1960, Sinatra played father of the bride to daughter Nancy as she became Mrs. Tommy Sands. It was one of Frank's proudest moments.
Do it again like 6 years. I think, in retrospect, we should probably have but that's what I was able to do. Why don't I just meet you when he's
The girl.
She was a wonderful wife, she really was. Strangely enough, he was very, very
soft and gentle man. He never intruded in our relationship. Never. When we were going with each other, when we were married, he was never like the overbearing type stepfather.
Frank Sinatra and the Klan campaigned with vigor for Peter Lockwood's brother-in-law, Senator John F. Kennedy, his bid for the presidency.
I'd like to say a few words about my brother-in-law, Senator John Kennedy. Hold it, Zero. Wait a minute. I know it's your brother-in-law, but 65 and 3 is equal time.
Sinatra liked Jack Kennedy and saw him as a right-minded guy with leadership potential and an eye for women. Kennedy fit in with the Rat Pack, though he maintained a low public profile. Sinatra had slightly better luck with his third TV show, sponsored by Timeless. It was a style of show that's no longer made. Live music and dancing, new songs, old songs, pop stars having fun. Like Sinatra's albums, the shows had consistent themes.
What are you guys going to try to do? Get on our applause? We don't need you, fellas.
You've been on for a long time now. You'll have to leave.
The highest rated show was broadcast live from the Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami.
When we went to work, we treated Elvis Presley's first show out of the right. At the Fontainebleau. Now, when Frank goes in, everyone was looking at those first times. What he did not know was they all had suites on the 15th floor, and they gave him the room with the second. So he said to Sam, run down the hall with Joe. Tell him what it is. So Sam said, well, he's not down there, but he's on the 7th floor. Now, Frank calls down and says, Joey Bishop is on the 15th floor in a suite. In 5 minutes, there's no show. Now, I don't know this. I'm in my room. Here come 22 bellhops. I thought the place was on fire. They didn't pack anything. They took the drawers out. I said, what's going on? We got no time for it. We got the 15th floor. And I had a running bit off with the show. I just leaned over to Frank and said, that's what happened to the cycle.
The teen idols of two different generations had dropped hit songs.
Sure does, buddy.
Despite top stars, music, the show was canceled. The Kennedy patriarch, Joseph P. Kennedy, urged Sinatra unofficially to use his influence with certain Las Vegas contacts of dubious repute. Frank put in a good word as a personal favor. The boys then passed the word along to the union bosses. The result was a strong labor endorsement for a Roman Catholic presidential candidate. Another detour in the road to the White House was Sammy Davis Jr.'s upcoming marriage to European actress Clyde Britt. Support of a famous black man was politically helpful. His impending marriage to a white woman was not. The election would be close. Davis's friendship with Sinatra linked him to Kennedy. A black-white marriage could lose JFK every bigoted vote in the South. This time it was Robert Kennedy who stepped in, asking Frank to use his influence to persuade his buddy to postpone the wedding until after the election. Frank had already asked personal favors from mobsters on Kennedy's behalf. Now he felt he was turning a friend. The wedding was postponed.
We loved each other, respected each other. We didn't always agree with each other, but the respect was always there.
John F. Kennedy won the election by a narrow margin over former Vice President Richard Nixon. The inaugural gala was staged by Frank Sinatra himself. Most of the Rat Pack was present. Noticeably absent was Sammy Davis Jr.
Jump out, count 10, and pull that ring. You saw like a bird. What if it doesn't open? When you hit the ground, tell me about it. I'll fix it.
Sinatra admired Spencer Tracy, considering one of the greatest actors in films. On the 7th, The Devil at 4 o'clock, the elder actor needled Sinatra about his heavy party, ironic in view of Tracy's own reputation for colossal binges.
What's the truth? You spit your teeth. Jersey. I come from just across the river. How's Kitchen? That's like you. That's where they had your teeth.
Devil at 4 o'clock. I guess we would call that adventure, perhaps. Frank Sinatra, Spencer Tracy, a couple of the kids. Remember Leroy, the director, really had his hands full with this because he had two major stars. I mean, legends, not just in their own minds either. I mean, so they would play these kind of star games. You know, the poor assistant director would knock on the door and say, Mr. Sinatra, we're ready for you on set. And he'd say, well, Spence out there yet? No. Oh, I can go get Spence out there and I'll be there. And then Spencer Tracy would do the same thing.
What kind of an animal I like.
So remember Leroy, of course, was constantly chomping on his cigar with fear, like, how am I going to deal with you? So he would pick on me. I was a kind of scapegoat, which was okay by me. That was first big film. Ran from the lava a lot.
Frank always had a sense of work as a performer, whether as one of a local before, soloist in a Dorsey band, or one of many on the record label. The artiste was low on the totem. He or she did what they were given by the company. Gimmick songs handed to him by Mitch Miller a decade before still hurt Sinatra. Sinatra also knew the real money was in music publishing. Owners of a song got paid every time it was played, no matter who sang it. He started his own record label, Reprise, musical term for repeats. He covered many of his older songs with a new tempo and state-of-the-art stereophonic technology. As the real chairman of the board, he could choose his own songs and arrangements, and the music publishing royalties would go to his kids and grandkids, and maybe even great-grandkids. Other members of the clan followed their leader on to the beats. They knew Frank would get them a fair shake.
Just wanna doll with the la bridge of the past.
Since Dino and Sammy were already well established, Trees quickly became top. The success of Ocean's 11 inspired Sergeant's 3, another cinematic excuse to combine the talents of the clan. Writer W.R. Burnett lifted the plot with the classic comedy adventure Gunga Din. The camaraderie between Douglas Fairbanks Jr., Victor McLaughlin, and Cary Grant translated into Rat Pack Horseplay. The title role, a would-be trooper played by Sam Jaffe in the original, became an ex-slave played by Sammy Davis Jr. Arid colonial India became the arid American frontier. Screaming murderous East Indians became screaming murderous American Indians.
Stop clowning around and get here.
Remaking classic tongue-in-cheek meant a tongue-in-cheek ad campaign.
You make them get dead. What? No, miss it. We miss it and we want it.
As a favor, Frank and Dino did a comedy cameo in the climax of The Road to Hong Kong, the final feature of Bravo, Crosby. Crosby also figured in another aspect of Sinatra's life. This one, not so happy.
He was upset over an issue that's been documented in numerous books, an issue concerning where President Kennedy was going to stay when he visited Palm Springs, and he assumed because of his hard work in the campaign it would be his home, when in fact Robert Kennedy was inviting Senator Connor, who's also a house guest, and he said, I can't stay there.
Bobby Kennedy relayed the news to Sinatra via Peter Locke. The president would stay at Bing Crosby's home instead. The hypocrisy infuriated Sinatra. The Kennedy family had connections to organized crime going back to Prohibition. Old Joe Kennedy made his fortune in illegal booze and carried on publicly with any woman in sight. Chicago mob boss Sam Giancana allegedly fixed Illinois ballot boxes to swing the 1960 election to JFK. And JFK's own sexual conquests were a widely known secret. After all Sinatra had done for JFK, the president dropped him when he was politically expedient and didn't have the guts to say it himself. Sinatra blamed the messenger. His warm relationship with Peter Locke proved the room temperature.
And Frank, in his rage, had to find a place to put that anger and relate to it. Is there ever stuff again?
American prisoners of war in Korean prisons often show signs of intense mental programming, brainwashing it was called. Novelist Richard Condon used this as a jumping-off point for his political thriller, The Manchurian Candidate, combining commie hypnotism, political satire, and suspense.
Wait a minute, tell you, we're busting it up so good. All the Queen's horses and all the Queen's men will never put all bringing back together again.
Do you remember murdering Napoleon that Frank Sinatra bought the rights, hiring John Frankenheimer to direct. During the karate fight with Henry Silva, Sinatra actually broke a finger on his right hand. Frank didn't tell everyone until the sequence was complete. It was his production, and he didn't want to hold up shooting. Audiences thought the plot was unrealistic, a conspiracy to use an American ex-soldier to murder a politician. Fanatics on both ends of the political spectrum were portrayed as idiots or corrupt creeps. It bombed financially.
Well, I married you once and it didn't work out too well, so what's wrong with a little hey-hey?
Sinatra was still looking around for the perfect woman.
We had a date where we were invited over to Yul Brynner and his wife's house, his home for dinner. And so while Yul and his wife were in the kitchen, Frank turned to me and said, "Give it up, kid, you'll never make it. Quit. You don't need to be in this business. It's a tough business. Give it up, you'll never make it." And I said, "Wait a minute, you of all people should talk like this, you know. What about From Here to Eternity? I can do a film because I'm a really good actor. I can do a film where maybe I will get some appreciation and all of a sudden I can be a star." You know, he was one of my idols too, and one of the people who told me, no, it'll never happen, quit, give it up. He told that to every girl that went up. I guess, because if they were to quit and pay attention to him only, I guess he'd have been happy. It ended, that was my only date with him. That ended it, you know?
A Neil Simon play reflected Sinatra's own bachelor. Come Blow Your Horn cast Frank as a swinger with a younger brother who tries to emulate.
Hiya, baby. Wow. Dad, I know I can straighten it all out. 21 years old already. You're a bigger bum than your brother is, and you've got 18 years to go. Yeah, the other bum. Come on in, bum. We're having a party.
Frank and Dean teamed again for Texas in the summer.
Ordinarily, $100,000 would be enough for two, but I think I'll quit. Not the first one. I think you like you too. And, no. Guy could try to con him with a gun held on. You can't be all bad.
Sinatra had always loved the slapstick of Three Stooges. In the 1940s, Bo, Larry, and Curly played with Sinatra at a celebrity baseball game. In 1952, Mo, Larry, and Shem were New Year's guests on Frank's TV show. Mo, Larry, and Curly Joe Rita were featured in Four for Texas.
Please help me out. We're just two mental midgets, and I'm trying to straighten them out. When I say go, we'll all point to the right. Go! There you are.
You? Not me. Him.
The next Rat Pack movie, the last as it turned out, was a music musical take on recent American history. Screenwriters combined music, comedy, and the legend of robbing the rich and giving to the poor. It was natural to make the film for Warner Brothers, which made the Technicolor Errol Flynn version of Robin Hood, as well as the early gangster films with Jimmy Cagney, Humphrey Bogart, and G. Roberts.
Easy. Take it easy.
What's your racket? Brain surgery.
The film also introduced a song that would link Sinatra and Chicago for years to come.
My kind of town, Chicago. My kind of town, Chicago.
While the Klan was shooting at the Burbank plot, news came in from Dallas.
Oh, something has happened in the motorcade route. Something, I repeat, has happened in the motorcade route. Just when we have a person coming in without switching directly to Clarkson Hospital.
President Kennedy has been assassinated. It's official now. The president is dead.
Whatever ill feeling Sinatra had, now drenched in grief for himself, his dead friend, and his country. In the wake of the JFK assassination, Manchurian Candidate vanished from the news. Likewise, suddenly it became impossible to see on TV. Sinatra's performance as a homicidal veteran hired to murder the president might inspire some other lone nut assassin. Maybe it already had. Didn't stop. Less than 2 weeks after JFK's death, tragedy struck even closer to home. Frank Sinatra Jr. vanished. He'd been kidnapped. Frank was devastated, but he remained cool. He cooperated with police and the FBI, identifying the voice on the phone as something between a baritone and a tenor. For long hours, days, there was no word. On their own, mob friends of Sinatra tried to find out who did it, but came up empty. This wasn't a professional job. In fact, they were wild cards. It might be something stupid.
We just prayed this morning. Yes, sir.
That was the first time that you talked with Frank. Was it when he was brought home, or did he talk to you on the phone beforehand?
When he was brought home.
When did you first know he was safe? When did you?
I never knew that he was safe until I saw him.
How do you feel now? How do you feel now, Mrs.
That's beautiful, thank you. And maybe even bigger.
When will you go back to work, Frank?
We don't know that. We're keeping him home for a while. So, do you mind if we go now? Because I want to see them.
Okay. Give her a big kiss.
Almost as bad as the kidnapping was the aftermath. Attorneys for the small-time creeps suggested that Frank Jr. planned his own kidnapping as some weird publicity stunt. It was totally untrue. Newspapers printed like gospel. That didn't endear him to Frank. Over the next 2 decades, there would be partially planned reunions.
My name is Sammy Davis Jr. And you're free to whop it again. Here's another fine mess you got us into.
Sammy Davis joined 2 movie comedies, one directed by Dino's ex-partner.
One more time. One more time. Directed by Jerry Lewis.
Joey Bishop and Dino played together in Texas Across the River.
Why weren't you born a Comanche?
Mother Russian fashion. Maybe we should have remade Ben Harris.
Frank frequently guested on Dean's top-rated variety show. And Frank did a cameo with Dean and Sam in their film Cannonball Run. In the autumn of their years, the three pals played together one last time. A reunion cut short by Dean's ill health and overwhelming grief at the recent death of his son, Clayton. At a star-filled extravaganza benefit, Frank tipped his professional hat to an old friend who was dying of cancer. But the Rat Pack swinging years had come to an end long before that. They had had a lot of laughs, but they knew the party was over. In the mid-60s, Sinatra's work and his achievements would involve many talented people, but not as an ensemble. They would be there to help the star shine. He was solo again. His work was the work of a man alone.
Well, I hope you like my story, 'cause it's true. All the years of love and glory that I knew. Chicago, New York, and Las Vegas, Hollywood, Hoboken too. The world out there is my oyster, and I owe it all to you. Now here's to the lady song,
This is a show bunch.
and here's to my buddy Dean and Sammy too. Let's all have a party, great big swinging party. Ring-a-ding, ding-a-ding, ding.
Francis Albert Sinatra, vintage 1915, reached the half century. The voice was more mellow, the edge was taken off. There was a poignancy, maturity that became Sinatra's major musical asset. The world of pop music changed around him. Gone were the big bands of Tommy Dorsey, Glenn Miller, and Benny Goodman. Folk music had given listeners a more intimate sound. The influence of jazz was everywhere. His musical grandchild, rock and roll, became a mainstream phenomenon. The Beatles crossed the Atlantic from Liverpool and conquered America overnight. Sinatra thought most rock and roll was hard on the ears. But bits and pieces appealed to him. Taking a song recorded by the British duo Chad and Jeremy, Frank transformed "It Was a Very Good Year" into one of his biggest hits ever.
I'm sure it's no earth-shattering secret that I like to sing. And probably the most satisfaction I get, or any singer gets for that matter, is singing a well-written ballad. Because when a ballad is right, it's like poetry set to music. One thing I've always tried to reach for in my approach to a ballad is a respect for the lyric. I try to do it the way I think the writer would like to have had it done. For instance, I feel a lyric can be a lament, can be an exclamation of joy, or a lyric can tell the sum and substance of a man's life.
The album featuring a song won 4 Grammys. In what most people consider middle age, Sinatra kept as active as a 20-year-old.
Like the only guy that I ever met in my entire life that
Probably. That's that time. Probably happened. 2.5 hours. Didn't need it. Had so much energy. Did not need it. Or didn't want it.
But he viewed the country he loved in a light that progressively became more conservative. America's problems seemed to all come to a boil in the 1960s. The tension of race relations erupted in massive demonstrations and occasionally fiery riots. Sinatra, as usual, was on the side of the underdog, although as a man of wealth and privilege, he didn't approve of revolutionary acts like burning and destroying. As a co-star and director of None But the Brave, he made the point of tolerance in subtler ways.
In combat, a fighting soldier's taught to hate the enemy. Maybe you have to hate them before you can pull the trigger when you see a human target in your sights. And it works pretty good when the enemy's a faceless stranger on a battlefield, but what happens when he has a name and a familiar face? When he's somebody you know and respect? Can you still pull the trigger? Now that's something very few can answer. None but the brave.
What for? Everybody on the we're down over enemy territory. You get that?
During the filming, early actor Brad Dexter saved Sinatra from drowning. Sinatra felt that he wanted Dexter around forever as a lucky charm.
See me later, I'll soon get your blankets and you.
Next, a plane load of GIs crash lands on a Pacific island, deep in Japanese-held territory, disturbing the peace of the Japanese army unit already marooned there. An uneasy peace breaks out. The enemy now has a human face.
Good night, Captain. Come by. Thou shalt not kill. Dennis Burke has lost a second lever.
One of these days. Button your lip for cheeks.
My truce is ended. I belong to the Japanese army. You understand, Captain?
I understand.
You don't know. Stay here.
Sinatra put the American actors and their Japanese counterparts through their paces for good reason. Frank had been directed by some of Hollywood's biggest filmmakers. Sinatra picked up pointers from all of them, but he could also relate to his performers from an actor's point of view, even if he had to do it through interpreting.
See any Japanese, we start shooting, we shoot to kill.
Save that kid's life to see him get shot. Why don't we just get out to the ship?
Yeah, let's get out there. Okay, you're not getting away. No time to shut up.
Sinatra's son-in-law, Tommy Sands, played one of the young igers.
Sinatra said, just a second. Remember this, he said, just move very, very slowly. Take little steps. Remember, life is just a matter of inches. And I never forgot that line. I think he said, I always say life. He said acting was just a matter of inches. And that was the kind of subtle acting.
In a lighthearted mood, Frank teamed with Sammy Davis and singer Trini Lopez on a Soupy sales show.
Yeah, but we might do it. You serve women? Certainly do. Give me a long, tall, cool blonde. No, seriously, I would like to have some frog's legs. Could you bring me some frog's legs? Yeah. How about you? Well, it's not an egg, it's not young, it's just food. I'll get it. You want something, sir? You want to start off with the south? Man, maybe a little finer. Here's your salad. Put your coat on. How do you like that for Italian dressing? Good Gary, yes. You wait just a moment. Give me that to my leader. There's no leader. No, there's no leader.
Frank reunited with Dean Martin in the comedy Marriage on the Rocks.
The only way to fly.
Dan, it's very important that you get back
back here immediately.
Val and I are getting married.
Now, let me call you back as soon as the tequila wears off.
We're going to get married because we got a divorce. Oh, isn't it clear to you?
I'm sending a card to the airport to be taken.
Also in the cast was Deborah Carr, Sinatra's co-star in From Here to Eternity.
Look, the wedding will have to be delayed a few days, that's all. Urgent business, that's all.
Business?
Yeah. Look, I can't understand Spanish, so you're just wasting your time, that's all. Look, I just want just a little second or two.
The Mexican government objected to what they viewed as a damaging stereotype.
You're married. You and me.
And the book. So what I did, I was sitting like a and sure, I stopped at the scene, just when the hot dog there, best secretary I've ever had.
Sleepy.
Oh, well, want to talk?
No, Dan, I don't want to talk.
You can't watch television. The set's in your mother's room.
Darling, there are other things to do besides sleeping and talking and watching TV.
Also in the cast was daughter Nancy Sinatra, whose own marriage was on the rocks. She and Tommy Sands divorced.
Patricia, let me come in.
Hey, Jim.
This is bad.
Jim, we're only engaged.
I'm not having any plans different. It's just my feet hurt.
And Frank was headed to marriage number 3. While shooting on Ryan's Express in 20th Century Fox, Frank crossed paths with a young actress named Mia Farrow, who was on the lot working on the TV show Taking Place. Always leery of the press, Sinatra took the relationship low profile. The movie itself was a tense action thriller. Sinatra at odds with Nazis and allies alike.
Ryan, Joseph Bell, United States Army Air Corps, 0718359. Don't you salute senior officers in your Army, Major? I'm the ranking officer here, Major. What I say goes. Is that clear, mister? You better know what you're doing, unless you want a mutiny on your hands. What the hell is this? You understand thing going faster? A lot of years, a lot of things. But there's one thing I've learned. I've learned when a song is right. Like the time that William Holt approached the my dressing room one day and said, Frank, you've got to record the song. New song from a picture I just finished, and it's absolutely right. So I listened to it, heard it, said, Bill, that's the worst thing I ever heard. Forget it. It was some obscure melody like Smart. Remember this one? There was a boy, a very strange and sad. I told that guy with the poke and the sandals to get out of town. And then there was a song like this. Mona Lisa, Mona Lisa. I don't even want to talk about that. I could go on for hours. Examples of my flawless judgment.
Strangers in the Night became Sinatra's first single, simultaneously chart number 1 in America and England. and was also the #1 record in Argentina, Austria, Belgium, France, Italy, and Switzerland. It was one of the biggest hits of his career, proving the old magician still had a few surprises up his sleeve. Another surprise to the world was his marriage to Mia in 1966. He was 50, she was 21.
Yeah, I kind of heard
The
that.
light pharaoh cut her long blonde hair short before the wedding, accentuating her narrow figure. Sinatra's ex-wife, Anita Gardner, said, "I always figured Frank would be more comfortable married to a boy." The film Cast a Giant Shadow is the story of American soldier Mickey Marcus, who helped organize the Israeli army. With Kirk Douglas as the star, the studio worried that a film about an American Jew in Israel seems too limited.
I think because I'm stiff-necked and proud. Next week, next week. What's this for? A trick we learned from the sukkah in the other wall. It's like a whistle. It screams on the way down. That's great. I make tours.
As added box office insurance, 3 of Kirk Douglas's friends made brief appearances: Brenner, John Wayne, and Frank Sinatra. Sinatra and John Wayne feuded over a project called The Execution by the Slow Film. As producer, Sinatra commissioned Albert Maltz to write the real-life story of the only soldier of World War II to be tried and executed for desertion. John Wayne thought the project reflected badly on the America he loved. Further, he pointed out, Maltz had been blacklisted as a suspected communist. Sinatra defended Maltz, who wrote the Oscar-winning short subject "The House I Live In" back in 1945. The two stars traded broadsides in the press and in personal cards. Ultimately, Sinatra shelved the project. Far more mainstream was Assault on a Queen, which felt like Ocean's 11 without the rat race, or the songs, or the laughs. The Rod Serling script tossed together a bunch of losers on a floating heist, using a German U-boat as a getaway vehicle.
You can stop the Queen Mary anywhere here, just off the coast of Abaco Island.
Empty the precious Queen. What are you going to do with it? On tour.
Think about a submarine with a big pistol that holds men and machines.
Aim the head of your victim. I got a better idea. We put you in a bikini and strap you to the wings of a 707. We fly you over Fort Knox. Now, while all the people on the ground are looking up at you over Fort Knox, we sneak in the back door, we steal all the gold.
You can pick up a script. Pick it up. 4 pages. That's 10 minutes. Sit down. Get up. Do it flawlessly. No problem. Thank you.
We swim. We'll check the
Alright.
morning papers.
Morning.
¿Es Rufina más there?
How about I can kick myself?
The Queen Mary played herself, her last big performance before she retired to a dock in Long Beach, California, and became a tourist attraction. Overall, a solid piece of work. Assault on a Queen did not make a splash, Sinatra wrote. Studios were beginning to get the blockbuster mentality.
That's full runner. Wait a minute. You can't do these right there. Stand by to fire.
Instead of making a lot of films that made a little money, they hoped for one giant film that would balance out the rest of their flops. Assault on a Queen wasn't it. Nor was Sinatra's next, The Naked Runner, shot in England and Europe. It was a complete look at the world of real spies.
The Joe just so I don't care whether you lie, steal, or cheat. I don't care whether you use blackmail or guns or intelligence. Ransom was right to be killed. Where is my son?
The film was directed by Sidney J. Furie, who had made the Michael Caine picture, The Hypocrite Spy. The feeling was the same, but somehow audiences didn't warrant the Sinatra playing a man who was a victim of circumstance. He had robbed Las Vegas, stolen an entire ship, battled a volcano, stopped presidential assassinations. Somehow, this seemed beneath.
That's what you find, Miss Laker.
Going to bed.
I love the movie.
Brad Dexter produced the film and blamed Frank for a lot of the production problems of the play. The strain broke up their friendship. Still, Sinatra's music was what made him a star and kept him there.
Many years ago, when I left the Tommy Dorsey Orchestra, after all those years traveling from town to town, I swore I'd never get back on a band bus again. So what do you think I did last summer? That's right. I got right back on the bus. I came to full cycle. But this time with the great Count Basie band. That's when I hit the road. Baltimore, Detroit, Chicago, Newport, Forest Hills, lots of great places. It was really like coming home again. And at one point, we talked about it would be great to put something together, the band, the two of us, early on those days. But it never happened because we had a relationship also, so great arrangement by the name of Nelson Riddle. And Nelson Riddle did all those types of things. Have it to Nelson Riddle.
In an era of acid rock and protest songs, Frank Sinatra won 3 more Grammys for the song Strangers in the Night and for his album, Sinatra, A Man and His Music. He was proud to be named National Chairman of the American Italian Anti-Defamation League. Prouder still was Papa Sinatra when he sang a duet with daughter Nancy, Something Stupid, became a gold record. Nancy had achieved a measure of stardom on her own, co-star with Elvis Presley on film. And particularly for her sexy hit, These Boots Are Made for Walking. Frankie Jr. had a rough time living up to his father's image. He scored films like Monsters in the Surf, collected old monster movies that Frankie inherited from his dad, and did club music. He was always unfairly compared to his dad. He sang original material, audiences demanded Sinatra's hits. When he sang his dad's hits, people said, gee, he almost sounds like his father. In the 1980s and 90s, Frankie became his father's conductor on tour, always there to help out with a lost boy.
I think Frank Sinatra is so complex. How did his kids know? He's so very, very complex.
Frank Sinatra's life never sailed along too long without an incident. He got into a major beef with Sands Hotel casino boss Carl Cohen. That ended Sinatra's long relationship with that hotel. Sinatra announced his separation from Mia Farrow. She wanted to work, to explore life, to have children, broaden her mind. Sinatra liked hanging out with Jilly Rizzo and friends, enjoyed staying at home reading, playing cards, gambling. They divorced officially the next year. Still, he and Mia remained friends. During the bitter split from Woody Allen, she got a call from Palm Springs. Frank offered to have Woody Allen's legs broken. She laughed and declined the offer. Sinatra got a chance to play a role like his old friend Humphrey Bogart in Tony Rome.
He is natural. And Sinatra's that Tony Rome.
Meet a very private confidant who scrutinizes every angle of his cases. His name is Tony Rome.
They'll be my next case.
Co-star Jill St. John became a frequent companion, as they say in the gossip. Sinatra continued down the hard-boiled route like a drama for 20th century fights. Screenwriter Abbott Mann adapted Broadmoor's gritty cop novel, The Detective, into an equally hard-hitting movie.
Friday night, after minutes, it was a very nice month. Am I wrong? Was he nice? Was it nice? this bottle. Tell me about Teddy. Nice. Listen to me, Felix. How nice. What kind of nice? You find a girl. What did you find about?
The only one that gave a good performance, I felt, my abject car was Frank Sinatra. I felt so. I just won't do it. No. He did it right. We did it wrong. We were exaggerating.
He said he called your name. Isn't that so? He said you were stupid. He called you some more names. And you hated it, but he went too far this time. And then you hit him. And you kept hitting him until you broke his skull. Didn't you? Say it. Face it. You cut him with a knife. You crushed his skull. You did it, Felix. You killed him. You hit him. Louder. Say it louder. I killed him. I killed him.
Mia Farrow was originally cast as the younger woman. When she and Sinatra split, Jacqueline Bissett inherited the role.
Mia Farrow had a very strange results to the marriage with crazy something, but at the same time, the telephone was open to him. And it was a failure of the magazines and newspapers and stuff.
The unwinnable Vietnam War seemed to split America by 1968, dividing it between young and old. The split even divided the Sinatra family. Nancy Sinatra worked hard in a campaign of Robert Kennedy, who was seen as the one ray of hope in the mummified political world. Frank, who knew Bobby Kennedy personally, wouldn't support him if he ran for dog catcher. Instead, Frank helped promote the Cuban company. When Bobby Kennedy was murdered, Nancy joined her father's side. It didn't matter. The voters elected such a thing. Lady in Cement gave Tony Rome another chance to crack wise and chase bad guys.
If you're asking me, I'd rather you press charges.
Sinatra's co-star was 20th Century Fox's new glamour star, Raquel Welch.
She should have learned actually about her just yet.
I figure you got a deal in there. You want to bother yourself with my life. I want it. I'd like to trade for it.
Action characters, and I found it, very cathartic. So whenever I could do anything of action, future movies, I did it after that, and how to tell the tale. Cut everything out. I put my shoulder, I put my wrist, hurt my back, somewhere my ankle, exactly really after the hamster. I just loved to do the action stuff. Should have been a movie.
I report a body floating off Bowery Rocks.
He's in a hazard navigation.
No, just with that wet blonde hanging around on the block of cement.
You got something, give it to me.
Well, Dave, I could show you a few hints. Like the beginning of the Jillies, where they got a fun couple over there. Danny Yale and a butch girl from New Sea. Or you can find Al Mungar, getting on him.
Just because I'm wearing a white hat now, don't mean I can't hire some girl to put you in traction.
And, last but not least, there's a very good looking broad who's got a crazy breast stroke. Hide them all together. Could be cement.
Anything else, like I say?
Now, what sells best? The roasted piece of the corn. Oh, hold on. Ken? You know, you could have your badge for police brutality.
Hitting the media on multiple fronts, he starred in another TV special with Diane Carroll and The Fifth Dimension.
Here, holiday, jing-a-ling-a. Frank Sinatra singing it the way it is. Sound of the 60s. It happens when Francis Albert Sinatra does his thing. For us to fall in love.
Paisley prints, pop art sets, and Nehru jackets were the style. Mercifully, that passed away. New versions of old songs, and Sinatra's takes on new songs blended in cycles an album produced and arranged by Don Costa. Costa became Sinatra's main man in these later years, building on the body of work Sinatra had created with Axel Stordahl, Billy May, and Nelson Riddle. Americas went into space and took Frank Sinatra with it. Astronauts on the way to the moon played Sinatra songs back to Mission Control. Sinatra lost his father, Marty, and recorded a sad, wistful collaboration with Rodney King called A Man Alone. In Vegas, Caesar's Palace became his home base. He played to sell out crowds. By coincidence, he and his kids all performed in Vegas at the same time. Frank at Caesar's, Frankie Jr. at the Frontier, and Nancy at the International. He was a performer. That's what he did. That's what made him who he was. Whether it was singing to giant crowds in Vegas or Atlantic City, or with a small jazz band in front of a couple hundred fans. He wasn't like some performers who defined themselves only with their work. He had a life, family, pals, hobbies. He liked painting, playing with his elaborate toy train set at home in Palm Springs. Sure, there were occasional hassles, like being called to testify at a New Jersey committee investigating organized crime. Yes, he knew Sam Giancana and Skinny D'Amato. Hell, John F. Kennedy had known Sam Giancana. It wasn't a crime in America to know people, or even to get your picture taken with them. Did Mr. Sinatra have any knowledge of their business affairs? Nope. So it was back to his own business. Club dates, recordings. He worked in this business nearly 30 years. Maybe it was time to give it a rest. Sinatra was offered the lead in the Ballad of Dingus McGee. His luck with westerns was lousy. Kissing Bandit, Johnny Concho, and Four for Texas. None exactly rousing successes.
They got the whole goddamn army looking for me. Me, Dingus McGee. You know what you're doing? He let me out, and I hit you and got away. You hit me? You ain't gonna believe that. What's that? Hold up! Hold up! It's a hold up! Dirty Dingus McGee! Help me get this bomb back over the side! Hey, you dropped your...
I mean, this picture didn't work, but it wasn't Frank. Well, it hurt. It was a cartoon, and you can get away with a cartoon with Spielberg, but you can't with a comedy western. We thought it did. You know, we previewed the picture here in LA, and it fell flat. So I took it back and recut a bunch of stuff. Took it to Denver, and in Denver it was a smash. Damn! It had 2,500 MPM, FT metric, and I knew it wasn't. But for the audience, for that one performance, it was a smash. It was trying to do that. Frank Sinatra announced his retirement in 1971. He was 55. There were a lot of years left. He considered public service, maybe running for political office, maybe just taking it easy. Retirement sounded great. Kick back, have some laughs, some drinks, hang out in town.
Frank and I had our next conversation in the 1970 Academy Awards. Basically moved to Palm Springs. And basically, at that Frank got out of it.
There was still the occasional skirmish. The Godfather, as a novel and a film, raised all the old legends about Sinatra's death to the mob. Nightclub singer Al Martino played the character supposedly based on Sinatra.
Frank was very mature about the whole thing in the film.
I like that.
Donald Trump's thing was a positive mini-series.
But there were only so many flowers and skies to paint. Only so many hands to poke and play before the itch came back.
I'm sure you would. Me?
In June of 1973, Frank stepped back into his old recording studio, Stage 5, Golden Studios in Hollywood. With Don Costa and Gordon Jenkins, he recorded 11 songs, including Send in the Clouds, an ode to aging and missed opportunities. The album went to the top of the charts. Old Blue Eyes is Back, which was the tagline used to herald his return to live shows in Las Vegas. He became a grandfather in 1974 and a husband again in 1976. Barbara Bleakley had been a cocktail hostess in a Vegas bar when she was discovered by flamboyant designer Mr. Blackwell. Beautiful and ambitious, she married Zeppo Marx, who had been the fourth wheel of the early Marx Brothers act before becoming a talent. Barbara was smart, strong, and supportive. She had no outside career. She was young enough to be beautiful, old enough to have things in common with Frank. Yes, they fought. What couple doesn't? She was there for him. He got a kick out of it. It would be his last marriage and his longest.
Regardless of the time of the day it is, I'm really happy to be here. It is the time of the year. And I commend you for what you put in forth in your lives. All of us know that whether it's a necessity, somebody's got to do the job. But I wish you all the good luck and Godspeed. And all right, let's think of it. You are the sunshine of my life. That's why I'll always be around.
One cold January, unexpected tragedy hit the Sinatra family. There was a plane bringing Frank's mom to Las Vegas. It hit a mountain. She was always his biggest fan. She'd always been there. Now she was gone. The concert tour in Australia started out promisingly. Sinatra had played there back in the 50s and liked the crowds.
You're pretty big in Australia, they tell me. Oh, very large. Very large. Just wait for place. Have you ever been there? No, I never have. That's great. So marvelous. The audience is right there.
From this time out, journalists pushed it too far. One female reporter ticked him off so badly he called her a $2 expletive leak to the public.
Every time I've never seen you hear these things talked about. And I've been around it with other stuff. But there's always been a reason for it. He made an uncalled for crack at him. And, Frank went after it. And, but she asked him to get up there. But he would behave himself very well.
Australian newspaper writers closed ranks. Audiences still came, but reviews were colored by off-stage anger. Theirs and his. Back in the States, the tabloids never gave up. If one supermarket rag claimed Frank and Barbara were on the rocks, a rival rag printed a story about their happy home. A tell-all book by notorious muckraker Kitty Kelly ruffled feathers of Frank's friends.
Dave, working on Sinatra, the handsome job. But he went in and today. He let it came from Washington. He says, oh, you're the fellow that talked to the fellow. And I said, no, never.
By now, Sinatra had enough FU money to tell them all to take a hike. He did TV movie, he did cameos on Magnum P.I. and in the films Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Cannonball Run, Old Pals Dino and Sammy. He kept racking up birthdays, albums, and awards. The Presidential Medal of Freedom, the largest audience ever assembled for solo performer in Rio de Janeiro. Grammy Lifetime Achievement Award.
Twice.
Well, fine words. Tell you how much I appreciate what you've done for the organization, which I'm very proud of. To be part of and to be in this part of the show business, the singing and the show business.
He did a final Rat Pack reunion with Sammy Davis and Dean Martin. A last hurrah for the Giants.
We loved each other, respected each other. We haven't always agreed with each other, but the respect was always there.
And still more worth to. 12th of December 1996, the city that doesn't sleep lit up its Empire State Building in blue light in honor of old Blue Eye's birthday. With the album Tourette's, Crooner sang in tandem with artists like Barbra Streisand, Bonham, Liza Minnelli, and Tony Bennett. Another tour, just him, doing what he had always done, entertain. The memory was failing. He moved slower, but he still had that mastery, that way of lyrics. One critic said the later Sinatra wasn't 20% of Sinatra at his prime, but that 20% was twice as great as most performers would ever be. In the last months and years, he was fodder for the tabloids. Again and again, he was pronounced on death's door.
I had come to just say a few words sometime around 1941. I was working in a theater in New Jersey, a voice singer from the Tommy Dorsey Orchestra. The commentary was the same for every case. He said, he's a band singer. But this was on my birthday. A gentleman named Bob Whiteman. He said, how would you like to open the Paramount Theater on December 31st, New Year's Eve morning? But that's a pretty strange time to go open any place. And he said, we have a Crosby movie and Benny put him in his office. And then for 15 minutes I fell on the floor and then said, I'd be delighted to take the job. Benny is quiet, sensitive, gentle, and he didn't pay much attention to what had been happening outside of his world of music. Consequently, he didn't know what to expect, and neither did I. I swear to you, I didn't expect anything like that. I was so frightened being up there alone without the Pied Pipers and 16 other singers and a big orchestra and all that. I was trembling at the time. I didn't have great many different said, ladies and gentlemen, Frank Sinatra. And the biggest yell went up in the theater. And it scared me and scared everybody in the room. He turned around and looked at nobody and said, what the hell is that?
In our age of hype and exaggeration, it's not one bit out of line to call Frank Sinatra a legend. That voice was first heard back when records played 78 Revolutions, back in the days of the original amateur hour on radio.
Frank, we're looking for jobs. How about it? Everyone that's ever heard us liked it. We think we're pretty good.
That voice, that music, and the man that goes with it might just be around forever.
Well, Frankie is a man of many, many colors, and some of them very few people know.
There'll be a hot time in the town of Berlin when the lads go marching in. I'd like to see their boys enjoy when they take home to Berlin. There'll be a hot time in the town of Berlin when our fighting boys begin to take the joint apart and tear it down when they take home to Berlin.
I guess he had a bad side, but I never saw it. Warm, sweet, cuddly, and nice.
Some people just don't wait. You feel like kissing, kiss. Kiss, kiss, kiss all the time. I kissed you, lady. You kissed me back. I got the message. You treat a dame like a woman, and treat a lady like a dame.
She gets you hungry for dinner at 8. She
like the theater, never comes late. There's a small hotel. I could write a book about the way you walk in river and look when you see a guy with stars in the sky. You can bet that he's doing it for some dog. I mean, the world. You know, sports, film, theater, literature, songwriting.
You show me anyone else in the business who has lasted as long and is as big still.
So you're
By the way, where's the wet? I should have got my grandmother, but I tell her.
every kid in the neighborhood like you, right? You had one buddy like the old great man, she used to be. Except for the times I tried to run me down with this car, I've always found it very charming. Man, she used to be. Then he lost the house I live in. Lock of earth, grocer and the butcher, and the people that I hate. It's amazing the cult Frank Sinatra has around this world.
Something we want to do. Just wonderful. This is wonderful, and I thought everyone could just make me flip.
Sweet Audrey Hepburn and Keith Taylor, Nancy's the creature, they're just a trailer. No angel could replace Nancy with a laughing. I just live my life as I see fit, and I do what I want. I have a ball. It worked so hard. He wanted to move. He knew this guy that stage. He just worked his hard. Frank was the hardest work I've ever known. And Frank was a good athlete. And he was a good athlete. And he's got the best sets of rate, I guess, in the whole world.
First, if the game is in doubt, the guy up at bat hits a terrible clout. The dust clears away and they're both of them out. O'Brien,
Kelly down so many times dancing, I feel I better stay with the singer because it was embarrassing. You know what I mean? I felt badly for him.
He begged me. True. She pleaded. When somebody loves you, it's no good unless he loves you. All the way. Now, come on. Now what? Big moment in my life.
All the years of love that I knew. Chicago, New York, and Las Vegas, Hollywood, Hoboken, too. The world out there is my oyster, and I owe it all to you. Now here's to the lady who's always and here's to my buddy, Dean and Sammy too.
What's your record?
Let's all have a party, great big swinging party, ring-a-ding-ding-a-ding-ding.
I got a right to work. What? Bad boy. Naughty. Okay, better stay in the jungle. I'll simple that. Good night, everybody.
I hope I made you happy with this song. Let's get together, swing it all night long. I'll just come to your town. Anytime is my town. Ding-a-ding-ding-a-ding-ding. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Ring-a-ding-ding-a-ding-ding. Oh.
Oh, there's no me, just to hear that, need to move. Just because he didn't do that much. So it'd be like, I'd just be petting him right now, and he'd be like, okay, I'm slowly petting him. It's feeding me. He used to do the cutest thing with his arms like this, like a puppy. Yeah, because he's a baby. You really think he's a baby? You're not a baby. You had to give him up. Don't put you in. Time for the next sacrifices for you. Here you go. So then it's just Spider-Man's. He's on the end, baby.
Not too cool, Julie. Like, I won't be fun now. Cool as hell, dude. Man, she must be really freaking out.
One minute would kill me if she found out I kicked out. Look, social event abuse is so dumb. Where does she live? 23727 Sure, maybe. I feel like the best guy will be there and everything will be totally hot. But that guy is so cute. Look at his smile. You guys here. You guys want to come here next time? My God! What a hunk!
I had to bite the snake, and the people who looked at this fucking dispensary and went to the children's park many moons ago. How many? 15 years ago. Really? Yes, sir.
23727 party. It is going to be amazing. I've seen the chicks. I know about this shit, and I got a feeling about this one. It's going to be hot.
Even some of
That's in the
16
valley. Party's in the valley.
Alright.
Trust me, I don't want to go to the valley. I can't even go to the valley.
Come on, Julie. You know normal homes wait for us. Just want to pounce the first available spot.
The hell is
She does everything she says. I know. She's gonna get in a lot of trouble if she doesn't watch you. You know, I think she does good makeup.
What is this? Oh, snap. There we go. That's kind of my thing. I like how it goes a lot. Really? Yeah. Why? Really valuable? Why is it? Who's done? Most popular movies. Jack Thunder. Chill that bitch, we gotta go to the shop. Baby Blake. Yeah, I don't have time for that shit though. Like a whole movie. Christ.
On demand. 3,000.
Andy Griffith. Welcome. Traffic Thunder. Come on. Where's your documentary? I'm gonna go actually look at the dog. Dude, I want this one. Stop. I like the smell of the place. Where Whole Foods Market, I like the smell of Whole Foods Market. Really? Yeah, it's like weird. It's like nutmeg.
There is an error with this code.
Stop this. Are you fucking me? There is an error with this content? Very good, dog. Enchanted. Dog. Rain Man. I like Rain Man. You can go out yourself like a dog. Yeah, I'm not thinking about Rain Man though. Just milking myself like a cow. What the fuck is this shit? Alright, so are you done? Okay. Okay. Are there any places with snow? I think maybe. Well, I'll put you look at. Yo, Sheen. Sheen. It's not that cool. Let's do this. Okay, so what is places in Australia? Snow. Feel down. Here's on snow. Australia. Are you done? No. Splash either. Staring at eye to eye. No, I just made it.
And when deputies arrived in the early morning hours of Christmas Eve, they said they didn't see anything, but another caller directed them down a little further to the 25/7
That'd be big about veterans. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Mr. Charlie Booth on King.
You're so loud. What up, Ben? Hey, Jelly Hands. How about some of that jam? Fancy preserve stuff. Let's stick some of that jam in this puss. Brookings Institution. Okay. The west side of the gate.
Bring it on home.
Sticky icky icky. Ricky ricky. Yoshi. That way to be okay.
My grandma and your grandma sit by the fire. My grandma's your grandma set your flag on fire. Jumping and hitting them, what you want it? Check him off, you know, I'm done it. Check him off, you know, my eagle dressed in red. I know I do I need. But your $5 can you get? Check him off, you know, talking about it, get down, get down. I know I do I need. Check him off, you know, I'm done it. Check him off, you know, my black boy and your black boy sit by the fire. My black boy sit to your black boy, set your black on fire. Talking about hey, hey, like you want me. Check him off, you know, I'm not dead. Check him off, you know, check him off, you know,
How many times you wash out with me? Yes, sir. Finally, clearing the VA. Just 1 or 2 more days. 3 times? You're on a roll here, my friend. 4 cars, 3 times each. That's it for 12. I'm a mechanic or NASA engineer. Now listen, I told you I've never dealt with these Lamborghinis before, and yet you assured me that you could deliver these cars within that time frame. Look, don't tell me that, because I'm not even listening. Well, sir, I hardly think that's necessary.
Well, I'll explain that to my swing on. I'm sure he'll be very sympathetic. I'm into him for 200,000. That's 1,000, my friend. 3 zeros. I got all my money tied up in these cars, and if I don't get my money out, I am over. I am finished. Do you understand that?
Well, you have to understand our situation here.
I don't give a shit about your problems. I got the shark snapping at my heels here. They're gonna take in the car in my business 11 days ago. Heather just lateral for Christ's sake. I pulled him off with a whip and a chair.
I understand that. I know delivery is way overdue.
Fucking EPA. The whole world is choking on smog, and they're gonna correct the situation by keeping my 4 cars off the road.
Well, of course.
Well, they tried cash. How much more do these EPA guys are doing?
Charlie,
Wyatt?
yeah. Back to swing on. If he doesn't get the money by 5:30, he's gonna come and seize all the cars.
I'm gonna have to put it back. I really think we should talk to Mr. Babbitt on this. I don't really understand. I signed a check on Tuesday. Your person watched me sign it, and then you gave it to the mailman. Come on, I need this. Come on.
I wouldn't do that, sir. You're talking to Mr. Babbitt personally. A number for him? No, he's on the register.
He wants to call him
Charlie,
immediately.
tell him I'm connected to Barbados, arriving 1:30 a.m. Can you leave a number?
Charlie!
What, Lenny? I'm standing here talking to him.
Mr. Bateman wants to back out on his car and he wants to take Mr. Webb with him. They want the down payments back. Found 2 cars selling money, so they want to go that way.
Tell him that was me on that line. The car's just passed emissions that the EPA people will be in her overturn. You paying attention?
Yeah, I am.
You paying attention? Yeah, I'm listening. All right, now tell them also that I'm knocking off $5 grand on both your deals because I appreciate your patience. Now, do you understand that, Lenny?
I understand it.
You sure that you got
it?
Mr. Bateman, that was Mr. Babbitt on the other line. Yes, as it happens, the cars are passing the emissions. What are you saying? The cars have passed the emissions. We're just waiting for the EPA paperwork. We'll have that momentarily. And because of your incredible patience, we're going to knock off $5,000 on this car. But yes, you've been most patient. We really appreciate your patience. Thank you. Thank you. We're ready for Palm Springs.
Still want to go with all these problems?
They were seconds away from closing this deal. $75,000. Not bad for a couple of phone calls. Not bad at all. You know where to find us, right, Lynn? Right. I got it under control.
Listen, I don't want to be demanding here, but do you think could you possibly say, I don't know, 10 or 12 words before we get to the hotel? Consider it foreplay. Can you include me in some of your thoughts?
Thinking, nothing special. I'm just thinking.
Maybe there's something that you're thinking about that we can talk. Thinking in a conversation.
Well, if there's something to talk about, Susanna, we'd be talking about it. I'm just thinking, what's the big deal about me thinking?
Charlie, I just feel like, I'm going away for a few days with someone.
Okay, you want to talk? Let's talk. How was your day?
I feel like you're excluding me from what's going on. It's not that I want to talk.
One of these events, man. How do we get back on it?
I don't know why I put up with all this.
Well, you wanted to go to Palm Springs, and we're going to Palm Springs.
But I didn't want to go alone. I've been sitting in this car for no
Susanna, you want to talk? Let's talk. Let's talk.
This is not talking. This is you going like...
Yeah.
Charlie, this is Lenny. I've been trying to contact you for a while. I got a call, a long-distance call from Mr. Mooney, your father's lawyer. He's been trying to reach you. Your father has died, Charlie. Charlie?
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry, the funeral's tomorrow in Cincinnati. He said you'd know where. I've got his number.
That's not necessary. Anything else?
Oh, that's it. Listen, Charlie, if there's anything I can do, just call me.
Sorry about the weekend, man.
Charlie, the weekend.
Look, I told you before, we had a falling out a long time ago. My mother died when I was 2. It was just him and me. We just didn't get along.
Going to the funeral?
Yeah.
Come with me.
That's really sweet. It's really no point,
I want to, that's about it.
Sorry, I forgot who I was talking to. Just have to go over the details of the road.
Sure, I can wait in the car if you like.
Give this car my whole life. 1949 Buick Roadmaster, 28,000 production model, straight Fireball 8. First full year, 9-foot transmission.
Child, son, it's black. Anyway, in these pictures here, he doesn't look like a man who doesn't like.
What are you doing? Just put that away. Put that away. You want to hear a story? I'll tell you one story. I'm just saying. You know the convertible in the garage? His baby. That and the goddamn roses. The car was off limits. That's a classic saying commands respect. It's not for children. 10th grade, I'm 16 years old. Once I bring home a report card, it's almost all this. I go to my old man. Can I take the car? The guys have the Buick, so Victory Drive. He says no. Take it anyway. I steal the keys. I sneak it out.
You took the car with no permission.
Yes, Ron.
Why? Why?
Because I deserved it. Nothing I did was good enough for this guy. Don't you understand that? We're on Columbia Parkway. 4 kids. We get pulled over. He pulled over. Woo woo!
What is pulled over? This?
Yes. Can I finish it? All in the report. Not the central. Just Central Station. The other guy's dad's bailing out.
She left in prison for 2 days?
Yeah. Yeah, I was scared. Left home, I never saw her again.
Actually, after a year we've been together, it's the first time I've heard the story. Hey, what?
You know, one of those imaginary childhood friends. Nothing, just a friend.
And I remember too that they went home so full of bitterness and reindeer so full of yourself. And being raised without a mother, the hardness of your heart is understandable as well. Your refusal to even pretend that you loved or respected me, all of this I forgave. But your failure to write, to telephone, to relate my life in any way has left me without a son. I wish you all I ever wanted for you. I wish you the best. I hereby bequeath to my son, Charles St. Robin, that a certain Buick convertible, a very car that unfortunately brought our relationship to an end. Also, outright title to my prize winning agricultural tools. May they remind you of the value of excellence and the possibility of perfection. As for my home and all of the property, real and personal, these shall be placed in trust, in accordance with the terms of that certain instrument executed concurrently herewith.
What does that mean in this part?
Means that the estate in excess of $3 million after expenses and taxes will go into a trust fund for a beneficiary.
Who is that?
I'm afraid I can't tell you.
Who controls the money? You control the whole.
It's called a trustee.
What is that? How does that work?
Forgive me, but there's nothing more I should say. I'm sorry. I can see that you're disappointed.
Disappointed? I should be disappointed. I got rose bushes, didn't I? I got a used car, didn't I? What's his name? What'd you call him? The
beneficiary.
Right, beneficiary. He got $3 million, but he didn't get the rose bushes. I got the rose bushes. I definitely got the rose bushes. I definitely got the rose bushes. I mean, those are rose bushes.
There's no need
to what? To be upset? To be upset? There is a hell, sir. My father's in it, and he is looking up right now. He is laughing his ass off. Sanford Babbitt, you want to be that guy's son for 5 minutes? Did you hear that letter? Were you listening?
Yes, sir, I was. Were you?
No. Could you repeat it? Because I can't believe my fucking ears.
I was looking for you. How did it go?
I got what I expected. Susanna, it's going to take a few minutes.
Go big pictures.
Can I help you?
Yes, I think you can. I have a problem. Private trust.
Thank you.
My father said. Is this Walbrook? Excuse me. Is this Walbrook? Excuse me.
Excuse me, please, officer.
Whatever this is, I don't understand the point of secrecy. This patient is an old girlfriend of my father's.
Robert, I knew your father since you were 2 years old.
Look, I'm trusting you with fun.
This hospital receives nothing from that.
That hardly seems fair. Maybe that's something that we can discuss.
On this burden out of loyalty to your father. That's where my loyalty ends.
You think I should feel a little of that loyalty?
I think you feel cheated out of your birthright by a man who had difficulty showing love. I really should have said that.
Yeah, I was hoping that we could talk and explain what father said, help me understand the right of what he's done. Because failing that, I have responsibilities of my own, and they have to be met, even if that means a fight.
Last Saturday, more than 28 miles. But today's Monday. I always drive the car on Saturday, never drive on Sunday.
We can jump out.
I'm an excellent driver.
That's good. Come on. What's that again? She's not a toy.
He says he drives his car.
Yeah, doesn't drive slow on the drive on Saturday. Of course, the seats were originally brown leather. Now they're sit-up in bed.
These seats were brown. You know this car?
I know this car.
How do you know this car?
That's where I know this car. 1929 Roadmaster, straight 8, Fireball 8, only 8,095 production model. Dad doesn't drive slow on the drive. Not on Monday. Definitely not on Monday.
Who's your dad?
Sanford Babbitt.
Sanford Babbitt?
10961 East West Street, Cincinnati, Ohio.
That's my address. What is it with this guy? Hey, who's your mother?
Eleanor Babbitt.
Ellen.
Night, January 5th, 1955, after a short
Who the hell are you? Huh? Oh, wait a second. Where are you going?
2 minutes ago, we walked.
What? Hold on, wait a second here. I want to ask you a question.
Hey, I'm talking to you. Bruner, who is this guy?
I mean, is your brother.
My brother? I don't have a brother.
No. Not exactly. It's not crazy, it's not terrible. No, it's not just a savant. Some people like him used to be called idiot savants. They have certain deficiencies, certain abilities. He's retarded. Autistic. Actually high functioning. It means that there's a disability that impairs the sensory process. English here, Marcus. How can I work? Well, Raymond has a problem communicating and learning. He can't even express himself or probably even understand his own emotions in a traditional way. There are dangers everywhere. Routine, rituals. All he has is rituals. That's the way he acts, sleeps, eats, uses the bathroom, walks, talks, everything. Any break from the routines, it's terrifying. Obviously, I came here in 1960. I was 18 or 20 then, and I checked the record. You've been here that long? It was on us 3 years on you. Yes, it's fucking weird. So why didn't anybody tell me I had a brother? What had you done about it? Does he know how much money he's no, he doesn't understand the concept. He doesn't understand the concept. He's just inherited. He doesn't understand the concept of money. What is this? Why is he doing that?
Whenever he gets nervous, that's who's on first. You know, from Abbott and Costello?
Yeah, why?
Why? This is way of dealing with new types of books and stuff.
So he memorized who's on first.
Yeah, that among other things.
Raymond, tell who's on first.
Books he reads, huh?
Whatever gets his hands on.
Burn the yard and these people are gonna be here all day, burn. This is unannounced because burn. This is definitely not weekend business, burn.
It's okay, Ray.
This is unannounced business, burn.
Beck, he said not to touch the books.
Not to touch books.
You like Shakespeare, Ray?
I don't know.
Did you read all this?
I don't know.
You don't know. Burn. Read Macbeth?
I don't know. Burn.
You read Hamlet?
I don't know. Burn.
Read The Twelfth Night?
Stop it.
Yes. You read all these stories that are in this book, and you don't know if you read the book.
Burn.
You don't know. Really gotta put it back. You don't know. Okay, no, Ray, take it easy. I'm not gonna. Won't touch anything else.
It's okay. It's okay. Come on. I'm main man.
Burn, my man. Main man. Yeah.
Are you taking any prescription medication?
Relax, you. That's just a way of You never touch me. I'm supposed to do more than anybody in the world. Man, for 9 years. I got time tomorrow and didn't say goodbye. You'd never notice. I'm not sure, but I don't think people in this place fly out.
Hey, Ray. Harry, you wanna go take a walk? Right? Right?
Hey, man. Want to show your brother your ducks?
27 minutes, Jeff.
Don't worry, Ray. We'll bring you right back.
Practically 26 minutes, Jeffrey. We'll bring her in.
Susanna, just hold on. Stay. Stay there. No, Raymond, just stay there. Just stand still. Okay? That's good.
What? Why do I have to take the car and go down there and wait for you again at the gate and be waiting for days? Why?
Raymond, the car disturbs you. Okay, Raymond. Ray, the ducks are over here. What are you looking at?
I don't know.
Listen, my father died. You know that he died last week? Did they tell you?
I don't know.
You don't know if they told you? You don't know what dead is? That means he's gone. He's not at the cemetery. You want to go see him at the cemetery? Does that mean maybe? Does that mean maybe you want to go? Yeah, I live in Los Angeles. I go to Los Angeles like to see a Dodger game. See the Dodgers play. There's not today. Oh, you don't today. Monday, okay, you schedule. Just thought maybe you'd like to go to Los Angeles with me. See Fernando Valenzuela pitch.
Fernando Valenzuela Saturday. My schedule to pitch on Wednesday.
He's going to pitch on Wednesday?
Wednesday.
Well, I'm not going to pitch on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Let's go to LA.
Yeah.
Come on, right?
Of course, it's a long way to California, and I'm definitely not supposed to be on the ground. Definitely have to be back.
Well, once you get there, the people, the crowd's cheering.
I have to be back.
This presidential suite. To the left is Raymond's biggest, big, beautiful room. All right?
It's not my room. It's definitely not my room. I have to go back to Walmart.
Look out. Whoa. It's your brother's next door wants to spend time together. Have some fun. He said that.
I don't have my tapioca pudding. We have tapioca pudding for dessert.
Yeah, we can do that. We can work tapioca pudding.
It's definitely not my room. I don't have my tapioca pudding. That's wrong. Definitely not my bed.
I like it there. You can move it.
It should be near the window. I don't have my books. There's no bookshelf. I'm definitely on a book. I'm going to be bookless.
Big telephone book. A lot of words. And then picked up. $200,000 about to go to shit house, and he doesn't want to answer the phone. 6 years, that means it's 9 there. How's Susanna there? 3 there. 3 o'clock. Doesn't want to answer the phone.
So,
What I told you, you should do this. Doesn't make sense.
VERN. Let's see. VERN. What's happening, Holmes?
It's fine. Charlie, let's take him home. Come on.
No, he's okay. Just get him some dinner. He'll be all right. What'd you say? You wanted a hamburger? Hamburger, Ray? Huh? We'll get pepperoni pizza Monday night for dinner.
Pizza? You got pizza in the institution?
It's Monday night's Italian night. Yeah, give me Stu this Charlie Babbitt. Where is he? I got a bit of legal. I'll call him tomorrow.
Yes, but we can watch the
Yeah. Real. Oh, fortune. Look at this studio filled with glamorous merchandise. Fabulous and exciting bonus prices. Thousands of dollars in cash. Over $150,000 just waiting for one. We present our big bonanza of cash on Wheel of Fortune. Pepperoni, right?
I don't want pepperoni.
Yeah, that's right. I'll take a tip. Bring some beer. So the tapioca pudding, you got tapioca. We'll just bring
Here, take this. It is fine. Sure thing. I'll be right back.
Are you in here? Charlie Babbitt. Get out! Get out! No!
Jesus. Wait, go in there with him. Come on, Charlie, go in there. He's your brother. He's afraid. He doesn't understand this. Go in there.
Raymond, what were you doing in my room? You don't know what you were doing. What's those noises? Noises. Those noises are none of your business. You understand that? Huh? Put the phone book down. Stop acting like an idiot. Go to sleep.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie from
Don't listen to me. You don't listen to me. This is
What are you talking about?
I asked you to go there.
Huh?
You went there doing something again. His brother. His brother. Let me tell you today for the first time that you have a brother. And I don't see in your face one little reaction. I'm not saying joy. I'm saying something. Why? Because I don't know. Because you don't tell me anything. You just give me lies. Lies. Yes.
Lies. What lies?
Bullshit. I know it's bullshit. So why don't you tell me why is he here?
Because I'm pissed at him.
I don't.
At my father.
Your father and you bring him why?
I don't know why. Because I got him and they want him.
This makes no sense.
Who's left all the money and I got nothing. $3 million in inheritance, every penny of it. So I'm gonna keep it till I get my half. I deserve that. Huh? Susanna. Just take it easy here. What? You've had enough? What does that mean, you've had enough? You're leaving. You're leaving me now? I need you. I need you now.
Nobody.
What does that mean? What? Just take it easy. What is my crime here? Huh? What is my goddamn crime?
You're useful. You're using Raymond. You're using me. You use everything.
I'm using Raymond. Raymond, am I using you? Am I using you, Raymond? Shut up! He is answering a question from a half hour ago. What good is $3 million to him? That money is only just going to sit there for the rest of his life. And I need that money. You know I need that money.
You need them, so it's hardly like stealing, no? And when it's over, what happens to Raymond?
But that's over for a better place. No, with the money, I will put him in a better place. What difference does it make? He's going to be just the same.
All you have is money.
His money. That man was my father, too. What about my fucking half? Where's my fucking half?
You
I'm entitled to that money, goddammit.
did not this man.
I did not take him. I did not take him. I took my hat. Now runs in the family. You're wet. Soaking wet. You're going to leave in the middle of the night. You just wait. My father has stuck it to me all my life. What do you want from me? What do you want? Yes.
Italian, yes. Oh, one night.
How did you know my phone?
Yeah, remembers things, little things.
Very clever. Like that.
What'd you do? You memorize the whole book? You start from the beginning?
Yeah.
What'd you do? G? That's it. You memorized G. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. You hungry?
Yeah, Tuesday we have a pancake.
Pancakes?
Yes.
Maple syrup. That's your butt.
Uh-oh. I don't have it.
That's okay. There's nothing else to do.
I don't have my maple syrup. I'm gonna be fine with maple syrup. I'm gonna have my maple syrup. Maple syrup will be on the table before the pancake. Of course, when I bring the maple syrup after the pancake, we haven't wanted to
We're gonna be here the entire morning with no maple syrup and no toothpicks. I'm definitely not gonna have my pancakes with it. Ow! Uh-oh.
Serious in your business, Charlie. Serious in your business. What are you fucking kidding me? Number 18 in 1988. Squeezed and pulled it hurt my neck. 1988. Squeezed and pulled. Dr. Ernest Charlie Babbitt. No problem whatsoever. It'll be $1.5 million. I'm not going to just roll my head. Raymond, don't touch that. That's dirty. Well, his brother, it's not like kidnapping here, is it? That's just kind of bullshit, okay? Now, I'm entitled as part of my father's estate. If you don't want to kind of deal with me, I'll fly him back to Los Angeles, stick him in an institution out there, and we can have a custody battle over him. Missy, think about that. Doctor, think about that. Or we can kind of deal right now. He needs some toothpicks. We just get him some toothpicks over here.
I remember watching something like that.
And I'll see you. Check. Sorry about that.
I think it's like there are people out there who can count that many.
It's a lot more than 2 toothpicks. 246 is all we change. Right. How many toothpicks? 250. Pretty close. Let's go. 46.
There's 4 left in the box.
The future of rock and roll. 97X. Bam!
What's up? Future. You're just doing that, don't you? Like, I'm doing these captures.
Ray.
I swear to God, they should institutionalize everyone who has to do captures.
Rock and roll. 97X.
Right. Future rock and roll.
Lenny, I don't care what you think. Did they say that? I have to be under enforcement. Lenny, shut up a moment here. I am in serious trouble here. I can't get to these cars. I can't get the money. Do you understand that? My loan is past due.
Fuck that was.
Lenny, just listen to me in LAX. Now remember, the Buick is an A3 main terminal. Make sure that you see it. Right. Uh-oh, there's an airplane out there. Yeah, that's right, everybody's boarding. Let's go. But don't be silly. It's the safest travel in the world. You're going to love this. Trust me. Yeah.
What's
Ray? Yeah. We're in an airport. People fly out of airports. What do you think we were doing here this whole time?
Yeah, flying very dangerous. 1987, reporting airline accident. 21 cows, 130 death passengers.
This plane is very safe. Yeah. And I gotta get to Leonardo. Shit. Wait. You don't know? Is it this airline?
Yeah.
Is it this airline? Okay, fine. We can,
People think I'm just
there's an
like Tom Cruise, but he was a hard gangster.
Crash April 27, 1976.
We don't have to take American. There's a lot of flights.
Yeah, in the airline. Continental crash because of 87, flight 1713, 28 casualties.
This is very serious, right?
Yeah, very serious.
You see, I have to get to Los Angeles, right? So you're gonna get on that plane. You understand me? You're gonna have to get on a plane.
Yeah, get on.
There's a Delta. Yeah. I mean, it leaves at midnight, Ray. A Delta. How's Delta?
Delta crashed August 2nd, 1985. Rocky Elgin, Dallas, Fort Worth.
All airlines. All airlines have crashed at one time or another. That doesn't mean that they are not safe.
Qantas not crashing.
Well, that's gonna do me a lot of good, right? You see, Qantas doesn't fly to LA out of Cincinnati. You've got to get to Melbourne, Australia, in order to get the plane that flies to Los Angeles. You hear me?
Let's go.
It's very lovely beach. And I gotta get on this fucking plane. He's okay. We're not gonna take the plane. Just relax. He was upset. We were gonna take the plane. We're not gonna take the plane. We're not gonna fly. Okay?
I'm fine.
Drive to Los Angeles. We're gonna fly to LA. Okay? Come on. Right? Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. Take the bag. I'm not gonna take the plane. Right? Just grab the fucking bag.
Yeah.
I just want you to know that you really can't do it. We're gonna be in LA in 3 hours. It's gonna take me 3 days.
Plus, I got Jeopardy. I want to Jeopardy. Not Jeopardy, fine.
See if you can get another dude up here.
Oh.
Come on. Out of this in a second. That's good. It's okay. That's right. Yeah, we'll be out of here in a few seconds. That's good. That's good, Ray. That's good. That's good. Ray? Hey, we don't need your help up here. Go on back to your car. Oh, hey, got it. Ray. Come on. Ray. Hey, just Ford and C here. Go back and get your car. Yes, sir. Breakfast fine. Go back and get your car. Yes, sir. Just stay there by the sign, okay, Raymond? Yes, Ray. Just stay there.
Yeah. Definitely on track.
Goddamn. Hell at it. Yeah. I hear you.
Oh, found him. That's
What's it gonna be, man? What's it gonna be?
very dangerous highway.
How am I going to get to LA?
Of course, driving a car on this interstate is very dangerous.
You want to get off the highway? Will that make you happy? Yeah, well, you got to get in the car. You're going to get off the highway. But I got an idea. I got a great idea. Stay in front of the car until we get off the exit. We'll get in and we'll take the not so dangerous road, whatever that might be. Is that an idea?
Yeah.
Come on, give me 5, Ray. That's a great idea. Give me 5. Yeah, this guy's a fucking freak.
Look at this bush soda.
It's almost 19 minutes too late. You have to be in bed at 11 lights out.
We're not flying. We're not on the interstate. It's shit secondary road. I got to make up some time. We got to get to Los Angeles. I should have been there this afternoon. My business needs me. I got to make up some time.
Definitely watch it. You have to be in bed at 11 lights out.
Get it.
I'll go 19 minutes to 11. Bring it on.
This is a good one. We don't go out when it rains. This is really good. I hope you appreciate this. My business is like a fucking toilet. I should be in LA. Instead, I'm in the honeymoon haven hotel in Bumblefuck, Missouri. Because you won't go out when it rains. Mr. Mike. What is this? Good news, bad news? Past due, oh, yes, sir. I'm just stuck in Cincinnati since stay back here because my family is to say, well, thank you. I appreciate it. Well, it is a shock to say the least. Is there any way I can get an extension on that loan? Just a couple of days. It would make a world of difference. Speak up, Lenny. I bought time. I didn't buy that car. What I want you to do is you're going to have to go down. How much?
First of all,
what?
lunch is covered.
Hold on.
Fish sticks, not chocolate. They're definitely close.
One other apple juice.
One orange soda, one choice.
Oh, it's 12. I gotta go. He's starting to rock and roll.
Yeah, it's close.
It's okay. Come on.
Four fish sticks. Supposed to be 8.
8? Where's it? Take a shower, Ray? Ray, you take a shower, right? Yeah. Right? Same thing as a rain. You get a little wet. What do you say? What do you say? Huh?
Showers. Yeah. What is the sun?
What is the what?
Stu. Legally, owner never established a conservatorship frame. Oh, he didn't figure anyone would show up to contest his authority. Hey, if that's the case, I definitely will get custody and the $3 million, right? And you set up a date. Yeah, you set up a date for the custody. Stu, I want a firm date and I want it early. Lenny, she hasn't come in, she hasn't called. If you see her or hear from her, tell her to call me at this number. Look at that. 1957 Studebaker Golden Home. 0 to 60 in under 8 seconds. 275 supercharged horsepower. That's beautiful.
Well, I'm an excellent driver.
You know how to drive?
Yeah.
When did you drive?
Because I drove the Blue Mountain driver when my dad came to Walton.
Stand the car? Stand the car?
Yeah.
He let you drive the Buick?
Yeah, so I want to drive.
Well, I'll let you drive sometime. Raymond! Never touch the steering wheel when I'm driving. Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Because I don't have my underwear.
What?
I'm definitely not wearing my underwear.
What are you talking about? I gave you a fresh pair of mine this morning.
Not my underwear.
I told you to go in the bathroom, put them on. Where are they?
What's in the pocket of my jacket?
Where?
Here. These are tight. These are not boxer shorts. Mine are boxer shorts. These are Hanes 32. These are Hanes 32. My boxer shorts have my name. This is Rain.
All right. How's the store? We'll pick you up a pair of boxers.
I got my boxer shorts at Kmart in Cincinnati.
Nothing. I'm on the west side. Is there a Kmart on the west side?
I'll go back to Cincinnati. You have to go to Cincinnati. Boxer shorts.
Oh yeah, I know where it is.
What did I say?
On,
You hear me? I know you hear me.
My boxer shorts have
Don't
my
fool me with this shit for a second.
They're too tight.
Ray, did you fucking hear what I said? Shut up!
Cincinnati's a long way off. We're getting further away from Kmart.
You don't have to go to Cincinnati to get a pair of underwear at Kmart.
You have to go to Kmart
Next
from
to
the post.
What I tell you, Ray, we are not going to Cincinnati, and that's
Get
final.
my boxer shorts at Kmart.
Raymond, that is final. Did you hear me? You can't tell me that you're not in there somewhere.
Mine are boxer shorts.
What up, GB? How you living, baby? Excellent. What's new in your neck of the woods? Did you do anything special? Very nice. Are you college? Well, so this is the secular New Year. So, I don't really do anything. I did end up falling asleep early, awaking. I like to do that. I don't like to be up really late on kind of like you. Go to bed early and then I don't have a hangover into the new year. Not necessarily due to alcohol, but just due to lack of sleep and tiredness, overall fatigue and things like that. I've always found that it's good to get a good start on the first, at the beginning of the year. In fact, there's one year, I did the opposite of that. I drove a good distance and I slept all of January 1st. And starting on a January 2nd, I went running and I ran 1,500 miles that year. So it can go either way where you have a long, tough January 1st, or if you just, get to bed early. So it can go either way. Do you have any resolutions? So let's talk about that. As someone who has allegedly perhaps quit tobacco themselves at a point in their lives, the best way that I found to do it, allegedly, is to go from what you're doing right now to e-cigs, and then from e-cigs you can do like they let's say it's like 5% nicotine, then go like a month at 5% nicotine, then a month at 4% nicotine, then a month at 3% nicotine, a month at 2% nicotine, a month at 1% nicotine, and then you're done. Now you can also go cold turkey. I've done that too. And but I really think the best way to do it, to not like interrupt yourself too much and not be really ornery and things like that and still be able to smoke and do all those other things, is to do that. Now the key is finding an e-cig that you like as much as that cigarette. Okay, so do you know what this is? It's a vape. So basically you can do this vape. Now this isn't nicotine, but right now you don't realize it, but you stink. Everyone around you knows you stink like cigarettes. Your fingernails are yellow because of it. Your teeth are yellow because I'm not saying it because I see that off of you. You're a good looking guy, but I'm just saying I've seen it off of my own self. Okay, so what does that mean? So that means that you got to come up with a plan of how you're going to get off of that. Well, they're expensive as well. So you got to find an e-cig that you really like. And so you test some out, some that taste like what you've got right now, which some taste just, have you had e-cigs before? So they've changed. They've definitely changed. And so you're able to adjust your nicotine settings to whatever you need. But essentially, so here's what I did. To be honest with you, I went from smoking to allegedly to, do you know what Juuls are? Juul. They're very popular, and I was making good money, and so I could buy as much of them as I needed, and I was working a lot of hours, so I basically used it like caffeine, like, just jump on it every so often. Those are the most addictive kind. I can tell you I've tried basically every kind of e-cig there is, and those are the most addictive kind because the flavors are so addictive. However, they do have some kind, and they get really expensive too. So you could go from like a pack-a-day cigarette smoker, which is like in California, like, I don't know, $10 a day, $10 and $15 a day, to a Juul smoker, which is like $50 a day. So it can be a lot more expensive. However, what I was able to do is go from tobacco to e-cigs and then cold turkey. This one day, I just took the Juul and I put it in a solo cup in water and let it electrocute itself out, and it was done. And I never have done it again. Now, that doesn't mean I wouldn't ever do it again. That just means to say that, like, I'm telling you, it had a power over me. I used to buy them and just throw them out on the freeway or other places too, just because, like, and they're very expensive. They're like $100 for a case for like a new kit. So I can tell you that it was something that I very much wanted to quit and was able to. But nicotine's a tough thing to quit. Now the other thing that you've got, do you ever vape? No, vaping cannabis. So that's the thing that changed the game for me. So there were some things that I didn't like about the smell. It's dirty. You always have to have a lighter. You have to sometimes be outside for it. You can't do it everywhere. Okay, so there's a bunch of reasons why it's not a good thing. When you can just vape, you can go in the bathroom. You could do it at work. And like no one's gonna know. And it doesn't, I'm not talking about those vapes that you do where it's like a huge cloud of smoke. Here, I'll do it right now. This right here. That's it. I mean, it's not like a huge deal. And like I live with 10 other people. None of them have ever said anything about it. And like if I were doing that, I would have gotten in a lot of trouble for it because it'd been like, oh, you can't do that and all that other thing. Yeah, so I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, and you're able to do it in a place where, oh, dude, more like welcome, more like you're such a good leader of this community, more like you're such a good leader of this community. Welcome. GB and I were just talking. So I was, if you know what this is, it's a vaporizer, and I was just talking about the pros and cons of e-cigs versus cigarettes and cannabis versus vaporizing and all those other things. So please feel free to interact as much as you'd like.
Coming up in Iowa as well. Fox News announced today that there's going to be a live town hall on January 10th with Trump, where he will take questions from voters in Des Moines. So all of this really putting the focus on Iowa as we're heading into this very controversial election year. We don't often see Nikki Haley's blog or that work and be associated with politics. Is this civil war answer that she gave, admitting slavery is one of the core reasons of the Civil War, is that going to follow her around, or do you think that's going to sell out? I think that's the real potential to follow her around. So political opponents are certainly hoping that it will. We've seen Chris Christie talk about this in New Hampshire in the past few days since she made those comments last week. And I think that, with Iowa and New Hampshire voting back-to-back in the Republican primary process, these are one of those states that's part of the Confederacy, and I think that there is a good chance that voters there will have some real serious questions about why she was not able to quickly answer that. Where she's from in South Carolina, this issue around the Confederate flag has really been...
I know what happened. My app crashed. I don't know if you can hear me more light. Apologies for that. I don't know what happened to GB. We were just having a talk. Hey, I have a question for you. So as you know, I do this 24/7, and a lot of times random strangers come in here and ask me, how do I contact the devs? And I don't know what to tell them. That's what I tell them to do every time. I just say, put it in the chat, request for someone to help you there. They're going to be able to get you what you need. Sorry about that, GB. My app just crashed. I don't know why. Thank you so much for that information, Morelight. Depending on the temperature in my room, this phone can overheat, and sometimes when it overheats, it can lag or it just shuts off. So if that happens, apologies. So GB, what kind of strain you got? Okay, very cool. Very cool. There should be some kind of app someday that you should be able to take a picture of the leaf or the bud and know exactly what it is. If it's a hybrid, if it's an indica, if it's a sativa, I think that'd be a cool thing. Very cool. So honestly, I have been in technology now basically my whole life. I just turned 38. And for as long as we have had cell phones, we've had 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, or 4 bars when it comes to connectivity, if you understand what I'm saying. Now, then Wi-Fi came out. And instead of having 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, or 4 bars, then you got 1 bar, 2 bars, or 3 bars. You know, the little 1, 2, 3. Okay, fine. We have had this for 30 years, and it's really upsetting to me. I don't understand why we are at this point in society where it can't be a percentage telling me my signal strength. Doesn't that make sense? I mean, we've been doing this for 30 years, okay? Is it 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, or 4 bars? Now, here's another beautiful thing. I don't move from my bed. Sometimes I have 1 bar, sometimes I have 2 bars, sometimes I have 3 bars, sometimes I have 4 bars. It's California. The skies are always sunny. Sometimes it's 1 bar, sometimes it's 2 bars, sometimes it's 3 bars, sometimes it's 4 bars. It doesn't make any sense. And I want to put an end to that. Honestly, I would, if possible, if I had the platform, I would really advocate for the consumer, especially in particular when it comes to some things, when it comes to their electronic devices, battery times, connectivity strengths. These are some important things that happen to the consumer that we aren't currently getting. Here's another thing. It took the iPhone 15 12 years to catch up with the Nokia 248, I believe, that had a 48 megapixel camera. Okay. Why aren't we at the point now? If we have a 48 megapixel camera that takes huge amounts of video, why are we still barely at like even 1 terabyte of storage for our phones? I can't stand that. And here's what I can't really stand. When you buy a device and it says, oh, we've got 50 gigabytes of storage, but their data takes up 26 gigabytes of it automatically. So you're really only getting 24 gigabytes of data. It doesn't make any sense to me. To me, it should be very consumer based, that when you buy something and it says that you're buying a terabyte phone, that it has a terabyte worth of free space on it. Not all of Apple's 256 gigabytes worth of bloatware that they want to put on there that basically they're allowed to do. This, to me, I don't understand it. There's planned obsolescence that has been going on, at least in the phone industry, for too long. We need advancements when it comes to our electronics, particularly when it comes to our handheld devices. People 20 years ago didn't rely on a phone for anything but making a telephone call. Now we rely on it for our banking information, for our health information, for our security information. And if you have a dead battery, there's nothing you can do with it. If it's not waterproof, there's nothing you can do with it. So these are some things that I would really advocate, especially people who are in positions of power, particularly Tim Cook. I don't understand why. I mean, and Apple's sitting on an entire behemoth amount of technology, and every year they come out with a new phone, and it has 1 or 2 basic things different. I am not a fan of how it currently goes, which is the development cycle, which is basically if they're going to have a new development on the phone, they'll have like 1 new advancement. No, it can't be that. If your first phone came out with 1 terabyte of storage, your second one should come out with 2, your third one should come out with 4, your fourth one should come out with 8, your fifth one should come out with 16, and so on. It should just, there's Moore's law in this. I don't understand why it is the way it is. Man, you look like you're burning the place down there. How's that going? Oh, that's sage. I see. I thought that was the ganj. That's a beautiful thing. Hey, did you ever hear about the Queen of England going to a native Elizabeth II? So she's not really Queen of England. I guess the Queen of the Commonwealth, whatever, that stupid bitch. She went to an indigenous school in Canada, and all these kids disappeared. Did you ever hear about this? Yeah, that's a weird story. Here's what I know, and you tell me if you know anything more about it. Okay, so basically, this was when she was younger. I don't know exactly the year, maybe like the 60s, 50s, 60s, something like that. And she was already queen. She and Prince Philip went to an indigenous school in like rural Canada, and they chose some children who left the school and just disappeared someday. No one knows what happened to those kids. They've done interviews with the kids who were not chosen, and they said, yeah, just one day they said that the queen and the prince were going to be there. They showed up. They got to meet. They chose like a handful of these kids, and those kids, they never saw them again. Is that what you've heard? And so you've not ever heard anything different to that? That's basically the story you've heard. The human hunting parties. Jimmy Seville. That's it. You're absolutely right. In fact, okay, so I just posted this on Twitter. Do you know what adrenochrome is? Okay, so you're familiar with what adrenochrome is, right? Okay, so I found the pricing sheet of adrenochrome, of human adrenochrome, that was on, it was on the internet. It was on Twitter is where I found it, and I reposted it. So for like to buy adrenochrome in the vial, I think it's 5 milligram vials. It costs like $1,000 per milligram. However, the minimum that you can buy is 100. So really, you have to buy like $100,000 is the minimum order that you have to place. So anybody with that kind of money, just to kind of blow randomly on the internet, is a very influential person. You nor I are just messing around with that. Anyway, I posted this on a bunch of my different accounts. Are we following each other on YouTube, on Twitter? Okay. Okay, you should have, like, I have 400 accounts, 100 of which have been banned. So you've seen some of them, right? Excellent. Oh, excellent. Excellent. Okay. So I keep tweeting that stuff out. You should see a bunch of my accounts do that. Okay. So here's what my plan is for that. It's basically through just like osmosis, filter into the people you may know and all those other things that people have. And I get each one of those accounts following 5,000 people. Now, here's how I've done it. I'm following people right now, even though I'm talking to you. It's like, well, how are you able to do this? Without changing phones and things. Okay, so do you know what a macro is? That's a great question. I should have been clearer. A macro on a computer, it like memorizes a mouse click or something like that. So what I've been able to do is use this piece of software that can detect images. And it detects an image wherever the follow button is on Twitter. So it'll go to the follow me page, and wherever I'm not following someone, it knows where that button is because it detects the image. So instead of just moving just like a certain, couple mouse clicks every single time and not getting it or sometimes getting it, this time it gets it every single time perfectly. Now get this. I didn't have enough money for this software. I just didn't want to go out and buy, though I probably would if I could. But it's expensive software. It's like over $200 a year. So here's what I did. It allows you to use the software, but every time you run it through a cycle, it puts a little box up that has like a 10-second timer on it that says, hey, thank you for using our software. If you enjoy this, purchase here, or so yes, purchase, no. You press the no and then press the start button again and it works. So here's what I did. I took another macro program, a free one that doesn't have all the features, and I have 2 macro programs going at once. So I've got the one advanced one that has the optical character recognition, basically the image recognition, and then I've got another one that just goes, every 2 minutes. Whenever that box pulls up, it just hits a no, and then hits it to restart. So it's going right now, and it follows. I honestly, I know this sounds crazy, but I don't care. I think it's accurate. Twitter has had it published that you could follow 400 people per day. It had been like that for 3 years. And I just started this following campaign, and all of a sudden it changed to 300. In fact, when I was doing it, it was 400 every single day. 400, 400, 400, 400, 400. And then all of a sudden, a bunch of my accounts got banned, and it went to 300. And every single account now, no matter what it is 300. So I really think that's how it worked. I mean, I've been trying. So here's what's going to happen, and I'm telling you this. This is what's going to happen. I have more data online than any person in global history. That's going to be worth a lot of money someday. And what do I mean? I mean, it is essentially a time capsule of the world. I have an AM radio going 24/7 that captures everything like a timeline. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Additionally, what we will have had essentially is more biological content on someone than anyone we've ever had. I pee on camera. I sleep on camera. No one else does these kinds of things. So I think that'll make me perhaps an influential person. It's just getting people to find out about that. And I think Twitter's my way. Now, it should be YouTube. It's like, well, why haven't you gotten big on YouTube? Several reasons. One, my content is not marketable right now. Why? Because it's long form content. All I do is listen to podcasts and watch documentaries and sports and sit in my bed and talk with people. That is cool, but it isn't necessarily something that people want to watch when it's not edited for their day, so that it's really interesting to them. Additionally, I sleep on camera, which is really boring to people as well. So it's hard for me to pick up momentum. Then on top of that, when I do pick up momentum, I'll get a copyright strike, or I'll get an account fully terminated for numerous reasons. What are they? I'll tell you, it could be because it's my accounts are interpreted as a spam because I post so much, because I'm posting like, one video every single 12 hours from every single account every single day for 365 days for multiple years. I mean, I'm closing in on depending on how you do it, on almost 3 years now on YouTube. And I have also data backed up on hard drives as well before then. So basically, and this isn't what makes this different as well, is it's not just from one view. It's from at least 4 different views, sometimes 8 different views, sometimes 10 different views. I've had as many as 33 different cameras going at once. So it's unprecedented. On top of that, what's going to happen is I had a dream about it. That's why I say it. Like, if it's going to happen, I think it'll happen the way this dream happened. And this is what it was. I am going to go into someone's spaces, and I'm going to post my driver's license there, and someone is going to see it in the chat. They're going to be like, what the fuck is somebody posting their driver's license on the internet? Like, you're crazy if you're doing that. Have you seen my driver's license on the internet? Absolutely. Right. Exactly. But I actually put my actual driver's license out there. Like me holding it and like scans of it. So I'm going to put a scan of it in someone's space chat. They're going to see it. They're going to be like, what the hell is this? They're going to start typing in my name and see. They'll go to my main account. And then from there, I have all my links. They'll go to my links. What happens is this. It happens on a Monday, if this dream is correct. It happens on a Monday. And you can be like, well, what makes you think that this dream's going to be correct? It may be alien influence. That's all I can say. I really mean that. But who knows? This is what happens, though. This happens on a Monday night or something like that. By Tuesday, it starts going viral. Wednesday into Thursday, I start doing a concert on a Thursday night in a Spaces. And then into Friday, I lose my voice. I have to start using a harmonica. And then And then by a Saturday night, everyone in Israel knows about it. And it's a phenomenon. It's basically the Truman Show. Finally, someone is out there that you can always log on and connect with them. And millions of people know about it. And then from there, I'm able to do endorsements for anything I want. I become the world's richest person of all time. And it's all because I realized, not before anyone, but I realized early the importance of data. And the most important part of it is unique data. So like, even though I may just be watching a movie or doing whatever on my computer, it's unique data. I've got radio going, it's getting biometric information off of me, all kinds of things that we can't currently detect with our current cameras. Doesn't mean we won't be able to in the future. So, and then, so on top of having like basically more than 2 years of my life on YouTube, I additionally have I have more than that on Instagram as well. So I was able to use these macros on Android phones as well to upload my life to Instagram 24/7. So, if I was ever canceled on, like, my YouTube accounts get canceled every once in a while, but I don't appeal them. I just let them be. Because I know once this goes big, at least in the dream, what happened is then I can contact Google. I actually end up working for Google, but I'm able to just connect with them and say, look, I have all this data that you guys have taken down for one reason or another, and you don't tell me why. Can you please, allow me to get that back? And once they know who you are, they'll reinstate your accounts like that. Once you're an influencer, then it's like, oh, so it's like, well, why haven't you gone big? Really, I mean, I have accounts with thousands of people on them, and they get banned for one reason or another. And it's because I pushed the rules when it comes to what you're allowed to do on YouTube. I stream live sports. I stream live videos, live movies. I listen to music. So those are all things that you're not supposed to do. Additionally, allegedly I fap under the covers. That's another thing you're not supposed to do on YouTube. Another thing, you're not supposed to spam. And when you've got 4 different streams going at once, and they're all going for sometimes as long as, I mean, I've had streams going for as long as 266 hours at once. Now, which is really long, but it's like, well, why don't you always do that? Why don't you have the longest streams that you want? Why do you cut them down to 12 hours? If you have them longer than 12 hours, you can't watch them on YouTube. So you can only watch them on your creator version. They're not available to the public. Yeah. Now, if you have like a monetized account, I think you can then show up to 24 hours, which still isn't that great for someone as I who could do it for 200, 500 hours if I wanted to, and you could just go back and watch it. So I cut it up into 12-hour, snippets, and then you can just watch it there. Additionally, I'm live on 3 different Twitter accounts as well. You know that you can go live on video on Twitter, right? Too nice. You're absolutely right. And here's what's going to be the game changer. Elon announced this in a discussion he had with some people at the end of November, early December. This was the conversation that he had with, I forget who was on the call. I think it was Tucker Carlson was on the call. Nevertheless, here's what he said. Twitter will allow for video spaces either by the end of 2023 or the beginning of 2024. Now, obviously, the end of 2023 did not take place, but the beginning of 2024, here we are. And he said that's at the latest. So that means you'll be able to go to a Twitter space and see video. And that's all I need. the reason why people are afraid to go on camera is because their hair isn't done, their makeup's not done. I queef on camera, I pick my nose on camera, I'll do anything like that. So once people start seeing in a space, oh, I've seen this guy before, he's the guy with the Sproto thing, and he's on 24/7. I'll be a very famous. It'll take a month. You know what I mean? Once that camera function is available. And the other thing is, I've got so many different accounts that, I mean, I'm not saying that they'll never all be banned, because very easily they can go and ban them. But then, you just make another one. Your people will be able to continue to make these accounts until they have it linked to your driver's license, basically. Until they're and exactly, and that's where we're moving. Essentially, what you'll need to do to get on the internet is have an internet license, just like in the United Kingdom, you need a television license to watch TV. It's a wild, wild world. Yeah, no, definitely not. You're absolutely right. You can't get your phone number back from them. You're in their system and you can't delete it. So I started I helped to start a startup, and so I'd get customers occasionally, not often, but we had millions of customers from a startup. We became the Uber for car washing in the United States. So basically, on your phone, you press a button, somebody comes to your house, and I helped develop that app. And it's a great idea, especially in Southern California where I am. So one thing, though, occasionally we get people who would be really into privacy, and they'd say, I'd like you to delete my information. Or they'd be like, this really happened. California passed the Data Protection Act, I want to say in 2019 or something like that. And once that happened, I think we had like 3 customers who asked, out of a million, that's not a lot, who asked to have their stuff deleted. But it is kind of a pain in the ass for a corporation to do. The way that you have to do it is, it's not just in the software that the front end people see. So they may say, oh yeah, we deleted your stuff. We deleted your ID to your friend. But no. It's way in the back end. And you have to get in there and essentially delete the line of code so that it's no longer there. And unless you have, and the hard thing about it is, you have to have it's not like the person who's going to take the request of your friend is the person who's going to delete that code. It's like 3 people removed from them. So it has to be a really clear communication of that person, and it has to be very important that it's done. So if it's just like your friend sending an email to Twitter, hey, can you delete they're going to be like, no, absolutely not. It would have to be an attorney, or probably that's about the only people who could get you to do that. And then they might want to subpoena the evidence that it was completed. It is. You're absolutely right. I read there is a porn star who has been the first person to volunteer for Neuralink as a human trial. So I don't know. What I know about it, if you know what those monkeys went through, I feel so badly for that. So here's what I've learned. Now, I'm not an expert in it. If you ask Elon Musk, he's going to say these monkeys have it better than any other monkeys have ever had it in captivity. They're able to drink smoothies all day and play video games. That's what we have them doing. If you go to the I forget who does it, but the people who actually do the overseeing of the facilities, they say these are the best facilities that we have ever seen when it comes to these monkeys. Normally, monkeys aren't kept in as nice of facilities. However, if you hear some of the stories of what the monkeys are actually doing there, they number one are like in torture. Uh, Many of them don't have personalities anymore. They like like they say, let's say you have 100 monkeys who do this study, and they say, oh yeah, 25 of them love, like 100% of the ones that survive the study are doing great. Well, that's only 25 of them. 75 of them died, or it wasn't successful with them. So we're not getting all of the readings out of that. But we already have humans who are signing up for it. And I don't know who this porn star is. I don't really know that world, but I did read that. So I thought that was interesting. Did you hear about JN1? Okay, so JN1 is also known as Pyrona and Pyroa. Okay, what does that mean? It's the new variant of Omicron off of COVID-19. But this one's going to be really big, and it's going to be focused on children. And so they're going to call it COVID-23. Now, why do I say that? COVID-19 actually came out you had Wuhan that happened in October of 2019, and then there were rumblings about some kind of Chinese flu in December of 2019, but it really didn't start coming out until after the Super Bowl, which was February of 2020. That's when, everything started shutting down, 2 weeks to stop the spread, all of that. In the same way, I can see that happening, at least in the United States, but perhaps almost assuredly globally, particularly because it is a presidential election year in the United States. And you can't, if you have someone, whatever to not get political on the matter, you could run both or any of these people. There aren't I mean this, there aren't any politicians in the United States who are really beloved right now, no matter who they are. So if you had, let's just say, a politician go out there, he or she may not get any support, and that's going to be very embarrassing for them. And the same could have been said in 2020. And so all you have to do is just say you need to have 6 feet of distance, and that's a super spreader event. And it also makes it a lot easier to see, turnouts, and then you control the polls as well. And I am someone who doesn't think that it's a recent thing that polls have been rigged. I am of the philosophy, I believe the quote is attributed to Stalin, but I think it goes back earlier than that. If voting changed anything, we'd make it illegal. Though that doesn't really make sense that it would be Stalin, because they didn't vote. So I don't really necessarily understand if that's exactly who attributed that, but it's a wise phrase. If the powers that be wanted, if the powers that be don't want change, if the vote did anything, they would take it away from us. What do you think of his connection to Fidel Castro? Have you ever seen it the way his mom looks at Fidel Castro? Dude. Dude, he looks just like him. He looks just like Fidel. So much like him. It doesn't mean anything like that. No, the United Kingdom is still sovereign over Canada, basically. And the City of London is sovereign over the United Kingdom. And the Rothschild family is sovereign over the City of London. It's just how it works. So I would say that in the situation with Trudeau, it wouldn't necessarily mean anything, but just that probably people in higher positions get around more than your average bear. But also, you got to think of it this way too. There are a lot of people out there where this is probably the case, and it's just not so highlighted because it's in the spotlight. Like you may have, I don't have any siblings, but if, let's say I did, if somebody highlighted a video of one of them not looking exactly like one of my parents, that'd be quite embarrassing. But I'm a nobody right now, so it wouldn't be nobody's going to put in that kind of effort, essentially. But in the future, or I shouldn't say in the future, but if you get to a place of influence, definitely people might. So how cold is it there? A little bit. No way. No way. It's what you can see your breath. What? 5 degrees. Oh, okay. So it is. So, oh, no. That's your cigarette. Okay, so it's warmer than it seems. It's what is it? Is it an hour outside of Vancouver? Oh, 5 hours outside of Vancouver. Okay. Did we ever talk about The Revenant? I don't think so either. So, that movie took place up there, right? Yeah, so that's the one where Leonardo DiCaprio won an Oscar. That's the only one he's won an Oscar. With the bear. Yeah, exactly. And I didn't know if you knew any inside information about that, but apparently the story isn't 100% accurate. Something about the son, like either maybe the son didn't, either the son dies in the movie or the son didn't die in the movie or something like that. I didn't know if you knew anything more about it. Vancouver's going to be a very important place in the future. So I'm a futurist, and I'm someone who, plans on the future. I mean, and here's why I say that. I have more data than anyone else on Earth, which means I'm going to be a very wealthy person, God willing, someday, and I'm going to make you, GB, a very wealthy person someday. What does that mean? That means that you're going to be able to experiment with something called life extension technology. And so that means that in the past, when you would have lived to say maybe be 100 or 80, you might be looking at 200 or 800. You never know. With life extension technology, the possibilities are endless. And then from there, you get into what's known as mind uploading technology, where you upload your mind into a computer and you can be a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a robot, an avatar, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. Does that make sense to you? Well, you're at a point where people who are wealthy are making those decisions as we speak. In fact, definitely. And they're getting to the point where I also think that the mind uploading technology isn't that difficult to do. All you need to know is, I mean, your head is really small. You just need to know where every molecule is inside your head and transfer that information into a similar type of being. Does that make sense? Yeah, but I mean, it's possible. It doesn't necessarily seem that difficult. It's not like I'm saying to you, we need to get to the other edge of the galaxy. Like, no, it's not that crazy. It's basically, it's a finite problem that we can figure out maybe in 100 years. And that's the other thing. I'm not saying we have to figure it out today. I'm just saying, give it 100 years and perhaps that will have been figured out. And then you run into what's known as a breakaway civilization between the haves and the have-nots. And you will be one of the people who is a have. Right now, you are a have-not. Why? Because you're not a member of the 1%. But you will be. And here's why. This coin will be very, very... It could perhaps be the global standard someday. And why would I say that? Why do I say that? Not anything having to do with the coin. Really because it's on my stream and because Yo-Yo was smart enough to sponsor it. Why is that? I literally have 6 months of footage of our little community here every single day. My stream, it's just a matter of time before it goes viral. Whether it takes 1 year or 10 years or 100 years. It just takes enough time before enough people find out about it and start tuning into it. Doesn't that make sense? I am too. So basically, you have to understand that everybody's going to wonder what this is, and they're going to wonder what this is, and they're going to wonder what this is. And so I promote it, and so it'll be ingrained in the culture of the world, essentially. I mean, you've seen the Truman Show, right? So, if you know anything about that movie, and it's science fiction to some extent, but Truman was the most popular person in the world. When people were bored, they would just watch him. When there's nothing to do, they would watch him. They'd go in the chat rooms and just be like, following along with him. That's how it works, essentially. It's the same thing that will happen in my life. And cryptocurrency is in its infancy. And we'll teach the world about cryptocurrencies. We'll teach them about NFTs and digital art. And, it'll be really interesting. It'll be like, essentially, I'll be a teacher for the world, perhaps. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. We catch historical events. I was in an earthquake not 48 hours ago, and it was on camera. And so you see an earthquake happen on camera. Very few people have that, but that's happened a few times for me. It's quite interesting. Oops, I don't know where you went. Dude, James Kaminsky, thank you so much for listening. Anytime. We have really interesting things to say. I appreciate you listening and saying that. That means the world to us. GB, James just gave us some high praise. He just said that he enjoyed our conversation. Absolutely, my man. Rock on. James, where are you in the world? Hell yeah. Go Huskers. Yeah, dude. It's been a long time, but those 90s teams were a thing of beauty. Bobby Newcomb, Tommy Frazier, Tom Osborne, just a beautiful thing. GB. Absolutely, baby. We're going to make James a trillionaire as well. And when I say make you a trillionaire, what do I mean by that? Well, inflation is a thing. So you have to understand that, a few generations ago, what was a millionaire a few generations later was a billionaire. What a billionaire is will be like a trillionaire. What a trillionaire is will be like a quadrillionaire, et cetera, as centuries go on. Now, eventually, you'll get to a point where they'll want to restart the system, and it'll just go back, and it'll start back at $1 or whatever they want to say the equivalent is. And that's just how the fiat system works. Now, there's a way to escape it, and it's through cryptocurrencies, and that's what we're all doing. Essentially, go ahead, GB. Oh, so how am I going to make you a trillionaire? Well, I have so much data on the internet right now that essentially people are going to be connected to this, just like the Truman Show. They're going to want to when I go to sleep, they're going to want to sleep. I could see that being very popular. Just the sleep aspect of it, knowing that they could connect to someone anywhere in the world. I know I would watch that. If I knew I could always watch someone at generally a given time go to sleep while I was sleeping, I'd feel really connected to that person. I could see that being very popular. But additionally, the fact that I've watched every major movie, listened to every major audiobook, every major religious text, every major movie, and watched every major sporting event, well, of the other things that we've had in global history. I have 3 years of footage basically, and all I do every single day is watch a new piece of media. So we're watching Bob Ross's The Joy of Painting. If you're familiar with who Bob Ross is, he's an artist. Do you know who Bob Ross is? He has a fro. You don't know who Bob Ross is? Oh yeah, you do. Okay. So I'm watching it now for like the third or fourth time, but it's really, really relaxing. His paintings alone are going to be made. They're already millions of dollars now. They didn't used to be. They used to just give these paintings away. He has like 20,000 paintings in storage, and they're already selling for millions of dollars each. Can you imagine what the Bob Ross Trust is worth nowadays? Now, on top of that, it's going to be like the backdrop to all of this. I mean, I've got it going on 2 different monitors right now, the Joy of Painting, for whatever. I mean, there's no reason why that's going to necessarily be anything, but it will bring a lot of interest to this because look, we're watching Rain Man. If you've ever seen the movie Rain Man starring Dustin Hoffman and Tom Cruise, and then all at the same time, I've got this macro going that is just automatically following people on Twitter. I do get some haters on Twitter. There are some people who have started some campaigns that are like, who is this troll? Why did they have so many accounts? I get people who call me an anti-Semite. I'm the last anti-Semite on earth. I wear a kippah 24/7. I daven on camera. I keep kosher the best of anyone's ability that you can. Like, get out of here with that stuff. They don't even know who they're slinging mud at, whom they're slinging mud. So I do get some haters, but nevertheless, it's a campaign of getting out the word, and so what I think so. So what happened, at least in this dream, is I go into a Twitter, and the dream was unlike any dream I've ever had before, and it was 3 years ago, and everything about it has come true in this dream. That's non-sports related. So what do I mean non-sports? It even said in the dream that the stuff that's sports related isn't going to come true. It's going to be really funny. You're going to be on camera. In the dream, it was you're going to stream your life for 3 years. I'm very into aliens and alien civilizations and stuff, and I'm also very into rabbis and Judaism and rabbinical dynasties. And I got very into the rabbinate. I got very into being a rabbi, and I essentially had a dream one night where the rabbinate came to me and told me what the future is going to be. And it was, you're going to stream your life, all of these things, like people are going to send you clothing. You're going to sponsor this cryptocurrency. You're going to live in their Telegram, but the way that you get big is on Twitter. Now, I always wondered this. What do I think this is related? Mossad. If you know what Mossad is. Mossad is Israel's CIA, basically. But on top of that, it's related to a private company that was started in 1948, the same year Israel was started, called Raphael. And I think Raphael is a company that has a type of technology. They're the one who developed David's sling and the Iron Dome. They do super advanced technology. So here's what I think they were able to do. At least in this dream, this is what happened. They were able to, at least in the solar system, develop some kind of technology that's able to know where every single atom is at a given time, which isn't that hard to do, in my opinion. Using wavelengths, you could basically know the makeup of every planet. There are only 8 planets plus Pluto or whatever. And then you basically would just have to map it, essentially. Somehow, some way, they were able to do that. and know where every single molecule is in this given solar system, in our solar system. On top of that, they know that shit is flying into the solar system at a given time. This all goes back to, I think, personally, Roswell and the reverse engineering. Are you familiar with Roswell in Canada? So the reverse engineering of alien technology. You're familiar with this, right? So that's okay. Roswell happened in the United States in July of 1947. Israel is started May 14th, 1948. Also, Raphael is started in 1948. Basically, all of this, like the CIA is started, the United Nations had just started. All this stuff happens around that time, and to create like a world government. But also, I think it had to do with the reverse engineering of alien technology. And if you're familiar, there was what supposedly happened in 1954 at Haldeman Air Force Base in New Mexico. There was an agreement between U.S. President Dwight D. Eisenhower and some members of a representatives of some kind of alien civilization. And the agreement was that we would get their technology, and in exchange, they would be able to do alien abductions on humans. That was the deal. So basically, that's why we see this explosion when it comes to technology. After World War II, before like 1960, you get basically the transistor, the television becomes big. You get you eventually get into night vision and all these other things. Night vision allegedly is just an alien eye. The alien eye from Roswell was reverse engineered somehow to be able to figure out how to read wavelengths so that you're able to have night vision. So what does all this mean in terms of the future? Well, because I'm just trying to figure it out. Why the hell would I have this kind of a dream? And in the dream, this is like Raphael, this fucking alien, this fucking Israeli company has been reverse engineering alien technology. And what they do is it goes from perhaps like Raphael to General Electric or to Lockheed Martin or to Boeing. But they're like the top company doing a lot of this stuff. And somehow, some way, what it gets down to is the ability not just to see into the future, but also see into the past. I don't know how to do it, but I'm just telling you, like, these are things, at least within the next 100 years, life extension technology, time travel, mind uploading technology. These are all things that civilization is going to perhaps be comprehending. And I'm telling you, it's already been happening. And I'm also saying that it isn't organic. Do you know who Joe Rogan is? Okay, so Joe Rogan has had a guest on named Bob Lazar, who was an engineer at Area S4 in Nevada, the Nevada test site at Area 51. I don't know if you're familiar with Bob Lazar. Have you ever heard of Bob Lazar? Okay, so Bob Lazar has said that aliens have done 64 different DNA modifications on human beings alone over the course of essentially he has said that we are seated here, that we are a zoo. That's kind of the idea. So that, we are interacted with, but we were seated here. We didn't just come up organically. So with that being said, essentially we get to the point where we as a society are coming to the knowledge that we're not alone. Did you always think we were alone? Very cool. So I was not. In fact, I thought everything was earthbound and all this other stuff. And the big thing that got in the way for me are the distances. So if it's like 100 light years away is the closest next civilization or something like that, like you couldn't live long enough to survive. That takes 100 years to get there. You'll die before, but I didn't realize that you can go faster than the speed of light and you can use wormholes and be there instantaneously. I didn't realize advanced propulsion, and I also didn't realize advanced physics. So once I got into that, then I became, I would say, definitely someone who would listen to it. I would say I became someone who was, I would say, not as skeptical, to a listener, to then someone who became a researcher, then a scholar, and I would put myself at close to an expert level now. I call into Coast to Coast AM. I don't know how much more of an expert you want to be unless you're being interviewed by them. Do you know what Coast to Coast AM is? Oh hell yeah, definitely. So hell yeah, man. So I used to listen to Coast AM on a Canadian broadcasting station. It's CJOB or something like that, out of Winnipeg. Winnipeg, Manitoba. It's the best Canadian station that I could find, and the reason why was because it did it would, you could go back like 24 hours in their radio time and just listen to whatever it was on their tuner. So basically, if you miss Coast to Coast at night, you could listen to it during the day, and I used to like doing that, if that makes sense. But yeah, and now Coast to Coast is available. At least, I mean, I listen to it every night, so I know everything about it. I know it's now available. What do they call it? The Coast Insider program is available to Canadians. It was not before, whatever that means to you. But basically, it's a great program. It's one of the last bastages on, I would say, in media where you can just be an absolute nobody and call in and get on and have a huge mass effect on the world. It's the only, like, you can't just get on your local news right now and just go on and be like, yeah, I want to talk about aliens. I want to talk about my recent alien abduction. I want to talk about cattle mutilations. I'd also like to talk about Bigfoot if there's time, and I'll take everything off the air. It's like nobody else gives you this like just unrequited, like this beautiful free speech zone is how I reference it. Do you know? Okay, so they had someone, I didn't know this, but I've spoken with him. Ian Punnett was a host of it. I don't know if you're familiar with who Ian Punnett was. He was a host on and off, but he just died like 2 weeks ago. And so he died. I can tell you that at least in this dream, I'll tell you who the next person is going to take on Coast to Coast. This dream is super specific too. When I say it's super specific, it wasn't like any other dream that I've ever had. Normally a dream that I have, and I still have dreams, and immediately when I have a dream on camera, I tell you exactly what I saw, exactly what it was, and I say exactly. Normally it takes me a minute to tell you the whole dream. This dream was different. This dream was like this. It was like, yeah, this Raphael company, this like Israeli company, yeah, they have some advanced technology, and basically, like, I mean, I'm someone who just kind of walked into becoming extremely, extremely orthodox when it came to my Judaism, to the point where, like, I was doing it better than the rabbis, just to be honest with you, to the point where then I learned to be a rabbi, to the point where here I am now. And I think that perhaps there may be something to this where, I mean, it helped to inspire me to start streaming my life 24/7. Actually, the thing that caused it was, and it even said this in the dream, I like to golf, and I could never get my golf drives, my swing straight. And it said, if I bought this certain club and I went to the driving range, and I taped myself, I would have a straight drive. And every fucking time, it was dead straight. I was able to and I went for like 3 months, every single night, every single drive I had was dead fucking straight on camera. So, and that's what I wanted to do first. That's why I first started streaming my life, was because I wanted to record my golf swing. And then from there, I realized some of the stuff that I was saying on camera was pretty funny and interesting. And I thought my future kids might, if I ever have them, might think this is interesting. Came home one day, started a YouTube account, realized if I was going to do this, I wanted to do it better than anyone. I don't want to do it just from one stream. I wanted one view. I want you to be able to see me 365 degrees. It really made me realize I was going to have to be the world's most honest person, I mean, I can't hide from anyone. My computer passwords are on the screen. Like people see what my bank account is. Like there's no hiding anything. Um, People see me go to the bathroom, all the other things. But that's going to be really interesting, I think, to people over the course of the next century or two. I see it as essentially like a diary that we have for the modern day, and we go back and we look at people's diaries from wars or people's diaries from important parts of history. And I think this is the exact same time. And I was just able to capture part of COVID, and then the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and all the other things. And it just keeps on going. So literally, you'll be able to go through my stream and watch, like if you wanted to, how I react to all of these incidents, but also how the media reacts to it because it's going all the time. It's, I think, a really interesting project. Very cool. What up, Faisal? Excellent. Now I know exactly what one it is. Yeah, I reposted that one from like 50 different accounts, and then I like it on other ones, and it just gets random, impressions, and that's what it's about. That's the other thing too, is when it's like people, it's just like I've learned in media, it's just about impressions. It's certainly about quality impressions, but also it's about quantity impression. If you can't get quality impressions, if I can't sit there and connect with someone and talk with them like I am with you right now, then fine. I can't do that. I'll get the quantity ones where I'll just get a little here, a little there. But you have to understand that this is happening on, thousands of people a day are getting these notifications, just like, what the hell is this? And it's like red, and it's like, it's like really, it like gets your attention. It's like, what is this? It's like, okay, somebody's streaming their life. Okay, cool. But it's gonna, well, and that's the other thing too. You go down it, and all my stuff is ticker Bitcoin on every one of my. It is. It literally is. I just take the best stuff that people say and I retweet it from like 12 different accounts, and then retweet that from another 17 different accounts. And then all of a sudden it's got 10,000 different impressions, and I barely did anything. I don't understand why more people haven't done this. Like, imagine you had a company. I don't care if it's a restaurant or whatever it is. Why wouldn't you just sit there and be like, you know what? I want to promote it. I'm going to make as many accounts for it as possible. Because obviously, like having one account with like a ton of followers, that's great. But it's like, if you're, number one, they can ban that. But number two, that doesn't always get you that much like of an like I can follow you once and that's great. What if I follow you with 100 accounts? Like, it's maybe it's going to be good for business, maybe it's not. It's kind of like there's an old saying in the newspaper business: I don't care what you have to print about me so long as you spell my name correctly. Meaning, like, I don't care what you say about me, just because I want to get my name out there, just make sure that that part is spelled correctly. I think that it's interesting in the same way that I don't really care what you say about me. The thing is, the second that people start seeing what I'm doing, they'll be like, "Oh my God, this is the biggest event in global history. Someone is streaming their life 24/7, 365, and they have plans to do it for the rest of their life. We can grow up together. We can, we're going to watch this person fall in love, laugh, cry, go skydiving, go bungee jumping, do all the fun things that we'd want to see someone do. And on top of that, we can watch their life in reverse. We have 3 years of their life in reverse where they were trying to go viral, and we can see the whole story of what they were trying to do. It's a beautiful thing. I agree. You're absolutely right. To know what the room temperature is, to know what my heart rate is, to know what my temperature is, to know my biometrics, know my brain waves. You'll eventually, I even think, be able to know what I'm thinking in my mind with the camera on me. You'll be able to see, and there'll be some kind of picture. You'll be able to picture what I'm picturing in my mind right now. And why do I say that? Because of brain waves. Brain waves are being given. I'm giving off brain waves right now, as are you. And we've already been able to pick these up to some extent. And it's only a matter of time, like you're saying, some kind of filter, some type of augmented reality where you're able to see what's going on in my head. You're exactly right. We went from a world, I would say, 15 years ago, where people were using a lot of video game wearables. You had the Wii, you had the Xbox, that thing, that bar that went in front of an Xbox and a PlayStation, and people went away from all of that. And we're going to move back towards that. And now we have all that data to have the second version of that, version 2.0 of wearables, essentially. All that stuff about what you're talking, being able to it's reading your where your eyes are going, so you no longer have to click anything. You just have to stare at it and it'll go. I mean, that's the kind of world where we're in. In fact, I have an Oculus Rift right now, or Oculus Go, I should say, and I think in the new version of it, they have something where if you just stare at something long enough, it'll make the selection for you. Basically, like if you it just read your eyes. Basically, we're getting to that point, and where we're moving with a phone right now, we have currently these things that are bricks. Very soon, it's going to be projectors. Basically, that little you're going to be able to project out of it and type on it. Then it'll be on your hand, and then it'll be in the air. Basically, if you've ever seen some science fiction movies, but also they show it in Parks and Recreation. If you've ever seen in the future, people just like if you're on a phone, there's no more phone. It's just like this thing in the air, and then from there, it's just in your head with a Neuralink. And that's probably within the next 100 years. GB, I'm with you. So I want to be the last person to actually have some. I want to be the last person to have something implanted in me. I'm with you. I want to be able to learn it all organically, or if anything, I will absorb it. I don't want anything implanted. And the reason why I say that is I've seen the way that current technology, at least, gets obsolescent, essentially, or becomes obsolete. And so, like, what happens if your little chip gets wet? What happens if you hit your head on the ground and it malfunctions? I don't want to have to rely on any of that. I want a completely wireless system before I experiment with anything like that. So for this porn star who wants to be the first person to have it in her head, hey, I'm all for it. I'm behind you, sister. If that's what you want to do with your life, that's cool. I'm not going to take that. I'll wait until it's all wireless. Do you know what Apple's next big project is? It's a car. For real. Yeah, so essentially they realized that the car has become less like Tesla essentially as a corporation, it's less a car company and it's more a robotics company. And Apple doesn't want to fall behind when it comes into the robotics world. And so in order to essentially ensure that it can dominate in that market as well, you need to have a car. You need that data. And so I could see it might be 10 years away, but it's going to happen. And an incredible thing about it, in a lot of ways, a lot of the technology is 15 years old already. And we hear about a Tesla and it seems so new, but really they've been on the road for 15 years now. So they have 15 years of that human data that they're able to use to make better cars of the future. And at least if you've seen what they do now, they're robots more so than they're computers. I mean, really, an electric car is really a computer more so than it is your standard piece of transportation in a traditional way. And I've also seen some things that are and that will be the future, software updates that lock your car so that you cannot use it any longer. And they're already doing that with Fords. I just saw somebody had a lockout on their vehicle because they didn't do a software update did not install correctly, and they have to now take it to the dealer. And they were told that the software update is like $1,300 or something. And they're like, well, I don't have that kind of money. And they're like, well, we're sorry, you can't drive your car. It's like, well, what do you mean you can't drive my car? Now they already installed this type of technology on vehicles, particularly when it came to people who were leasing vehicles. Like they didn't want them taking them out of the United States or out of Canada or wherever. And then also, so like they could shut it down from a GPS perspective, but now because of a software update, that's a lot different. It was Ford who did that. It was Ford. Someone posted it to Reddit, and the picture of what was on their car, of the box that popped up, and it said you can call Ford's number here, or you take it to the nearest dealer, but it would not move anymore because of the fact that it did not do a proper update. And I'm also someone who I think personally we're at the point where we don't need to do updates anymore. And what do I mean by that? Sure, you can do updates on your software. I'm a software developer. I'm a certified project management professional. I know that you have to do updates constantly to software. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that a user has to restart their whole system or even has to go on in the foreground. That you could do these processes in the background, and if for one reason or another the update did not install correctly, you could essentially reverse install, whatever you needed, and retroactively go back to a previous save setting. We can do that now. We just don't. I don't understand why we're not doing that. I mean, at least my PC needs an update every week, and my Apple needs an update every month. And it's like you could do this stuff in the background. I shouldn't have to sit here, and it shouldn't have to take up hard drive space and all this other stuff. Anyway, I know I'm just bitching about technology, but these are all things that we're going to be experiencing over the course of the coming century or so. And I'm telling you, GB, you're a younger man than I am. You're going to be around for a long time with life extension technology, and then perhaps you're going to have to make a decision when it comes to mind uploading technology, if that's something that you want. Well, so here's the thing. Here's the scary part about it. So there's the idea of this, the idea that you could essentially revivify the dead. What does that mean? Bring life into people who have already died. So let's say the wrong person gets into power and they want to punish their enemies. They could literally revivify the people, like bring them back to life and have them use life extension technology and mind uploading technology to always live, never die, and punish them continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's a terrible, terrible world. But when you have technology, when technology is magical, you can do whatever you want. But that's definitely something that can happen. So you can use that technology for good. You could go back and get your ancestors, like, I don't know, your parents or grandparents or great grandparents or whatever people you want, or perhaps a deceased child or grandchild or whatever you want. You'd be able to take their DNA, put it in a machine, and bring them back. How would you do it? Well, essentially in the same way where you would know where all of the. So there's a machine. It's called the Santa Claus machine. Have you ever heard of the Santa Claus machine, GB? Okay, so there's a Wikipedia article on it, but basically it's currently science fiction, but I don't think it needs to be. So essentially, a Santa Claus machine is a machine that has all of the periodic table of elements, all of the elements in it, a huge amount of them. So basically, you'd be able to, if you wanted, get like basically like a vending machine for atomic elements. Does that make sense? Okay, so from there, what you'd be able to do is scan someone's brain and use this periodic table of elements, this Santa Claus machine, to map out where their whole body was, where everything was in their body, and then use these the atoms, wherever your atoms were, to remap yourself and basically create whatever you wanted. So essentially, you'd be able to create a clone of yourself. You'd be able to create anything, any object that you'd want, just by basically using the correct organizations of the different elements. So there's that thought too, that perhaps you might be able to just take someone's DNA, get what their genetic makeup would be, and then just rebuild that person in a human form using some kind of machine, and that machine is known as a Santa Claus machine. I didn't know it had a name until a couple years ago, but that's what it's known as, Santa Claus machine. It's a wild thing. I hadn't either. Laura, how are you, girl? How are things in New Jersey? You're sick, you poor baby. You poor thing. You poor thing. Can we make you some chicken noodle soup? Okay, we're gonna make you some chicken soup, and I volunteer to be the official Vicks Vapor Rub putter on her. I'm gonna be the official Vicks Vapor. I'm all ready for it. Have you? Okay, Laura, before you go, I got in trouble with you. I got in huge trouble. Okay, so here's what happened. It was like December 18th or something like that, and you're like, you need to fap on camera, blah 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 blah. You're just being sweet or whatever. And then the next day, allegedly, you said that, allegedly, because you would never say that. Anyway, the next day, I get all this shit in the fucking Telegram of people who are like, Rabbi's fapping on camera, Rabbi's fapping on camera, blah, 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 blah. Like, I've never done anything. I've never shown my penis on camera. Like, it's always allegedly underneath the blankets and everything. But anyway, somebody got to fucking bug up their ass, because that's not retaining. So since I wasn't retaining, they were going to they threw me out of the voice channel. So I had to come back and be like, okay, so I'll retain. Whatever the fuck you want me to do, I'll do, because I like the community and I like the challenge as well. So, you know, I've been on my best behavior, let's just say, Lars, since that date. But nevertheless, so there's that I wanted to tell you, and then there's something else that I wanted to tell you, but I can't recall right now. So you beautiful, have a wonderful day, get your beauty rest, and I hope you have a wonderful 2014. 2024. I hope you had a wonderful 2020. I hope you had a wonderful 2014 as well. How was your 2014? I didn't ask you. All right, GB, I'm going to get back to my movie. You take care, my man. Great catching up. Becky is talking.
Search engines don't always get it right. So right or wrong, your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted means in online reputation repair. Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-948-6033 to speak to an expert. That's 800-948-6033. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like 70s Rock Drive, the commercial-free station featuring the best in 70s rock. Just 30 70s Rock Drive and listen now in your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio, free never sounded so good. Every time I get sick, I think I have COVID, so I got 30 tests. And I'm taking a test, and one's positive, one's negative, slightly positive, negative. Slightly, yeah. And I'm looking like, what's going on here? And then I read the side of the box. These things expired a year ago. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. Now we just put a sticker over it. Enjoy it live 4 to 7 p.m. on KSCOP and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Did we tell you about podcast? You get the podcast whenever you want it. How do you get the podcast? You go to where podcasts are heard.
Where they're sold?
Yeah.
4 to 6 weeks for delivery?
No, you get it right away. We're on the way.
Like when you want it?
It's instant gratification that I'm talking about. Right.
The breaking news this hour is that Harvard President Claudine Gay has resigned. 6 months, 2 days into her presidency. These allegations not just of the absolutely disastrous testimony in front of Congress at the beginning of the month about anti-Semitism on campus, but also these growing allegations of plagiarism. Series of powerful earthquakes continues to hit Japan. The 7.6 magnitude was the big one that hit yesterday, and officials are warning that more quakes could lie ahead. On the western side of Japan, they said at least 55 people have been killed. Sort of a strange follow-up to that is a Coast Guard plane that was set to leave to help with rescue efforts was in a collision with an Airbus A350, a passenger jet that was coming into Tokyo's Haneda Airport. All of the people on the passenger plane, including 67 passengers and 12 crew, were able to escape despite the jet that was on fire and went up to the airport. 5 of the Coast Guard members were killed. A 6-person captain was taken into it.
So the hit TV miniseries about how to put her own mother, speaking out for the first time since being released from prison. Jesse Lee James, the story we're getting to it coming up in Tuesday alone. There's a wealthy couple who dead in older suicide, but she's daughter is also found dead as well, which is weird financial pressure to pay that person.
So we really like to congratulate the 49ers for breaking
Video player. Volume. Left right slider. 100. Then 0 max 100. On demand. Mission. Impossible. PG-13. Action and ed. Video.
Chinese influencers.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie on King.
Video player. Volume. Left right slider. 100. Then 0 max 100. On demand. 3,000 miles to Graceland. R action and adventure. Video player. Contacts. TV 14. One action.
What is this horse shit?
All TV shows.
Man, they're stupid.
You date like you aren't 22 anymore.
Huh?
Like, emotionally mature is kind of hot to you now. And 6 texts sent back to back is totally.
What?
You date like your experiences, relationships, they haven't just made you you, they've made you interesting. Young love was great, but dating as a fully formed, emotionally mature human, man, that's on a whole other level.
Two of the three people killed were sleeping upstairs. The third person killed ran upstairs to alert the other two. The two were able to escape and go to the hospital. That's a little story for others.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie on TV.
like you weren't 22 anymore.
Plagiarism charges by the same congressional committee that conducted the hearing on anti-Semitism, but she was asked to begin what was
Oh, no, I should have been doing this. Oh, come on.
So, like the A train starts, which is, I know, okay, Rod's got to come out next and do his warm up. Rod finishes his warm up and they do the opening slate, and he's telling us, 15 seconds, lick your lips and sit up straight, blah, 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 and get ready to applaud. And we start applauding, and music comes on, lights are on, they're doing the opening hand, and I hear my name.
Some of them short clothes, kid. Yoshi. I don't know, dude. Look at 574. Sluts.
Hi, I'm Linda. I'm Dad. Oh, Linda. I'm Dad. Oh, you guys know who you are. Who are we? I'm Linda. And the homework outline is coming up in just a minute as soon as we figure out who we are.
is Ted Slauson, and I was born on an Air Force base in Massachusetts. My dad was in the Air Force. From there, when I was 6 weeks old, we moved to Wisconsin, which is where both of my parents are from. We lived there for 2 years. We got down to the Kansas City, Missouri area. My dad was stationed for 2 years. And then in 1970, they moved to California, where my dad was transferred. He retired in 1972, so they ended up just staying in California. They're still living in the house that I grew up in, the house that I remember most of my childhood.
The Price is Right. America's Love It with the Giveaway. I hit it in prime time in the 1950s. By 1972, the producers decide time is right for a daytime version. Roger Godfrey started as a production assistant on The Price is Right. It was his first job in television.
The showcase, the reveal of the showcase. We actually take the calculator to the readout machine. We gathers on that machine. And that machine, and I had to enter it in the amount and open it. Now the difference is I had to jump over here, and the operator had to enter in all that information. I mean, you look back, how do we ever put together a game show using this rudimentary equipment?
Nowadays, everyone has 4 TVs and a million channels to watch. Well, back in the early 70s, there were 4 channels and we had 1 TV. And with 6 kids, obviously, we had to all agree on what to watch. And my older brothers and sisters decided they wanted to watch The Price is Right. Grudgingly, sat down and watched it with them. By the end of the show, I was pretty much hooked. And I still have just about all my name tags and custom cards from all the TVs I went to. I went to, I'm pretty sure it was 37 altogether. What's interesting is that the old days on the left have more kind of like pastel color, and as they got into the 2000s, they got kind of bright. I have been a mathematics teacher and a mathematics assessment. Mostly write and develop and review test questions that go on assessments that students take.
I didn't have anything to do in the show at the beginning, as I told a lot of young people. I said, that's a wonderful position to be in. But what happened is that people started asking me to help. I helped them with the prizes, I helped them with the scripts, I helped them with copying, I helped them with this, I helped them with that. And I began to pick up a little bit of everything.
My mathematical ability really kind of surfaced around junior high level. So that, of course, with the numbers and everything and all the prices, that kind of made a connection.
Hi, this is Kat.
And this is Linda.
We're here for the homework helpline, so have your program for your prompts ready, and we'll be waiting for your call.
So one week I got into like watching Price is Right from like 1973. The same refrigerator breaker was on 4 different episodes that I watched, and it was $789 all 4 times. I'm like, well, see, there it is. There's proof. It's just way back in the beginning. It was the same, same stuff over. And it's that hideous avocado green. My brother and I think, both noticed, I remember the price of this was $1,500 or whatever. It would be $1,500 again, and so that kind of inspired me to start tracking prices or records. When I would record the shows and put it all in a Word doc and everything and put it in the database, pretty much every show I had to add 4 or 5 new things because they were always putting new stuff on.
I went to San Francisco State University, and when you go after a master's, you gotta write a thesis. In those days, you have to put it all on paper. I wrote a thesis, but listen, there are 200 pages. I wrote a thesis of game shows because I love game shows. I would actually sit and watch game shows and wait for the credits to roll, saw who produced them, and then they showed the credits once a week, so you missed it once a week, you have to wait a whole other week. And I sent a copy of my thesis out to like 20 or 30 game show producers. I saw Mark Goodson, and Mark Goodson was one of the people. He's larger than life.
said, flying back, driving back. And his eyes got really big. He said, you drove to New York? I said, yes, I drove to New York. I drove in the VW to New York. And in the hotel, I remember to the little slip of taping and somebody called me, Roger, here it is. Mark Goods' office. Chase phoned the office right away. And the secretary said, Mark Goods would like to see you. I went into his office and said, Roger, I decided to hire you because anyone that would drive to New York City, in my opinion, has a lot of emissions.
Yeah, this is the Price is Right that I wrote back in the early 1990s. It has all the games that were on the show back here. You type in some names of some players, and they can count to 9. Last thing is a random number, so prizes and prices and everything get randomized. There we go. So the opening of the show, it's all in text with big lights swing around. And it's going down. There's 2 of the people that I put in. When the doors open, it's not going to be Bob Barker because when I go to the program back then.
When I was on duty, I had this job. We had a studio there. There was an audience participation show. The host didn't show up. He was never ashamed to take a break. And I think that he was probably over and by. But in any event, G. Pearson Ward came rushing in there. Bob, you have to, everything was live. There was no taking it. She rushed in there and said, you have to get out there and do that show. And so out I went. I didn't have time to get nervous. I grabbed the pen mic, went out, started talking to the audience, and I got about 3 or 4 laughs. And I thought, I like this. I'm going to try to make them do that some more. And fortunately, my wife, Dorothy Jo, heard that show. And when I got home, she said, Parker, that's what you should do. That you did that better than you've ever done anything else.
I mean, Bob Barker has said every game on the show had an element of luck. A good chunk of those games, if you have a really good knowledge of prices, you were going to win. $500, not bad, not real money, so I'm going to go ahead and look at the next hole. Next hole is worth. Oh, there it is, $10,000. Just that easy. I think I will keep that.
So after 12 years, it's like me, and when there was an opening, he promoted me to the producer because he realized not only do I know the show, love the person, I just love the person. And at the start of that, I really became much closer to Bob.
Well, any pride that I feel, I have to share with several people. One of them right over here, Roger Dobson. He was a splendid producer, and he protected me in every situation where I was protection was needed. And he's a dear friend, too.
I had a very close friend who lived right across the street. Her name was Dee. She and my brother and I would play The Price is Right, where one of us would plan the whole show, the other one would have to be all the contestants. However, we had planned the trip kind of because it was the first time we both could go do our own thing as adults. And I told her absolutely for certain one thing we were doing is going for The Price is Right.
In real life, every game has a time limit. If you play checkers, there's no official time limit. Hurry up, make your move. I don't have all day. And this is what Bob used to do.
Well, I was kind of surprised the show was still on the air because they had taken so many game shows off to expand the soap operas to an hour.
Hurry up, and the rest of us, make your decision. What do you want? We can do very exciting.
I was really worried that The Price is Right would never make it until my 18th birthday. And here I am, 52 years old, and the show's still going strong. From Sacramento to Los Angeles, and instead of being intelligent and taking the shortest, most direct route, we decided we would take kind of meander over towards the coastal area of US 101. Much longer drive. Of course, what Dee didn't realize when we made that decision is it gave her much more time with Disney on my price list for the show. If you ask her today, 33 years later, she'll still complain about how much time she had to spend quizzing me on those prices.
If you're a New Yorker, you might often get the feeling that you're waiting on a perpetual line. But here in LA, this is no ordinary day and no ordinary line. These 300 people are waiting to take part in a TV audience phenomenon.
Well, you show up and you hope that there's not more than 300 people there already. Of course, even if there aren't that many people, you have to hope there's not a bunch of groups who are going to come late to the show that day. But you do spend a lot of time waiting on benches, waiting outside the gates until they open in the morning.
While they wait, a small army is preparing a stage show that couldn't be topped in Vegas.
CBS pages come through the line, they will create your name tag, and if you have a long name like mine, they might have to make 1, 2, or 3 of them before they get it all on there.
I just want to know what you're feeling right now.
It's my tie. I feel it right here. Well, you tell Roger Dopkins will tell you we're going to go out there as if it were
Opening day.
That's right. We're going out there as if it were opening day.
Or is it opening night?
Opening day. It's a daytime show.
That's for daytime.
Yes. Caress sleep just gets off when it's open. It feels better when it's caressed.
Well, I had always liked Holly, who was one of the models on the show ever since I was a kid. She just seemed like the most genuine, the most kind of goofball. And so my sister had this idea. We had a shirt made that said, "I'm here to kiss Holly." And the guy who made it was very helpful and was like, "How about we put some felt hearts behind Holly's name?" And he got, the most fancy cursive for her name. And, a lot of times people would get picked who had special shirts made. Then we decided on the back we would put "Sorry, Bob." And he insisted on making a little friendly face out of little scraps of felt. So that was the shirt I wore to the first taping.
The job of picking contestants goes to co-producer Philip Wayne. He's not above dropping an honest word to a hopeful prospect.
I was stuttering through my interview, and he, seemed unimpressed with me and kind of brushed me off by saying, "And you've got lips for Holly," and he moved on to the next person. But then you go into the Bob Barker studio and you marvel at how small everything is compared to how it looks on TV.
Backstage, you can feel it. The anticipation is at near frenzy.
They would just jump right into the show, kind of like no warning at all. Just here we go, we're getting ready to go.
A new swimming pool.
Being my first taping, I didn't want to be overly boisterous, so I waited for a few other people to yell out bids, and then I yelled out $14.99.
$1,499.
$1,499, and if you look way in the back where Dee is sitting next to me, her head kind of snaps over to me like she's surprised that I got that on the nose, even though she spent the whole time on the road with me on business.
We had people shouting out the exact price. Of course, nobody knew that person knew the exact price. So we allowed that. We were fine with that.
So then on the second item up with this was a brass trunk, which I knew was which you can hear on the tape.
$795. Deborah, you win.
My first 2 bids in the studio were right on.
The 2 things we did not let them do, we didn't allow them to take this to the studio. Why? When they're waiting to come into the studio, we didn't allow them to say anything in the order of, "Everybody pay attention to me. I memorize all the prices, so everybody listen to me when I shout out our price. We'll all shout." We didn't allow that.
From about 1984 to 1989, I went to the show about once a year. It was always hard to try to find somebody to go with me. I realized I don't need anyone to go with me. I can go by myself.
About 60 people.
Well, first of all, we were very, very, absolutely 100% proud of them. We would take a 60-minute show in 60 minutes. Mark Bresler, our first director, and I'd say, "Well, how did the show went, Mark?" And he'd say, "No editing." We had just completed the 60-minute show. And one of the reasons why Bob did, and he said, "Roger, when you do the show to time, you become the editor."
And I would go to the show whenever I had time off from school. And I was a first, second year teacher at the time, so summer school was not just an option, it was kind of a have to do this to make ends meet. In the summer of 1990, July 4th fell on a Wednesday, and Price is Right used to tape on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays. So I called the show, or called CBS. No, we're not taping on the 4th. We're taping on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And on that, I better call back and make sure. So I called back and I said, are you taping on Sunday, July 1st? And they said, yes, we are. And I said, great. So I went down and got my hotel, got my tickets, and got in line the next morning and got in the studio. I had fairly good seats. I think I'm in the 5th row. I've now gotten a little frustrated that people aren't listening to my bidding and yelling and helping. As soon as the first item of the bid was described, as soon as Rod finished the description, I yelled out,
Now there's
the first bid of the Price is Right, and everyone starts laughing. And he proceeds to tell them, now one of you, whoever gets the closest to what the actual retail price will win that,
and you, sir, have no chance of winning.
And they put the camera on me at that point, and I'm laughing, thinking, oh, you should not have said that. And you can't see it on the film because they changed the shot to the contestants, but his eyebrows went from about here to about here.
Bidar, the actual retail price is $12.50.
Somebody would know the exact price. The whole audience was screaming, yay! You know the exact price. And Bob turns to the audience and say, see, watch every day and you can become a good shopper just like John.
And Theodore's a bidder, and they own
the show into commercial, and usually what would happen is they would reintroduce Bob, and Bob would talk to the audience and say, thank you so much for coming, and does anyone have any questions, and blah, blah, blah. That day, he pretty much came down and he said, Theodore, you watch The Price is Right, and he just kind of interacted with me.
Sometimes the first game runs really short. Maybe it's scheduled to go for 6 minutes and only goes 3 minutes because the person loses right away or wins right away. So this gives Bob 2 extra minutes.
The stage manager told him, we got 15 seconds or whatever, and he goes, oh, is it time to smile? And everyone would laugh. Susan, who was a contestant in Contestants Row, turned around and she mouthed the words, help me. Well, Bob happened to notice, the very last part of this interaction, about 2 seconds before they went back on the air.
Susan was just overtly flirting with Theodore on here.
And I thought, wow, that was pretty good that he caught that quickly and turned it into something on the show. I mean, that kind of really showed what had been hosting us. So, of course, now I've got someone listening to me and bring out an item I've never seen before in my life.
A lovely area run.
Models heading in, Rod's describing it, and I'm looking at Susan and I'm like, I don't know. Go for 1,000, and she ended up bidding $14.50 or something. She went way over what I had said.
Is that your bid, or did you get that from Theodore?
And Bob reads the price, and it was